defender from Representative Mr. L. He then later reversed that ruling and sent the matter upstairs to Your Honor. So, as a point of clarification, when we came up here, you had indicated that given the fact that Judge Smith had reversed that order, the Public Defender's Office was in this matter.
Oh, all right. Thank you for refreshing my recollection.
Now, sir, I'm talking.
Look, it's not your case.
Well, I'm talking.
Objection.
Please wait.
He is not my attorney.
ACL?
No.
He may not be.
Not Nobel. Not Nobel.
Amir
Noble.
ACL. Mr. Kiesler is speaking to the court. Whether he's speaking on your behalf or on his own behalf, please extend to him the courtesy that has been extended to you and let him finish speaking.
No problem. I just want him to clarify.
You will have an opportunity to respond. Please listen.
No problem, man. I just want him to clarify who he's speaking on behalf of before he makes his
He
statement.
doesn't have to respond to anything that you say. He's speaking to me. Thank you, sir.
That brings us to our next point. Quite frankly, Judge, we need to make a motion from our office to be relieved for non-cooperation. When we were representing Mr. L, Judge, we had forwarded information on to Mr. L. It was returned to us, Judge. There's no communication between us.
Did you send it to the post office box address?
You sent it to multiple addresses, Judge.
Objection, man.
Given the fact that it's clear, Judge, he stated numerous times he doesn't want us to represent him. He will not cooperate with us, Judge. We can't effectively represent someone who does not want us. So if Your Honor requires a formal written motion, I can have that filed by the end of the week. But realistically, Judge, we're asking to be relieved for non-cooperation.
Objection, man. I wish that...
What is your objection? And
I'm objecting to the fact that there hasn't been any information forwarded to my office's P.O. box.
So this is how ridiculous these Moorish sovereigns are. This Moorish sovereign clearly doesn't want this public defender to represent him. This public defender just stated his case with the judge, pretty much asking for the judge to relieve him because he does not want to represent this Moorish sovereign. So in essence, he's trying to give the Moorish sovereign what he wants because this Moorish sovereign doesn't want the public defender. And this fool is going to sit up here and make an objection. Like, this is how clouded these Moorish sovereigns' brains are. Your public defender is pretty much trying to quit on you, which is the outcome you want, and you are still being argumentative with the judge about it. This is counterproductive. This literally makes no sense. He is trying to give you what you've been asking for. You don't want counsel, and he is trying to give that to you. He's stating to the judge, like, please, judge, get me away from this guy. I do not want to represent him. And this fool is still objecting to everything. It's like he doesn't, his ears aren't open. It's almost as if he has earplugs in his ears. Like he must not have heard anything that this lawyer has just said, because why would you object? Like, right. This is ridiculous.
And the judge keeps saying,
I'll put that information on record with Judge Smith. I received the recusal notice. No problem. All right. Now, if the Office of Public Defense or anybody, prosecution, whoever stipulates that they forward the information to our P.O. box, that's a lie. And we ask for them to present proof of receipt or proof of sent of the correspondence.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? One of the things that you say is that you've never received a copy of the indictment.
Exactly.
Which indictment? Are you referring to all three of them?
Whatever information that you have on your desk, I don't have anything.
I can resolve that problem right now. Mr. Kramer.
You missed it earlier, yo. He submitted some paperwork where he misspelled negotiating, and he left out something, and she read it back the way he spelled it. And she's like, well, this is why things aren't getting done. You're not submitting it you're not using the correct terminology. And he was like, well, my paperwork says negotiation. She was like, well, do you want to see what you submitted? And he didn't want to, objection, I wish not to see it, you know. And one time he said colorful, but it's colorable. So he just making just mistakes all in there. And she got tired of being patient. So she started to low key mock him a little bit in his like, ignorance, his incompetentness to pronounce certain things, and know what the hell he's talking about.
I need you to make a copy of something for me, please. I don't have the old 030.
Oh, matter of fact, let me look at this real fast. It wasn't this one. Damn it. It wasn't that one. Oh man, which one was it? All right. Well, look at these militia groups. Like, look at the harm that these militia groups put you in, right? All this guns toting stuff.
Down. This is what's going on to our people.
Look at this.
Here we go.
Wow. Boy got the juke.
Now, these are the Black Panthers who's supposed to be armed, supposed to be badasses. They hate the police officers. They want confrontation. Look at them on the floor like cowards. Like cowards, submitted. Watch this.
Look at this.
Look, running.
Oh, she got her hands up.
Look, getting stomped down, beat up.
Now she laying down.
Yes, she is laying down.
Now he's talking about their leader, the one that got him in all this trouble. Everybody is, I guess, resisting arrest, but her, she complied like a mug. All that tough talk. Now, who they call the beast, the pigs, got them folding. At least the old Black Panthers were like, nah, whatever. They shoot it out.
Wow.
That's her right there. That's right there. This is why everybody's resisting to some degree. This is their leader. This is who brought them out there. And she's complying. She don't want no smoke. All that tough talk on social media is out the door.
Oh. What the hell? How you got that? Bro, look, I cannot respect no leader like that. Just like had Talia just came on there and said that goofy shit. Bro, I was down there gassed on you and trying to get you away from that situation. You chose not to move. We ain't even gonna speak on that. You know what I'm saying? But this right here, it just angered me because if I was a leader, we'd be out there fighting them damn K-Wells right now, going toe to toe with them, whatever it costs.
Yeah, so apparently she marched them somewhere where guns were not permitted and they were unaware. And the police officers are gonna do what they do. They're gonna bring their army out, their task force.
By any means necessary.
No, she raised her hand up.
That's crazy. Look,
while everybody else got tased.
Wow. Surrender. Just like what them K-Wells want you to do. Surrender. That's what you want. So how you call yourself a leader and you out there surrendering? But you out here calling everybody an op.
What's the gun for?
Yeah, like what are you screaming Black Power for? Why are you screaming freedom of death? That's the question. Why are you screaming freedom of death if you got your hands up? You got your hands up. So you disrespected Khalil Abdul Muhammad. You disrespect.
So there's a brother talking about how he. No, it wasn't this video. It was somebody else. Okay, so there you go. They march him out to these places to protest, but they're not thoroughly educated on, the laws of that area. And apparently you couldn't openly carry, or you couldn't carry at all in that particular part. And they didn't know that, and they got ambushed and taken down, arrested. I heard that they didn't do no jail time, nothing like that. But they took their guns and gave them back to them. But they all were like processed. There we go. That's the word. They were all processed. So now they all in the system as like potential, terroristic threats, domestic terrorists. So I want to go there. I want to go. Should I go here now? Yeah. Let me go here now with Tariq Nasheed.
No, you didn't say that, but hold up.
Okay, so let's try this. Don't put words in my mouth.
When I'm a grown man, and
Right.
I'm a very thorough brother, and I can say exactly what I mean and mean what I say. I don't need
So
you to
tell me,
try to
when you
be a
say
ventriloquist.
FBA, do you mean that like
Hold on.
what do you
Okay,
mean
I'm
when you
gonna
say
need you to.
FBA?
Now, just for the record, I am pro the original Black Panthers. For what they stood for, pretty much, not everything, but pretty much. Like the foundation and blueprint that they established, I'm thinking that you should build off that. They were about being active in the neighborhood, patrolling. They was all about, you know, giving back to the locals, school programs, free lunch, those type of things. They stayed getting charity and charitable donations and, you know, giving back to the people, like really the real boots in the ground. They also were heavily involved in policing the police. That's something that's unseen today in Black communities. They were actively on the scene policing police. They will get up bail money for somebody who got trumped up charges, not any old goofball, I don't damn pimp, but a regular, you know, working man, working woman who was arrested. They would bail them out and get some money for their lawyers to, you know, get those charges dropped. That's the Black Panther work that I'm with that you don't see today. You know, like you see the stuff we just seen, I don't know what to call it, but I know that's not what they was doing in the 80s.
I'm gonna need you to pump your brakes. Don't try to be a ventriloquist here. Okay, don't put words.
Sister Natty said, all this true. She was my chair and definitely full of shit. Talking that line on them fakes. She snitched on by she wasn't convicted. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. And the thing is, like Target Bay's doing an excellent job of exposing like all of them, like to be nothing but just frauds, just, you know, wasting their time basically. For her to bring them out there, you know, she pretty much brought them to the lion's den. Like they could have all been killed, beat up badly, injured. To not know that, to not do your research on that particular area to figure out if you can carry guns or not. That's crazy. Yeah. So I don't respect that type of Black Panther work. You know, like just you look, everything ain't got to be a photo op. Everything ain't got to be a show and tell. Just do the work. Just be active in your community. You know, more than police officers. Get the respect better than police officers, but also be able to provide law and order to some degree. You know, where the respect is, if you tell people to clear out, they should be able to clear out without any incident, any argument, domestic case going on. You should be able to pull up without any, you know, kind of like a bounty hunter. Like a bounty hunter can enter your house because he's appointed by the court. Like they don't need the police, you know, they're not restricted like police officers. And the bounty hunters could be in between. The Black Panthers can be, or anybody that's in some type of militia or self-defense that have the best interest of Black folks. We can, you know, it mixed between a security guard, police officer, Black Panther, you know, but you got to have the respect of the people for them to listen to you and want to adhere and yield to your instructions and your directives.
Words in my mouth. I'm very concise with what I said. There were Black people here already. When the Europeans got here, there were already Black people here who were enslaved.
So Tariq Nasheed is talking to her brother, I think from the continent of Africa. And he's explaining that Black folks were here already before Europeans' arrival. I guess that's what he's saying. I'm not too sure about that, unless he's calling the Native Americans Black, which is, you know, why stop there? Call the Australians Black, call the East Indians Black, just call everybody Black who's not white, if you're going that route. Yeah, I don't like that call everybody Black doctrine.
Black were mixed in with the Black people who were brought over from Africa. They were all mixed together and we became foundational Black Americans. We became a very specific ethnic group. So
Black people of Africa that was brought here through chattel slavery mixed with the Black people who are already here, I guess the Native Americans, and we all just mixed in. Okay, I mean, but you didn't mention, you know, a large percent, about 60 something percent or larger of all Black people have some type of mixing with white folks. So I don't know how you leave out white people in that, but okay.
Yes, I have African ancestry, but I am a different ethnic group. I'm not an African American. I'm a
What's your
foundational Black
ethnicity though?
American.
What's your
It's
ethnic?
it's foundational Black American. That's my ethnicity. You understand?
Well, if you said like Hausa or like Igbo, that makes sense. But the
No.
foundation of Black American is not really
Yeah,
ethnicity.
yeah.
Why isn't it one?
And the thing about Tariq, he's a jack of all trades, just like Pharaoh, Polite, all those guys, jack of all trades. Like they don't have one field that's just theirs, where they're pretty good at. Like Garfield got a field he's good at. Asar got a field. Even Sarnetta found his way with the Hebrew thing, questioning him. That little interrogation thing is funny. Ujawa got a field. Like Dr. Mayat got a field. Like everybody got something where they just Pastor Bennett. Everybody got something where they real black atheism, that type of stuff. Like everybody got something where they just really good at. Like, now they could involve themselves in different, arguments, but their go-to is their go-to. A guy like Tariq Nasheed, Polite, Young Pharaoh, like these guys don't have a go-to. Like they just a jack of all trades and a master at nothing, but they, in their jack of all trades, they act like they master those things. Like, what's wrong with just saying, brother, I did some research on it. It's not extensive, but this is what I came up with. And I'm pretty confident that what I'm saying is right. But instead of that, like Tariq Nasheed talks like he got some type of authority on these subjects. And that's what be killing me, man. Like, dude, like you're not that well studied. And every time you get challenged by a caller, you always mute them and deflect and gaslight, all type of shit.
It's not what's your bloodline. You don't have an ethnic.
I do. Foundational Black American is my bloodline.
I don't know. I mean, you can believe that. I'm not gonna knock you, but the way I see it is like, look, black
But
race. It's not an identity. Black is not an identity. It's just a color. White is not a race either.
We got it. Better.
That's why I'm a foundational Black American.
I mean, that's not. If black is not a race, how can FBA be a race? You can't just create things and say this is an ethnic.
I said it's an ethnic group. You
can't create ethnic groups just like that.
All ethnic groups are created.
All right, so I don't know if we go right there, but now in this case, Tariq Nasheed was on the right foot. So I'm not always, anti an individual. If I agree with some things, then I agree with it. So this one went the other way where I rolled with Tariq Nasheed on this talking point. Watch this.
Brother, so let me get Jamie in here. Come on, y'all better be ready.
Hello.
What's up, Jamie?
Yes, brother Tariq. I have a question.
Yes, sir. Now, where you from, Jamie?
Memphis.
Okay, what's on your mind?
Okay.
Ma'am.
I know you are into media, but why not start a bank, something that's tangible in Black communities and most of these small majority Black cities like Memphis, where the people could put in and get a return on.
And by the way, there's some things that Polite said that I 100% agree with. I don't want to disagree with everything. As a matter of fact, I'll start playing some things that I agree with that comes from his platform.
Their dollar immediately, and it'll be tangible, brick and mortar, not something bank online, not nothing like that, something tangible for the people, brick and mortar.
Well, they already have Black banks. They got Black banks already. They got one in Atlanta. I went down there and put some money in that. They got one out here. Put some money in that in LA, where I'm from. So I'm pretty sure.
Are they community based?
Community based how? Like, what do you mean community based?
Now, the brother comes off as genuine at first, but after a while, it seemed like he was kind of like trolling. But initially, like what he's proposing is not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad at all what he's proposing. It's where the argument goes, like where it morphs to, which makes it like ill-spirited. You'll see.
Like everybody Black put in and everybody Black get a return, or is it
high five?
Organization
high
based?
five.
Because if we're talking organization based, of course.
Yeah, Tariq. I like the things I disagree with Tariq and Polite is I'm more passionate about than the things I agree with them. So it wouldn't be wise for Tariq Nasheed to reach out if I was like a major player, it wouldn't be wise for him to reach out to me or even Polite, because I'd be more interested in a controversial bullshit more than what we agree with. I think that's more detrimental. So Tariq Nasheed, a lot of his FBA just now, again, the idea of FBI I do not disagree with, an identification for Black American, right? Because we're pretty much just called Black Americans anyway, right? They say white America, but when it comes to Black people in America, they call us Black Americans. You dig? So they add that to us anyway. So why not just be FBA? And I thought about it too. If we're FBA, then white people are really what are they? White BA, because like they will be part of the FBA shit too, so to speak. And I think Native Americans, I don't know how. I thought about that. Like, wait, so what would white people be called? Because they're American, and so is Native Americans. So it gets kind of ugly. But yeah, but the things I disagree with those guys, I would want answers for those, at some point in the dialogue, in the interview, in the discussion. And I don't know if he's gonna want to talk about those things. Even polite, like I wouldn't even mention like his little ongoing case, but I would like to talk about his anti-vaccine positions and things like that, because it's not rooted in science. It's, to me, just pure deception. Tariq Nasheed, I believe that he also at some point be deflecting on purpose. So I would like to just call him on it, just being unbiased. Meanwhile, talking about other things that's constructive and productive as well. But I can't let the bullshit go either. Like at some point we got to talk about the bullshit.
A lot of Black people who got money can already put their money into Jewish banks and just get the money off the Jewish return, off of a big bank like Wells Fargo, Bank of America. But I'm not talking corporate.
Yeah, I thought about because Tariq Nasheed lets people talk as long as you're like kind of respectful and not just over talking them, being aggressive. I think like the brother right here he let them talk. So I thought about calling and bringing back up his poor strategy with his two elected officials, South Carolina and somewhere else. I thought like they did a horrible job in rallying the people, and he refused to take ownership of that. So I would like for him just to take ownership that, because he actually did. He actually took ownership the day they lost. I had those timestamps, but that was amongst his own self. When Uncle Luke called them his peoples, then Tariq Nasheed shifted the blame and no longer took ownership for, the reason why they did so bad in the polls.
Corporate money and investments and getting back a return off of white dollars and Jewish dollars. Of course, everybody can do that. Why not start a community-based bank where everybody put in just like you did with the Indiegogo and get an actual brick and mortar bank where the people put in and they get an immediate return. So
you're talking about a bank and get an immediate return. I think that's when it went left. And Tariq Nasheed caught on that. The idea of a bank is not bad. A Black bank, that's not a bad idea. We call it FBA bank. You dig? That's not a bad idea. And I think that should be more needed than a museum. That's just my opinion on that. But the immediate return and this goofy talk about getting back money, then that part, and Tariq Nasheed caught on to, it's like, dude, when y'all start promising Black folks money, like that's when I have a problem with that, man. When y'all start promising guaranteed results, the credit will be fixed and pure. Like that's when I just can't take it. You invest in, if you give a dude two grand, you get back, you get access to 100 to 300 grand. Like those things, I just got a problem with, because I read these financial books, and you can't promise anybody any investment return on their money, like zero. That's actually illegal. That's what the Wolf of Wall Street was doing. Like that's actually illegal in that world.
Result.
Now, how do they get an immediate return?
So he asked them, how do they get an immediate return? Now the brother never answered this because it wasn't well thought of. Like this was just pitching the idea of a bank and just showing how Black folks could benefit from bank loans and things like that. That's great. But the return on your money thing is where this went left.
Because all you have to do is put it at the standard rate of the competition.
Yeah, Alex Jones is actually on my thumbnail right here, because I believe Taj Tariq Bey he's close to being prosecuted like Alex Jones for giving out bad information that's actually people are impacted negatively from his information. And you could actually say it's his information, just like the Sandy Hook hoax was Alex Jones information. So they was actually able to hold him accountable. Some of this stuff, this Morris talk, is actually just Tariq's Bay information. You could just, that he's the source. And like people are really, lives are being destroyed. And I believe he's next in line. He's gonna be sued, a class action lawsuit, something like that, and it's not gonna be good for him.
Petition, and it's gonna do what it do. Something new on, like I said, pick a town, Atlanta, Memphis.
Now this brother never explained the return on investment, by the way. He just talking, he just babbling.
Detroit, one of these majority black cities, because the Persians up in
Okay,
Detroit.
okay, no, hold on, no. Let's get to the logistics. I'm just trying to understand your.
Yeah, the defamation, the defamation is serious. So if you, like, I don't know about Umar's school like that, you dig? So I really couldn't tell you an opinion, like other than what I know, just what I know for a fact, based on my experiences, things like that. But I couldn't tell you where the money went if you scan people. I couldn't tell you that. And that could be seen as defamation. It's only when you're like, you know that you're in that field, in that lane, and you know how that thing works front to back, where you could give an opinion. Now, credit repair, I can give an opinion there. I don't give a damn what somebody try. I read enough where I can say that's bullshit. That person defrauding the people, or this ain't gonna work. A $2,000 investment to get access to 100 to 300 grand credit. I know they're finagling and lying on your shit. Because if you apply for that loan yourself or that credit card yourself, you will not get no damn credit card for 300 grand. He's lying on there. He's boosting up your lying about your job experience. You know, he found something where he could lie and they'll believe the lie and get you access to 300 grand. I know that's bullshit. I know that's not like fair game. That's not legal. That's not proper paperwork filing. I know that's not.
Your reasoning and logistics. Okay, let's say a community of people, they put $100, or let's say 1,000.
If you got bad credit and you apply for a credit card, and you get lucky to get one, your max will be $250. Your max will be, yeah, they don't play. Your max will be $250. You'd be lucky to get $500 on your credit card. Unsecured credit card, you'd be lucky to get $250 or even $500. You're not getting $1,000 on average. Nah, you're not doing that. And so you're not even getting $1,000 max for your limit. And we're talking about 300 grand. Like, stop it.
1,000 people put $100 each into this new bank.
All right, so look, stick to the bank. So the due logic is about a bank. So let's see if this all makes sense.
What do you want?
After this,
want a job that I don't hate.
Now, how do? Okay, let's say. Hold on, no. Let's get to the logistics. I'm just trying to understand your reasoning and logistics. Okay, let's say a community of people, they put $100, or let's say 1,000 people put $100 each into this new bank. Now, how do they immediately get a return on their investment?
Because within a year.
Okay, he asked them, how do they get an immediate return on their investment? The brother started off by saying, because within a year. All right, let's see what he says afterwards.
Or two, within the word of it just being a black bank.
Okay, so you see, oh my God, another commercial. So he says just the word of it being a black bank. See, this is bullshit right here. Like, this is just his belief system. There's no substantial information that he can provide.
It would draw the attention. It would ring a bell, and that would inspire.
So come on, dude, that's projection. Like, you're projecting that. That's, bruh, come on, man. Like, these normal strategies do not bring about an abnormal result. Like, stop it, bruh. Like, that shit old. Possibly during the whole hidden color movement, when I was fly, hidden colors 2, 3, and black bank supported. Yeah, that might do something. But where we at right now, nah. Like, that whole, oh, this is black, get it, buy it. No, that's out.
Other black people to do, you know what? start and put up more money and start a $100,000 gas station, because it really don't take no money.
So now he went to a gas station. Now, by the way, he said $100,000 gas station. Okay, I don't know what this dude looks at during his free time, but I actually looked at a gas station that was bought by Indian family. Okay, it wasn't 100 grand. That thing's like 5 million. They had to put down 1 million just to get it, and it took about some Noah Ark type shit where it took like 3 different families. You know, Noah and his wife, Abraham and not Abraham, Japheth, his wife, Ham and his wife, and another guy and his wife. It took all that for them to get and maybe even more, about 8 people to put down $1 million to get this gas station. And from there on, they was able to like get a bunch of them, franchise them, I guess. But this $100,000 gas station he's talking about, I don't know where he's talking about. Like, I'm gonna call cap on that. And if there is a gas station that costs that much money, believe me, it's irrelevant, it's broken down, it's not shiny, people ain't going there. It's not gonna bring him about any money. So he's all over the place. He went from banks to gas stations. Like, dude, stop. And gas stations, their real money doesn't come from the gas itself. It comes from the products in the store. That's where your income thrives.
Money. All you got to do is put up the money from the bank.
Yeah, you know why?
Many of things off of bank money. We could give ourselves the loan instead of begging white people for reparations, which we need to do also.
All right, so now we talking about reparations. It's like, dudes, gas stations, bank, giving ourselves loans. Dude, stick to the return on investment. You said an immediate return on investment. Let's stick to that. And you have not explained that.
We can take immediate action, because if we could raise money for film, I mean, that's nice for you, but the people don't get a return on that. We get a good look.
Now, he's not wrong right there. That statement was accurate. He says, you know, when you do a film, that's a good look for you, but the people, you know, if you're for your people, then do some things for yourself and some things for your people. Like, that's not a bad suggestion right there, but he's all over the place though.
A museum, we go get a good look, but an actual bank, that's money. So that's
but he's messing up again. That's money. Like, I wouldn't go that route with the bank, and I'm not in the bank industry at all, haven't researched it like that. But the best I could say is like the banks that give loans. Like, that's the thing. That's our problem with loans. You know, like we don't get loans. Matter of fact, we don't even get bank accounts. Forget about loans. I know myself and other people were denied an actual bank account, not a loan, not a credit card, not to refinance a house or finance a house, none of that stuff. We were denied bank accounts, Wells Fargo's for me, we were denied bank accounts, just an actual bank account. Niggas may come up back. I mean, I'm like, God, is that hard? They kept asking me for this and that, running my credit check me, and this and that, and like, nah. I'm like, yo, is that hard for a bank account? I almost gave up. I swear, I left there and went to Bank of America and got one the same day. I'm like, oh, it might have did me dirty. So I called my boy up, who's a banker at Wells Fargo, and he explained they did some bullshit. But a bank, for those reasons, to get an account at the very least, to get an account, savings or checking account, right? Because so many banks won't give us their business. So a bank just for that. And then the other things, the treats would be the loans, the credit cards, those things, you know, that most banks will redline us for. And employment. And most important, the employment, but more than employment, the education, right? In banking and finances, and also the experience as a bank teller. So, you know, in that industry period, you know a lot about money.
The immediate return.
But you still
have
not. No, it's not. That's not an.
Yeah, I was denied an actual bank account, personal bank account at Wells Fargo, a personal bank account. They act like I was being interrogated, bruh, sister. I was confused because I just knew I'd get a bank account and walk out there with a checking account and a savings account. I walked out there with nothing. And I actually argued a little bit, like, wait, what? No, what you mean no? I was like, wow. So I just walked out. Got in the car. I was discouraged. I was feeling low. And then something said, you know what, just go to Bank of America. You know, the worst they can say is no too. And that just, oh, well, it's like trying to talk to a female. When you get one no, shit, what's the difference between 1 and 100? You know, it's that one hurts. The other 99, you're like immune to it. You're numb to it. So I'm like, let me go to Bank of America and try them. And I got an account. I was like, what the hell just happened at Wells Fargo?
Immediate return. It's because you haven't explained how that's not an
What's the
immediate return.
return on the museum for the people other than?
Nah, they told me it was credit. They told me credit. Like that was the thing I kept getting back. My credit, my credit, my credit, my credit. That's what I was told. But again, like my boy in Atlanta works at he's like a big dog in Wells Fargo down there, and he was telling me like that they definitely did some racial shit.
Paying to get in it. What's the return on putting up money for another film?
Yeah, and say what you mean.
And like I said, if I was in the red zone, then how was I able to get one at Bank of America? Like, wouldn't all the banks have the same information? And not just then, I got Chase and TD Bank, so it wasn't like I stopped there because I got a business account, got personal accounts, so I got it's weird.
Because really, all of this is kind of a slight, kind of hater type of thing about the museum and the films. That's why you can't.
Saying what do
that's
the people
why.
get? It's pointing.
That's why you can't really articulate what people get out of a bank. This is, and I want people to understand this. This is some low key hater shit. All right, that's why he can't really articulate it. Understand when people are trying to mask their hate. That's some hater shit you talking. Okay,
I'm good now. But
you ain't.
I'm telling you, like they had no real reason to deny me a checking account, savings account. I had nothing like other than a low credit score. That was it. Just a low credit score. That was it. And as far as I know, that wasn't enough to like not deny you a bank account because I was able to go get one down the street from Bank of America right away. And then I ended up getting a Chase and TD Bank. So I never had a problem with any bank other than Wells Fargo for establishing an account. So, I mean, and then what I did was I went on Facebook, and again, this is all documented. This is like, what, 2016? I could find my post. I was asking, like, did anybody else ever like get denied a bank account? And then people, like, mainly men, black men, was coming up saying, yeah, like they also been denied a bank account. So I knew it couldn't have just been me.
Slick. That's why you have not been able to articulate this whole bank scheme that don't even make no sense. There is no immediate return on a bank. Stop that babbling. Just let's get down to the nitty gritty. You have a problem because we raise money for the museum and some of the other projects.
Yeah, you got whole life and you got term insurance policies, right? That's a good thing. Here's the problem. I forgot which one, but we know of two people who outlived their insurance policy. I think it's like 60, 65 years, even 70. And these people were older than that actual age. They outlived it. So therefore, when they died, they were no longer covered. So yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky.
Projects, and you just kind of feel a certain way about that. Just say that. I want you to admit that. Don't play no banking games because you.
So no, ma'am, said Wells Fargo be lying. I was told I had to apply for another checking account once I was a customer for a certain amount of years, but they invite me to apply when I'm eligible. Right. I'm telling you. Yeah, and Wells Fargo, don't forget, like whoever had an account at some point, because I ended up getting an account for them because I'm like persistent. I got me an account from a different branch, obviously. But it was a long lawsuit they did. Like they was going to your bank account, taking money and all type of shit. There was a big like civil lawsuit against them. Like about 4 years ago, where they was like going to people emails and saying, hey man, have you been missing money and had this happen to you? And you know, you can be part of this class action suit. Of course, I'm like, yeah. But I couldn't really answer the questions. They wanted like detailed information. I'm like, it's over.
You ain't even making sense with the whole banking scheme. You just feel a certain way because you see me making money and I go through with whatever I say I'm going to do.
You making money.
Right. And then I inspire others to make money. Then I
Yeah, so now the brother's talking about you making money. It's like, okay, he's supposed to make money. Like, his responsibility is not first and foremost, everybody got to make money. Like, he's a human being like you. So yeah, he's going to make money. He's going to at least try to make money. What's the problem with that?
put other people on, and then I educate people.
Okay, and he gave, like, a lot of people got their shine from the Hidden Color series. Phil Valentine, you know, shit, he got real big off that. Shahrazada Ali, shit, Dr. Claude Anderson, everybody that was on Hidden Colors, besides like Joyce DeGruy, because she was already like a name, but even Umar Johnson blew up from that. And I'm sure Dr. Mayat is getting some more views now since she's been on Hidden Color. Brother Jabari, you dig? So yeah, I mean, like, he's giving you the exposure you want. If you're somebody and you want to be a social media, like a, I guess, expert, you need exposure. And Hidden Colors, to be put on that, Dr. Lashi Muhammad, to be put on that is like that's more than money. Free advertisement is more than money.
Then I hire people, because if you want to talk about a return of investment.
So No Ma'am says, I was told by phone customer service rep called a branch one day, and the lady ain't know what I was talking about. She said, go online, hon, and open a new account. So Ms. Tiff says, so far my Wells Fargo relationship been good and helpful, but yeah, they all got something wrong with them. Yeah, I mean, because, you know, you got people like, here's it is, like Wells Fargo got probably one of the worst reputations with people of Black descent, right? But they all, listen, when you're talking to a person that can help you out in one way or another, and they're non-Black, there's a great chance, and you were denied service or even a contract or even business, there's a great chance, it gotta be 50-50, that you didn't accomplish what you wanted to accomplish simply because you were Black. At the very least, it gotta be 50-50. How can you ever rule that out? You dig? I'm 44. Like, man, every job interview, I got all. I mean, like in what I do in the pharmaceutical companies, right? What I do there, if you're hiring, I'm hired. Like, that's how skilled and how much experience I got. I'm hired. I went to one that was like the pay rate was on some bullshit, and it was like overnight. But I was taking it just for like a second job, you know, second income. And interview, I knew everything they showed me. I knew it. It's nothing they could show me that's I don't know already. I know the job. You dig? That's like working for a contractor, carpentry, and you do that type of work. Like, like if you do electrical work, you do plumbing, you can paint, you can build decks and all. Yo, you are the man. You are the woman. Like, there's no need to look further than you unless you got somebody better than yourself. But that's how I am with the pharmaceutical background. Like, I'm the guy, like, period. Like, the interviews usually don't go past me. Once I go, I usually get hired. Because it's not too much that I know everything unless I got a new role. So when that person is non-Black in whatever business that is, you gotta always think, or yeah, you don't got to, but I always think, like, I wonder if I got rejected or got denied, or I wonder why I didn't get that contract for that person's business. I wonder if it was because I'm Black. And that's a shame that that's how most Black people are forced to think. Like, was it because I wasn't compelling, I didn't articulate, or I wasn't visionary enough? You know, I didn't visualize what I do, or I didn't explain myself in an interview. Like, you have to look and say, dang, could it be because I'm Black? And when it's that, it's like, that's like the most depressing experience, because it's like, yo, there's nothing I could have done to change that person's mind if I didn't get the job, or I didn't get the bank account, or I didn't get this contract, or I didn't get this service because I'm Black. Like that's like something like that could destroy your confidence and your state of mind at that time. And you got to strengthen your mind and all that stuff back up an accomplishment. But that can definitely set you back to like some depression that you don't come back from. Because if you're being denied something simply because you're Black, you can't change that. So that's like, damn, what can I do? And then it's hard to prove you got denied or you got rejected or you didn't get the contract because they're racist. Like, you can't really prove racism unless they basically admit it. Anyway, back to the bank.
With the money that I make, we hire people.
Yeah.
Every project that I've
and this
done.
is right. Wells Fargo is the one known for creating those fake accounts on customers' behalves. I still rock with Wells Fargo. Yeah, like Wells Fargo's, like if you're in with them, it's one of the better banks. Like, make no mistake. Like, once you get in and you're finally in, it's a great experience, right? It's definitely not on that hood shit. It's definitely a respectable professional bank. I just hate the customer service provides inaccurate information at times. Shit, TD Banks is worse. See, TD Banks are worse because if you buy something with your checking account, it doesn't reflect. You think if you're not really jotting down what you bought, keeping track, that money will still show that you still have it. And you actually, so if you spend $1,000, it won't reflect until like a day or two later. So if you don't keep track of that, it still show 1,000. And guess what? You could spend that 1,000 again. I think me and No Ma'am talked about that, and she was right because I did it. But you're gonna be negative $1,000. But that option is definitely there to do it again. It's like a glitch they got, some weird shit. But it works in an emergency because it's like a cash advance. Like, thank you, TD Bank. I'll take that.
We've hired people. It's not just me making money.
Going straight to the bank,
When we did money for the conference, we hired people. We had a bunch of vendors come in. People networked. People made money with their businesses. Everybody was happy. The shit. That sounds like James here. Y'all got to cut that out so that I'm not going to get an immediate return on a bank.
Yeah. So keep in mind that he said an immediate return from a bank, which is a lie.
Understand that you're not going to get an immediate return. Stop. You haven't even articulated that correctly.
So why do banks build more banks?
So then he asked a dumb man, why do banks build more banks? Why do food chains build more food chains? Why do Family Dollar Store build more? That's just goofy, man. It's a capitalist society, bro.
Because they have money and they have corporate structures.
Right, that's a dumb question. Why do banks build more banks?
Money to.
Hey, Decent say he has a black bank, right? Decent, how many of those banks are there? Because he's acting like once you get one bank, 10 comes next. Like, yo, Decent that might be the only black bank of that name in the entire country. Just because you got a black bank doesn't mean you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20.
Put up money for films, but we don't have money for a bank. You did $1 million in 30 days. Tariq do $1 million for a bank.
Okay, so now he's telling Tariq Nasheed what to do with his money. So it went past a suggestion. And this is again, I have no problem with the brother suggesting, yo, you did a couple things, you were successful, and now you build a museum. You're like, a museum, I don't know if that was what the people wanted. That might have been what you wanted, and that's okay because you're an individual, right? But how about do something the people want, or what the people might want? And I'm thinking like, we might want a bank. You know, if you would have phrased it like that, that's not a bad suggestion. But now, and don't forget, you said an immediate return on the investment. See, that's where you fucked up at. So when he called you on that, you couldn't explain that. Like, you became retarded. And now your suggestion is now going to a demand. Now you're saying he has to go get a bank. And this is where the argument gonna turn.
How come you haven't done it?
Tariq, you got the voice. No, say why you.
How come you haven't done it? Great question, great rebuttal. Because you got the voice. And now watch this. How come you ain't got a voice?
Put up $1 million for a museum that's not built because you say you could do it, but you didn't do it. And
Whoa. Oh, there we go. There we go. There you go. Get it on out. There you go. Now let's get the hate out. This is what I'm talking about. Be honest with you, hate. Now, do you think I don't have that museum popping? Do you honestly, are you going to sit your ass here and think that I don't have that museum popping?
Now he looks stupid. Now this commercial is retarded right here, man. Let me mute it. This is a goofy commercial. I won't even tell you what it's about. You probably could just guess. But I'm definitely going to just mute this because it's goofy.
Jamie, turn your microphone on.
So now he made a statement that the museum isn't there. He's not. It's gonna be like the school. So now he got challenged on that. Do you really think it's not in the making? He gets quiet. That's why stop saying shit you don't not know, because that could be defamation. To some degree.
It's not about the museum.
Do you think? No. Stop.
Listen,
Stop.
You did it before. $1 million.
Teacher, indigenous
Stop.
black man.
You think I don't have that museum
Luke
popping?
Quantum Financial says, "Oh shit."
We pretty much got the museum locked down. We're doing inspections and we're doing all the paperwork.
Right.
If you understood business, and this is why dudes like you who don't know what the hell they're talking about don't need to be in business people's business. You understand? This is why people have think tanks. This is one of the main reasons.
Yeah, I would have respected the caller if he had some type of financial background where he could suggest a bank and how we can benefit, or the investors, that donated towards the bank can benefit from. I think that'd have been more reasonable.
Reasons why other groups have think tanks, so that little hater dudes like this don't come sullying the conversation with their insecurity and their jealousy. You understand what I'm saying? Now, you know good and well I'm getting that museum popping. We pretty much got it already down. The museum is in it. So you just keep whining about how
you did $1 million in 30 days.
How come you don't?
For a bank?
How come you don't do it?
Because I don't have your voice and you got
Well, how come you don't have a voice?
You see, accountability. See, now this is a coward, because mostly everybody in this chat at some point, if I've been on social media promoting your ideas, that's called a voice, whether it's Facebook, IG, whether it's YouTube live, or even in the comment section, or even in chat. Like, you are promoting your ideas, right? And if your ideas are good, where it clicks, people can take the idea, run with it, or invite you to talk more about it. This is how you become a voice. But to sit there and say, Tariq, you're a voice and I'm not, and he asks you, well, how come you're not a voice? That's the question I would ask. Like, yo, get off your stank ass and be a voice. Like, why are you in the background begging? Now, he just said, instead of begging for reparations from white people, but he's begging for a bank from Tariq Nasheed. Like, dude, what are you doing with yourself? And that's where Tariq, hold him down. Like, yo, what are you doing?
What you do?
How come you? But how? No, because I've done enough. How come you don't have a voice? I can't do everything. I got a museum, movies, rallies coming up. What you gonna do? How come you ain't doing nothing?
A whole bunch of shit people get no return on.
And you,
that was funny.
And you're twins with me because you ain't got nothing. Nobody getting a return on,
right.
Sir. What are you doing? Where's your bank? How come you're not doing? How come you didn't get out here and get a voice like me? Jamie? Turn your microphone on, Jamie. Turn your microphone on. Because you're not going to whine. I'm not going to listen to no nigga whine. Turn your microphone on,
I don't
Jamie.
respect that. A grown adult.
How come you're not out here building your reputation and getting a voice? It's not that I have a voice. I have a reputation. There's a lot of folks who have a voice who can't get anything popping. I have
a bank, but you could
have a reputation.
People don't
like
get
a bank.
On.
Yeah.
Get that popping.
And how come you haven't done it? How come you?
Yeah, the caller is persistent as hell, yo. Like a bank. Yeah, he is funny though. Yeah, he is persistent as hell, like a bank. But Tariq Nasheed is rebutting him is pretty good. Like, well, how can you ain't do it?
You don't have a reputation like me.
Right. How come you ain't got a reputation like me? How come your word is shit amongst your inner circle, let alone strangers?
To start a bank, all you
To
need
do
is your reputation.
anything.
I
To
don't need
do
your reputation. You
anything.
need your reputation.
To do anything. How
Right.
don't
So now Tariq just want to know, like, what are you doing in general? Like, just give me something. Screw a bank. What are you doing? What are you doing? Tell me, so we can compare that to what I'm doing, or just we could just look at it and examine it. What are you doing?
how come you don't have your own reputation where people can trust you with the money that they give you? How come you don't have that? How come you haven't built that?
Now that you raised $1 million for that, can you get $100?
Stop. Okay, can you stop pocket watching me? And how come you haven't done
caller
that?
funny
Why
as hell,
don't
though.
you build a
You dead
reputation
too
like
about this
I
bank.
did from the mud,
Hey,
from the
yo, but it really be people sitting home. I mean, listen to me, Miss Tiff, no man. It be people at home really calculating your money and what you should do next with your money. And that's what he did with Tariq. He didn't calculate Tariq money, and he's saying with that money, his next move should be a bank, and that's what it should be. And that's it. I'm standing on it. I'll debate it. I will challenge him. I'm not moving off that square. That's his position. He counted the money, and he must get a bank.
bricks from the grassroots, and you do it.
How much money have you put up in
Why are
lobbying for
you?
reparations?
How much have you put up?
What if we could see cyber threats in real life? Yesterday's
No
technology
more
can no
happening.
longer stop them.
Tariq, you the bread man. You live in Tarzana. How much
You
money
the
have you put up to
I don't
lobby
live
the
in.
reparations bill?
I don't live.
Yeah, so that guy is being redundant now. He just complained. But let me go back to this for those who missed it.
Now,
Boy got her people.
So Sister Natty said that this woman was the chairwoman, right? I guess her charter. And she said she's full of shit, which I believe. I don't know her, but the fact that you can lead your people to a protest in an area where guns are prohibited and you did not know that, and you almost got everybody killed, you are an incompetent leader, chairwoman, whatever you are. You don't need to be that person. And now there's rumors that she's snitching everybody because everybody went to jail but her. So in the interrogation room, possibly, this is a fake scenario. Maybe the detectives want to know what's their aim, where's their goal, where are they located, how far they travel, what's their agenda, and maybe everybody didn't want to talk, and maybe she did. So therefore, she didn't get arrested. That's just a scenario, a possible scenario, why they're calling her what they're calling her. But that's her own fault because you put yourself in a situation to get arrested along with your people, but you did not get arrested. And that's always going to look funny.
here we go.
Well, boy got the juice. Look at this.
So this is what she led them. She led them here. A bunch of Black Panthers. She led them to almost just get genocided.
Oh, she got her hands up.
They getting tased.
Now she laying down.
That's her right there. She's compliant. She's not fighting. But everybody else is. Like, come on. Like, there had to be some type of plan of action. Like, what happens when shit goes left? What are we gonna do? Are we gonna comply, hands up, or are we gonna fight? Like that had to be a discussion. What happens when because they call, this is their words. What happens when the pigs, they also call them cave dwellers, all these demeaning terms, which is funny because again, like these radicals are acting like the radicals in white society. So they call them all type of names to dehumanize them. Pigs, non-human, cave dweller, non-human. You dig? All these terms. And why not have a plan B in case the pigs become violent? What are we gonna do? Are we gonna fight back, resist arrest, or are we gonna comply and just get down to our knees and put our hands up? Like obviously they were confused on that. But
Yes, he is laying down.
Oh, you can't.
Wow.
Hold on. Let me go back to the video.
Here we go.
Wow. Boy got the juice. Look at this. Oh, she got her hands up.
So the black pants went all black and so the officer. I can't even tell who's who.
Now she laying down.
Yes, he is laying down. Wow. Bro.
So that's the leader right there. She's very compliant while her staff is uncompliant.
What the hell? How you got the bro? Look, I cannot respect no leader like that. Just like had Talia just came on there and said that goofy shit. Bro, I was down there gassed on you and trying to get you away from that situation. You chose not to move. We ain't even gonna speak on that. You know what I'm saying? But this right here, it just angered me because if I was a leader, we'd be out there fighting them damn K-Wells right now, going toe to toe with them, whatever it costs, by any means necessary.
No, she raised her hand up. She
That's
raised her
crazy.
hand up.
Look,
while everybody else got tased.
Wow. Surrender. Just like what them K-Wells want you to do. Surrender. That's what you want. So how you call yourself a leader and you out there surrendering? But you out here calling everybody an op.
What's the gun for?
Yeah, like what are you screaming Black Power for? Why are you screaming freedom of death? That's the question.
Well, it depends on what type of leader she's supposed to be.
Bro, the hell?
You know, is she a leader who's supposed to be riding and dying for the crew?
Here we go.
Wow.
Or is she a leader that's supposed to be, you know, compliant on these type of matters?
Boy got the juice. Look at this. Oh, she got her hands up.
Yeah, the sisters the sisters got to be trained next time to stop screaming, because when you scream, I believe that's an act of weakness. You know, it kind of gives your ops maybe more confidence.
Now she laying down.
Yes, she is laying down. Wow.
All right, so look at this. Where's the lecture? My God, where's the lecture? Here we go. This is Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Oh, you can't hear it. All right, so then you can't hear it, man. All right, let's go here. Hopefully this volume is better. This audio.
You were voting for God. Some of you Negroes were really hurt. They go intellectuals. So when you're gonna have to fight this.
So this is called No More Negro Stuff. Revolution is the only solution.
Negroes, revolution is,
Here we go.
Is the only itself when you're talking about your own people. Enough Negro stuff. Revolution is the only solution. Revolution is the solution. And revolution is complete constructive change. You ain't got no revolution if you have change. You just have change. You worried now that Jesse got caught.
That's Dr. Khalid Muhammad. He was originally a Nation of Islam member.
I was in police right there.
He had a fallout with Farrakhan, and he joined, I guess, the African movement first, and ultimately the Black Panther movement with Malik Zulu Shabazz. Okay, so we got that out the way. That's done. That's done. Man, Kevin. All right, so let's get to some things. Okay.
I'm a cop. You got a bad. Step back! Step back!
What are you gonna do about this cop that shot my son?
Now, I never watched this video before, but let me guess. She was riding in a rental. Okay, so we're gonna find out once they get stopped. The police officers, is this 18? This is interesting because most of the videos of these drug busts are between 2017, 2018, where these police officers were out of control. So much so, Michelle Alexander wrote a book based on some of this stuff, and it was called The New Jim Crow. And she definitely had a section for these illegal traffic busts, or these suspected illegal traffic busts. So to find a date that's this year isn't then. Oh no, okay. So this was uploaded this year. Doesn't mean that it's the actual date. I got it. So now I don't know what she did wrong just now to get a police officer behind her. So let's see if she's switching lanes, because cops be lying. 105 feet. Last video, then we're gonna get into the topic at hand. Just to caution you, I will be reading, so everything won't be visual. It will be visual, but everything's not video. I will be reading, so just prepare for that.
Delta Tango Papa Hotel 49.
Oh my God.
Did the pandemic cancel your...
Driver, can you roll down your back window, please? See, now I don't like videos like this because it just shows dash cam. I want the body cam also. I want the audio. I want the body cam. I don't want dash cam. This is when you have to have your own camera system. And let me show you how I got my setup. All right. Let me show you my setup. Let me show you my setup. Come on, Facebook chat. Come on. All right. So this is what I mean right here. So indigenous black man, this is one camera phone that's pointed at the passenger police officer, or the police officer who comes to the passenger side because of the highway. And this is the other post for my other phone that's been pointing at this police officer. So I got both. My gosh. So I got two phones pointing at both police officers, all right? That's what I'm talking about. Because like this person does not have their body cam. They only have their dash cam. And I don't like that because he's able to say Philandro Castile reaching for his gun and we'll never know because there's no video. And his girl wasn't recording. So at the time, she recorded afterwards, so we would never know. We can only speculate.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Trooper Lewis. You have a license with you today?
I heard her say she don't have a license, something like that. So if you're gonna, come on, if you're gonna carry 26 pounds of cocaine, you might want to be legit at the very least. They not have your license, right? That's just, yeah, that's not a job for you then. These are horrible smugglers.
I have a picture of my license.
Okay.
So she have a picture of her license.
Your car?
Okay, now here goes the screen share, messing up the audio like it always does. All right, so hold on. Let me just fix the audio. Let me just fix the audio. He asked her, is this her car?
Any issues with your driver's license? Okay. Is this your car? Okay. Any issues with your driver's license today? Well, yeah, other than being lost, suspended or anything else like that? Okay. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's do this. I'm going to give you a paper and a pen. Can you write down your information for me? Name, date, birth, social security number. What took you all the way out to Texas?
So listen, this is when you mess up. So what took you all the way to Texas? Stop answering those setup questions, okay? You're on a drug trafficking highway. They don't believe you. They think everybody they pull a whoa. You're volunteering information. He has no idea where you live at. Stop trying to convince officers who automatically suspect everybody pull over as a drug smuggler on this drug trafficking highway. So now she's gonna try to explain her story, and who knows how it's gonna go for her. But this is gonna be his so-called reason of suspicion or probable cause to search your vehicle, or at least have a dog sniff it.
Really? Whereabouts in Texas? Really? Is the address listed on your driver's license?
So she's traveling far, and the Texas thing is not making sense so far. The officer, so he's gonna try to. Let me see if it plays better like this.
Your current address? Can you write down your current address for me, please? Elizabeth, do you have a middle name?
I don't know if the audio is the audio of the video, or is it my side internet acting up? I don't know.
Is this your vehicle? You said yes? Okay. Do you have any weapons or firearms in the vehicle on your person today? Do you have your insurance card with you? And you have your registration as well, ma'am? Are you still with Infinity?
You don't have to answer those goofy questions. Those are all voluntary.
Yes, the reason why I'm stopping you is your side window tint, which I'll check here in just a minute.
He said he stopped her for her side window tint. Now, some state officials, some local officials, some activists will call this pretextual stops. Okay, here we go, the fucking hood. Okay, so people call this a pretextual stop. So she's being stopped for, he said, her side tinted windows. So just give her a ticket for side tinted windows, and also because she can produce a driver's license. All right, tint windows does not suggest a drug smuggler. And this is called a pretextual stop to some people, and they want to end this. They want Congress and the House of Reps to step up and go ahead and make this illegal. These pretextual stops.
Is that something that you had done or something you bought the vehicle with? Yeah, unfortunately, even though you may purchase a vehicle with a window tint already on it, as the owner and the operator, you are responsible for whatever equipment is on the vehicle. Same concept as if you buy a car with a bad headlight or tail light or brake light or cracked windshield or bald tires or something like that. It's incumbent upon you as the owner or the operator to make sure that your vehicle is properly equipped and the equipment is in proper working order. I'm going to measure him here in just a minute with my tint meter. Can you raise up your back window about halfway? I don't know if you can.
So he's going to measure the car with his tint meter. Like, dude, this is a pretextual stop, meaning that they use that excuse to search her car for drugs.
See that or not? Probably not, but your back window is coming in at 2% light transmittance. As dark as you can have it on any of the windows behind the driver's seat is 15. Well, we'll check this one in just.
So 15%, your back windows. I think your front windows 28%. But he had it in for it. It wouldn't matter.
So any number less than 15, the lower the number, the darker the tint, the higher the number, the lighter the tint. Can you raise up your front passenger window about the same? Good. Your front passenger window is coming in at 13, okay? As dark as you can have it on the front driver and passenger side windows in the state of Florida is 28. So this is
so I got a good memory. It's 28% in the state of Florida, and that might be everywhere where tint is illegal.
15% too dark here. Okay. Now I'm gonna come around and check some numbers on your dash here. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, Miss Espinosa, I'll give you a chance to stretch your legs here. Would you just grab your key and step back here? I'm gonna check your information. Yeah.
So now he's ordering out the car. You see, if this is a pretextual stop, I don't like this right here. I don't like these pretextual stops.
Just bring a key with you. That's fine. Yeah, switch it off, and that way you're not wasting gas. Gas is too expensive to. I just have you step over here on the grass. That way we're.
Is she black?
Not too close to the roadway. And you said no issues with your license today, correct? Okay. Yeah, I'll look at it in just a minute. When did you lose your license? You know?
Hold on. So you're smuggling drugs with a suspended license? Oh my God.
A couple of days ago. Was it while you were out in Texas? All right. If I could have you wait right here, let me check your information, okay, ma'am?
The reading of tint. No, ma'am. Are you asking about the reading of tint? What reading are you talking about that the weather conditions can affect?
Thank you.
If you're talking about tint, I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all.
Eliminated advice.
I will assume that the lighter it is, the lighter the tint would be, the darker it is. Yeah. So I guess lighting will. I don't know about a tint meter. I don't know if it's designed where conditions and lighting doesn't affect it. I have no idea.
Hey, Chris, what's going on, man? Not too much. Do you mind? Yeah. Thanks.
Now you heard the dog barking, so now you got a K9. So you see what I'm trying to say? What is the K9 for? You just said suspended license tint. Why is there a K9 dog? Because somebody's car is over the limit or is exceeding the limit of the 10%. And because the license is suspended, it doesn't mean they are a drug smuggler. And this is the law. This is the part of the law I highly disagree with. This damn dog shit, man. This dog shit. Like it's really, really, I'm telling you, this dog shit might be a violation. Like, come on, man. Like they have to have, in my opinion, reasonable cause for the dog. Like he has to smell an odor or maybe her criminal background, something like that. But it can't just be anybody. The dog just spit their car. Like that shit really, really is like molestation for people who are actually innocent. I really hate that. It's like a whole setup. They pull you over for any reason, and here comes the K9 unit right afterwards.
So you lived in Largo at one point?
Yeah,
okay.
I moved out here a year ago.
A year ago?
Yeah.
And still have that fuel box
Now, you see the dog? Look at the dog. They try to speed up. Look at the dog searching the car. Come on, the chat, y'all cannot think that's right. So every police stop, a good lawyer, I'm guessing, I don't know, but I'm guessing a good lawyer will be able to say, do you use a dog on everybody who you pull over, or just people with shady license, history, or is it a tint, or do you racial profile? Because she looked like she could be Hispanic descent. Like, do you profile? Watch the dog. Watch the dog circle the car. They try to speed it up.
So you lived in Largo at one point.
Background, watch the
I
dog.
moved out here a year ago.
A year ago.
Yeah.
And you'll have that fuel box rusting.
Look at the dog. Look at the dog.
All right, I'm going to give you a warning notice on the window tint, okay?
So I'm gonna give you a warning on the window tint, but the whole time the dog searched the whole damn car. Man, get the hell out of here.
Issue a ticket for not having your driver's license with you. All you have to do with that is within the next 30 days, just get yourself a new copy of your driver's license. Take that copy of your driver's license up to the clerk's office here in Bushnell and present them with the new copy of your license, and that ticket will be dismissed.
Yeah, I do know, because I got tint. I do know the brighter it is, the lighter your tint gets, and the darker this, the darker the day is, the darker your tint is. It don't matter what tint percentage, your tint will be significantly darker when it's no light, and when it's a lot of light, it's gonna be lighter.
Okay, we're in Bushnell and something. Okay, I'm gonna give you all the information that you'll need here. Okay. Hey, Miss Espinosa, any reason that K9 would search your vehicle?
No, I don't.
Okay. Are you on the Florida Medical Marijuana Registry?
I was working there, yes.
You were working there?
Yeah, I was working there. I'm still trying to have a lot.
Okay, all right. You're not a medical marijuana patient, are you? Okay, all right. He's not trained in the odor of marijuana anyway, but this is just something I have to ask you.
Yeah.
Any hemp products in the vehicle today?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, Trained Police K9 is alerted to your vehicle, so we're going to need to check it just to make sure there's nothing in there that shouldn't be. Okay. You're not under arrest, but you are going to be detained. Detained means that you're not free to go right now. Okay. All right. Anything on you that might poke on your
Have
a seat for me, please.
Look how she's looking and holding her breath. She knows she's done.
Am I able to make that call, or
ma'am?
Am I able to make that call real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You can use your phone.
I just got to close this partition.
Yeah, but don't incriminate yourself. Don't call the damn local supplier.
Okay, I got the AC on for you. That's subject to be detained.
Hey, can you let Maria know to go for my kids? I just got pulled over. Me acaban de agarrar. Aquí, me acaban de agarrar. Estoy en Bushnell, and I need to go pick up my kids.
I knew she was not white American.
Estoy detenida. Yeah.
So while on the phone, Elizabeth Espinosa made a number of statements in Spanish, including "I'm on the way back. They're checking everything. They haven't found it yet, but they will. I'm not under arrest, but they're checking everything. I'm going to lose everything. I'm not getting out of this one. The dog got me."
No, tienen en perra. I don't know. Me dijeron que because of the tents, they said the tents were too dark, and there's another one here, and the K9 olió algo, so I don't know. Okay. Bye-bye.
And she got kids, man. That's sad to hear. Sad to hear. Believe me, they've been trained to search all in the car, around the car. They know most of the hiding spots. They know it's in there, so they won't give up. So when they didn't find it initially, they're gonna keep trying. They know it's in the car. the dog signaled that it was a highly trained dog. I'm guessing. I'm supposing. There it is. And
Back there, Miss Espinosa?
Yes, I'm fine.
Hey, this is what's going on. There are some items in the vehicle that we need to take a little bit closer look at.
Okay.
And we need to inspect the vehicle a little bit further.
Okay.
But we need to put the vehicle up on a lift in order to do that. So there's a wrecker headed over this way.
Okay.
And there's his business is just right up here at the next exit just north of us.
Okay.
At 48. So you're just going to hang tight with me and we're going to follow your vehicle.
Okay.
It's been about 4 months since you...
If you do the math on it, if that's all, let's just say it's 9 kilos.
You do it by the gram, correct?
What's that?
You do it by the gram, correct?
Yeah, but I'm just saying if it's 2.2 pounds a kilo, if that's how it works. 20 pounds.
Yeah, it's true. I didn't even think about that, man.
That's going to be largest, hot, cold, you name it. Then as cold as cold as cold.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So, this, you couldn't, and I think there's more in there, so.
Yeah, no, with that headliner being pulled out, that quarter bit and all the other tools in there.
Miss Espinosa, have you ever been arrested, ma'am?
I got arrested back in 2013, yes.
In 2013?
Yes.
What was that for?
Aggravated assault.
Anything between then and now?
No. No.
What was the disposition of that case, ma'am? In other words, what happened with it?
Oh, charges got dropped within a month.
Is that a domestic situation?
Yeah, I believe so. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means.
Was it with a person in your household?
Yeah, it was with my kid's dad. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Person you were in a relationship
Yes, correct.
Is that an apartment or a...
Yes, it's an apartment.
Is there an apartment number associated with that? Or is it just the 918?
Well, there is an apartment number, but I don't know it, to be honest.
I think there was an envelope in the passenger side door. It said 1107 or something like that.
Yeah,
Does that sound right to you?
Probably yes. Okay. Or 1007.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever that number was, there's
yeah.
a number written on that.
Yeah, she's caught now, so she thinks that if she comply and she is foretelling and truthful, that somehow that they'll just keep the coke and smoke it and sniff it amongst themselves and let her go. That's what she's hoping. She's hoping these are dirty cops.
Yeah.
So that would be your apartment number?
Yes, correct.
You're working at Amazon now, you said?
Yes.
Which location?
The one in Ruskin?
Got her working at Amazon. She in a sweatshop. Like a Amazon slave, and she needs some extra cash. And they probably promised her like 30. Nah, they probably promised her 10 grand. Something like.
Whereabouts in Ruskin? Is it a distribution center?
Yeah, it's a distribution. Yeah, that's what it is.
Whereabouts is that located?
I have no clue, to be honest.
Well, when you go to work, what road is it?
Yeah, decent. I got a video just for that I usually play. I'll play it next to plead the fifth.
It's on 674, but I don't know the exact road because I've lived in Ruskin for so long. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm not as familiar with that area. I know about the distribution center that's over there in Lakeland on Lakeland Road.
Yeah, I know they have one out there. Yeah.
What do you do at the distribution center?
I just pack.
Resume Now is America's top resume builder and is now free to start. Just click this video. Get your job 2 times faster.
Tell you what, Miss Espinosa, I'm not gonna cite you for not having your license. Just make sure you have a copy of it, okay?
Okay.
He said, I'm not gonna cite you for not having your license. What does she care? Are you gonna cite me for those 9 kilos?
That way you don't have a ticket to worry about.
Are you guys almost done, or can you let me know what's going on?
Yes, I think we're almost done. Appreciate your cooperation. Is that something you'd be willing to do? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stu. So far this afternoon, I know it's been a long. Appreciate your cooperation so far this afternoon. I know it's been a long.
You gonna try to get her to turn? Try to get her to snitch.
Long day has been for us too. I'd really like to talk to you about what happened this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you'd be willing to do? Talk about what happened, the traffic stop and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey, yo, listen, man. I mean, whoever gave her those 9 kilos, like, I'm sure they're smart. They're criminals. They gotta know I'm giving a woman with kids kilos of cocaine. If she gets caught, she's gonna try to snitch because she's doing it not for herself. She's doing it because she's a mom. She's doing it for the best interest of her kids. She's going to snitch. They had to already foreseen that. Okay. So now, are they tight as far as the identity where she can't name anybody or even point out anybody? Or are they not tight and gotta just threaten her family to get her not to snitch?
Well, once the female deputy gets and about what happened, and then we can pretty serious though. She'll be able to.
I wonder what happened here. You mosquitoes out here. Busy, man. Let me go ahead and spray myself down. All right, there we go. All right, let me see what happened here. So this was she had fentanyl, marijuana. Okay, let's see what happened here with the case. So she was charged with, wait, is this even her? Nah, her name was Elizabeth Espinosa, something like that. All right, so it's a whole, okay, this one right here. Damn, everybody in that location be selling drugs. Damn, no wonder why they should be profiling everybody. Okay, that's her right there. That's definitely her. She had 1.2 million worth of cocaine in her vehicle. He stopped her because her windows were illegally tinted. And of course, look, the routine, look at this lie. Yeah, it makes me, yeah, this is why some people call white people the devil. Because of, and that's unfair to paint the whole race for a couple of individuals. But the fact that they can just lie and go home and look their family in the face and smile and continue on with Christmas, 4th of July, and all the holidays and take a vacation, but they can sit there and lie. He said the routine traffic stop was escalated because the trooper felt that Espinosa's demeanor was suspicious. Come on, man. Like, I hate reading that, yo. Suspicious. What are you talking about, man? Like, yo, how do you prove suspicious? behavior. How do you prove that, man? You just say it. Okay, so let me see what happened. Let me see what happened. Oh boy, I ain't trying to read all that stupid shit. She had 12 kilos of drugs, which is more than 26 pounds. That's all the drugs right there. God damn, they loaded her car. Okay, she's facing multiple felony drug charges. Her bonds are ridiculous. Yeah, she ain't getting out. We're looking at 1.5 million. That guy's a flight risk, I'm assuming. So she got charged with possession of cocaine, possession with intent to sell a Schedule II substance, trafficking cocaine, keeping a public nuisance, structure for drug activity. Her bond was set at $158,000. The list of charges include, so that means that she's gonna need about what, 15,000 to get out at 10%. So and she hit somebody with a car. But those charges was dropped. Okay, so they got bullshit on her. Yeah, I was looking for like a sentencing. Let me type that name in there. I'm trying to find like if she was sentenced. I guess not. These are all 2020. All right, so let's get out of there. All right, so here we go. Okay. Oh, it's a lot here. It's a lot here. Believe me, it's a lot here. I want to start with okay, here you go. So now Decent said it needed to be taught that you should not speak to officers. I already had this for you.
Everything that you're going to say. And you cannot trust yourself, no matter how intelligent you think you are, no matter how bright you think or educated that you think that you are. I would never talk to the police myself, and I consider myself an educated man. It's not because I don't trust myself, it's because I know better. And when you understand this concept, when you let go of all these preconceptions that you think that you're going to be able to talk your way out of the situation, then you will learn that talking to the police in no way, shape, or form can possibly help you. Always ask for a lawyer, okay? You don't have to plead the fifth or make any fancy terms to the police officer. Simply say, I will not speak to you until my lawyer is present. Once those words are uttered, the police officer has no choice but to procure a lawyer for you.
There you go, Decent. All right. All right, so that's my basketball video. So where is my video I'm looking for? All right. Okay, so let's start here.
Too, so make the copies of the ones that I do have. Okay.
Buy now and pay later at a pace that works.
Okay, this is the matters of State of New Jersey versus Emir Colonel Chauncey L., also known as Cornell Hall, also known as Cornell Dixon.
For objection, for the record.
No. We're not going down that road. We're not going down that road. Everybody else sit down. Have a seat. Have a seat.
Yeah,
That's
of course
0807727I, 0302282I, 0804441I. Mr. Luciano, would you note your appearance for the record?
Judge, good morning. Assistant Prosecutor Mike Luciano for the state.
All right, last time we were in court, the court made a ruling. Mr. Houston, would you note your appearance, please? All right, court made a ruling, in essence, allowing Mr. L. To represent himself in these matters. Subsequent to that,
okay, I got
the
it.
court has received two other filings from Mr. L. Sir, you are.
Sir, I am Alfred Tahel from the Aboriginal Law Firm.
Are you a licensed practitioner?
I am not.
Well, on the other side, sir, on the other side of the railing. Thank you. Subsequent to that ruling, the court has received, I believe, two other filings from Mr. L. And in one of those filings, he's raising a jurisdictional issue. So the court, upon further reflection, given the nature and complexity of the issues that have been raised by Mr. L., the court is rescinding its previous ruling and will make a determination that until a licensed practitioner in the state of New Jersey substitutes in for Mr. L., the court will enter an order.
All right, so first let me catch you up. Let me catch you up on the Moors jargon.
Why don't you just give him your license and ID and cut the crap? That way. Nope.
Can you just check to see if there's the signs there?
What's up, buddy?
Are you the supervisor?
Nope. Why don't you just give him your license and ID and cut the crap? That way. You can be on your way.
Because
Listen, I don't want to hear all the mumbo jumbo. Okay. All right.
I want to speak to a supervisor.
He's getting ready to walk up, but he's going to tell you the same thing.
All right, I would like to speak to a supervisor.
So, where's your ID or your license?
I don't have that.
You don't have it on you at all?
I don't have that.
You don't have any identification on you?
I don't have that.
Huh? You don't have any ID?
I would like to speak to a supervisor.
Do you have ID on you? They're going to ask you the same thing. So you can just cut to the chase, and you can be on your way. Right?
In reference to the complainant,
you're being audio and video recorded too, just so you know.
I know. So are you guys.
Excellent.
And can I have your badge number?
Nope.
I can't have your badge number?
There's no reason for you to have it.
So there's no reason for you guys to have my identification?
Sure there is.
No.
So he can ID you based
the right
on
to
the
travel,
reason
right
they
here.
stopped you on the traffic stop.
The right to travel. The right to mode of conveyance.
Okay.
Where'd you get that piece of
the
paper?
Right to...
Okay, so there you go. So we're going to talk about that rights to travel. Okay.
ID you based
the right
on
to
the
travel,
reason
right
they
here.
stopped you on the traffic.
So the Moors say they're not driving there because driving means that you need some type of business going on, I guess. I don't know. I forgot the whole jargon. But they don't like to say they're driving. They like to say they're traveling. Okay. Traveling means a free man can do that. They don't need a driver license to travel. So we're going to examine that rights to travel thing. All right.
The right
there is.
No.
So he can ID you based
the right
on
to
the
travel,
reason
right
they
here.
stopped you on the traffic stop.
The right to travel. The right to mode of conveyance.
Where'd you get that piece of
the
paper?
right to You take an oath to a Constitution.
Oh, okay.
I just gave him the paper.
You printed
I
that
just
out
gave him the
yourself?
paper right there. That's what officers take an oath to. So, can I speak to a supervisor?
He's getting ready to walk up.
All right.
But we have to have a way to ID you.
No,
Right.
I have to have a way to ID you.
And
You
you'll
guys
get,
pulling me
you'll
over.
get the officer's name that
No,
stopped you.
can I have your badge number?
I'm just trying to help him out maybe by trying to talk to you before they come up here and things go away that you might not want them to go.
I would like to speak to a supervisor.
So you have no ID on you at all?
Do you have an ID on you?
Sure, right there.
What's your badge number?
That's my name right there.
What's your nationality?
That's none of your business. Do you have ID on you?
So when I identify myself to you guys, it can I speak to a supervisor?
Nationality.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It tells you that the ID that you guys are looking for. You think I'm gonna give you guys a corporation?
We just think you're gonna do it what everybody else does.
All right.
Just show your ID. That's all we
I'm
expect.
not.
Right.
Because that's what you guys take an oath to. I have my right to
Why are
travel.
you the only one that has a problem with this? Why does everybody else?
Because everybody else is lacking of knowledge.
Oh, okay. So you're smarter than everybody else. That's
I'm not
why you
saying
don't
that.
want
I
to
just
do
want to
it.
speak to a supervisor.
You're new to this, aren't you?
No.
Because normally guys that have been doing this a while don't need a piece of paper to read from.
He said you're new to this.
Like you.
I mean,
You're new
that's
to
what
it, right?
you guys take oath to.
You're new to this, right?
That's what you guys take oath to.
You're new to this, though, right?
No.
The piece of paper you're holding?
No.
You must be. You're a newbie.
No.
Just hang tight. Somebody will come up and talk to you if you're not willing to cooperate. But you might have to get out of the car.
I don't have to get out of the car.
If we can't ID you, you might have to. So. You don't have anything in the car you shouldn't have, right? Where are you coming from? Work? School? Store? Nowhere?
I just want to speak to a supervisor, that's all.
Special units, if you can check your email, there should be a picture of her in there. I'm in 1842.
Get this young man a supervisor, all right?
Detained?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Every single traffic stop is you are detained. Okay.
I told you that's a dumb. I said that many lies before. That's a dumb question to ask a police officer when you're pulled over. Are you detained? Yes, especially if his emergency lights on. Now, if he doesn't have those lights on, then you can ask, are you detained? But if those lights are on, you are detained.
Pennsylvania versus Men's if you need it.
Get this man a supervisor. Hey, what the hell was that? Crazy Negro.
5783.
5783?
Yeah, and again, my name is Corporal Sager. You can see it right here.
All right. Can I have that paper that the one of you he has it? That officer has it.
What paper is that?
Is a paper that that you guys take an oath to? That officers take an oath to?
Okay, so here's where we are, Mr. Jackson. We possibly identified who you are.
But that's not me. That's not me as the flesh.
Right, but that's the name that you had to use to the MVA to get the privilege to drive. Unfortunately, your privilege to drive is not complete because you only have what's called a Class C learners. In the state of Maryland, somebody with a Class C learners needs to have somebody over a certain age with a valid license in the driver's seat to be able to continue.
This brother needed an adult with him to drive. He got a learner's permit. That's it. And that's the name he used to get his learner's permit. So he was trying to go the right way, but somehow some OGs failed this young man. Some old piece of trash black men failed this young man. Got him out here losing.
Driving. Okay, so I know that you're not the one that came up with these rules, right? You may not have even, you're a younger man, you may not have even voted for somebody who came up with them. Okay, but they are the rules that we follow here on the streets of Baltimore County.
That you guys follow. They're the rules that you guys that applies to you guys, not me.
Yeah, unfortunately it applies to everybody that's traveling on the Baltimore County road.
That's true.
Okay?
Well, I'm traveling.
So I know that you sort of wish that this isn't the case, and it might be that through advocacy and through your vote and through your voice, you're able to make changes that you feel would make a better society, but we are currently living and functioning in the society as it stands now.
But those laws doesn't apply to me.
They sure do, okay? So what we're trying to do is work within those laws to cut you as much of a break as possible, okay? Because I understand if you don't self-identify as Mr. Jackson, if you self-identify as something else, the fact that you're going to receive citations today is really going to jam you up because you'll probably FTA for court and it'll become an issue with a warrant later on. What we're trying to do is keep this as easy for you as possible. Currently, your car is parked blocking a driveway, which gives us the right to tow it because you're not going to be able to move this car because you don't have a valid license. What I would like to be able to do with your permission, of course, is I would like to move your car into a valid parking spot. That would be...
This Moors doctrine is very, like, this is, in my opinion, out of all the black doctrines I ever heard, including that clown nigga Nature Boy, this is the most dangerous doctrine in the black community. This particular Moors doctrine. All Moors don't teach this, but this particular Moors doctrine is probably the most harmful to black society and to America.
I can move it up.
Okay? So then from that point on, if you have a valid licensed driver that wants to swing by and drive this car away, the car is great to do so, right? Your license is valid. It's just a learner.
I don't have a license.
You don't have a full license. You have
I don't have a license.
Okay? So I'm willing to work for that because the fact that you're going to receive citations today is already going to be a little bit of a financial burden on you. What I don't want to do is then add an unnecessary tow bill, which until you then decide to take a registration for the vehicle and go pick it up.
So the officer trying to cut this young man a break, and he just being combative. He's trying to pitch this Moorish bullshit, and you just find yourself, man, just crazy.
Continues to amass. All right, so I'm trying to figure out what I can do to help you out. They called you out because you wanted to talk with a supervisor, somebody that had a little bit more discretion, a little bit of leverage, and that's why I'm here today.
The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport one's property thereon. I'm not dealing commerce right now. So I'm not transporting any goods. There's no injured party. I'm being detained.
And
all right, so we're gonna challenge his right to travel right after this. He got another video. So after his second video, we're gonna challenge this right to travel versus driver license to see if it's accurate. Is any accurate information to this?
Like I said, okay, that is the way that you wish that this was going to go. Unfortunately, that is not the rules and the reality in which we function. Okay, so I'm trying to do my best for you. That I know that it's frustrating to have all these police officers around. I know that it's frustrating to have to be, sitting here parked, surrounded by us for as long as you have. And I appreciate the fact that you're still being calm, you're still being rational, okay? So we're going to try to strike while that iron is hot, okay, and use that rationality for you to understand this doesn't end the way that paper...
Can I ask you one question?
Sure, man.
What is your nationality?
I'm a United States citizen.
So a United States citizen cannot...
Okay.
A U.S. citizen cannot enforce law.
And I'm going to start it, we can cancel it, but I'm going to start it.
This dude just said a U.S. citizen cannot enforce law. This dude is out of his damn mind, yo.
A U.S. citizen cannot enforce law.
I know that you kind of got that now there's a time frame going on, okay? So what happens is in Baltimore County, there's a number of companies that have a contract with the county, and their contract states that they are able to arrive on scene anywhere we request a tow within a 15-minute time period. All right, usually it takes less than that. So I would love to be able to cancel that tow and not have you end up with a tow bill over this. Right? So I get it, but your place to make...
So he's willing to cancel the tow. If that tow gets there, that's about $150, okay?
Make this sort of logistical stand not here on the street. Right, we at the end of the day are police officers.
So we can take it to court. Yes, we can.
Now he want to take it to court like he can actually win. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 0 wins in court amongst the Moorish community. I'm going to play a video which tried to mislead us to act like they actually won, and I'm going to tell you how they dropped the charges. It wasn't because this Moorish doctrine bullshit. It was because of technicality. Don't worry, I'll play it.
Arguing are things that can argue in court and things that can argue in front of the legislature.
All right.
So when Officer Usher brings the citations up, it's going to say, here's how you pay it, here's how you take it to court. If taking it to court is what you desire, perfect. That's well within your rights to do.
They're going to take this dude's card as full.
All right.
All right. So is there a phone call that we can make, somebody to come give you a ride, or are you close enough to take
you guys can't tow my car.
Well, we can, because you can't drive it forward because you don't have the valid license.
I mean, listen. That dude, Taj, not Sarnetta, really Taj Tariq Bey is the grandfather, is the god of this bull, right? And he's responsible solely for this kid's fate. And it's just sad, man. This is a young man under probably 25, believing this garbage. Studied every day, but won't study finances, won't study real estate, stock, bond, nothing constructive, but will study this garbage.
Okay.
Won't study a second language, but study this garbage day and night and put all hours into it just to argue and be on the wrong side of the law. This is just sad. And remember, I'm going to challenge his right to travel. We're going to see if there's any validity to that.
And the place that you...
I'm not driving, though. I'm traveling.
Grand Chic,
I'm traveling.
Is blocking a residential driveway. So
I can easily travel up right now.
These are the things that are going to become an issue for you. Is that if you move the car right now, right, you're invited...
Yo, but where's his parents at? That's the thing that's killing me. Like, these supposed to be having parents, man. And the parents are just like, they're that influential in their kids' lives? Like, damn.
Violation, you're doing this thing in my presence, which is a lot different than the fact that when this officer pulled you over, we hadn't identified you. Now that we know you're not a valid licensed driver,
he hasn't identified himself either.
Okay, I'm trying to help you out. Your place to argue it is in a court of law.
All right, so we can take it there.
Okay, so that's where it will go eventually. But for right now, your car's either getting towed or I'm moving it. Right? Those are your options. And I feel like I've done as good of a job as I can of explaining. You've done an excellent job of explaining your side. The problem being that...
What's the problem?
Your side is something that's argued in a court of law and a legislature. It's not argued on the street where we are already...
I haven't identified myself as a corporation for you guys to even act on as being as acting over me as a corporate person.
You heard this crazy Negro, man? A corporation.
So...
Before you became enlightened to your current way of thinking, you subscribed to the traditional values and beliefs, and you got your picture taken because you really wanted to drive a car.
Right, dude, you went and got your learner's permit, okay? Your driver's permit, so stop it. You did believe the conventional way at one point, so let's stop it.
Okay, that's how we got your picture, that's how we're able to positively identify it. So, you may have changed.
But did I agree to that's me?
But all of that came
I didn't agree.
So he take a picture, he take documentation. Now he doesn't want to agree that that's him in that photo. Like, come on, man.
Agree to that being me.
Okay, so here's your options. Either the car gets towed, you get removed from the vehicle to allow for that to happen. You step out of the vehicle.
So you guys are going to verbally come inside of my car.
Not verbally
without
inside.
Permission.
No. Not verbally inside. They're going to physically go inside your car. Right now, he's verbally inside your car. He's going to be physically in your car in a second.
Violating you guys' rights on camera. That's what you guys want to do?
And it will be on 8 or 9 cameras at this point. Okay? So I know that you're a rational guy. You want to be able to present your case. I've already informed you that this is not the proper venue to make that case, right? We have the laws that we function by. You wish to change these things, or you wish to subscribe to your own based on your beliefs, but those are not things that get argued at a street level. These are things that get argued at a level much higher than this. Okay? So I'm going to move your car so that we don't have to tow it, because the tow bills start to rack up pretty significantly. All right?
Right.
And if you really want to go to court, and if you want to get legal representation, all these things cost time and money.
Let's share the link.
So I want to do some reading first.
So I can move my car out of the way, right?
We are going to move your car back so it's a legal parking spot, but then you are not able to drive your car away. You have to wait for a valid licensed driver to either sit in the passenger seat or take over the driver.
So this white police officer, who some call the pig or cave dweller, he's doing this young man a straight solid. They're going to allow him, they're going to park his car legally so it does not have to get towed. This white police officer does not, he already understands the dude is in a problem, all right? A big problem. But he's not going to allow him to be in a bigger problem. He's going to move his car himself. The police officer is going to back his car up in a legal spot so it does not have to get towed. And all he needs is a person that comes down with a legal driver's license, and they'll be able to move his car with him in it. That's a straight solid. But coming from our community, white cops all hate you, and they out there to get you.
I get it. I mean, it's frustrating. You're just
he's talking to him with respect, and I understand. We up north. This is Pennsylvania. I understand the cops. Our experiences with cops are different than yours. I get it, but y'all can't enforce y'all experience on us like we can't enforce our experiences on you. So we gotta listen to each other. That's the bottom line.
Trying to be heard, but unfortunately, there's only so much wiggle room that we have here. Okay. So what's it gonna be? Would you like to get your vehicle towed, or would you like to have us move back?
I'll move it back. I mean, that's like, you guys are violating your guys' rights.
He's still talking trash. It's crazy.
I mean,
can we clear a spot behind here so we can get it moved back?
All right.
Whoever's behind, usher back up, and then usher back up. And I appreciate it, right? I'm trying to help you out as best as I can, because I understand that you and I are sort of never going to have the same philosophical beliefs about that. But I can only enforce what the legislature's telling me to. So that's where we are. All right, see how you have plenty of spots?
About to get
so Officer Qualhouse is going to make sure you don't bump into the back of a police car by accident, okay?
Okay.
All right, so go ahead and back it up.
He learned the truth. All right, so you allowed him to back it up.
Typing up the citations now. He's going to come.
Yeah, man. I am eBay.
I am eBay.
So his name is I Am eBay. I mean, that just like a name like that lets me question his mentality, his his mind state.
Jackson, I never got the. What is the name that you would prefer for me to call you, or the name that you identify with?
I am eBay. I told him that. I am eBay.
I am eBay.
The Moors learned from he got a Moors learned from me.
I am me.
I am eBay. Wow.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I actually this morning I went to Wawa to get my coffee, and I see a police officer he wasn't really in full uniform. He could have been a detective, but his gun was clearly shown with his badge, right? And he said he was not patrolling at this current time. But I asked him a question. I said, good morning. I said, let me ask you a question. I said, I'm a journalist in nature. I said, have you ever come across a sovereign citizen? And, this cop could have been white. He could have been Hispanic. I couldn't really tell. But he was very nice. It's almost like he kind of like read me to be a sovereign citizen. So he didn't want to be too nasty. But he was getting him like a way out. But he was saying like, he said, some of these people crazy. He said they will put a lien on you, on your house. He said, they got some loopholes, and that they'll cause you some distress. He said, you know, he dealt with a number of them. He dealt with sovereign citizens, he dealt with Moors. And he said, man, like these people, you give them a ticket, man. He said, that's why they be letting them go. You know, you give them a ticket, you got to lean on your house. And you got to fight and win it over. And I'm going to show some stuff. He wasn't lying. I'm going to show some stuff.
And you are unfree to leave in this vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah,
The whole separate occasion. He just like getting pulled over, man.
Okay, I need you to sign right here by these X's. This is for must appear citations. You're being issued a must appear citation. This basically acknowledges that within 5 days of receiving these citations, you need to go to speak with a district court commissioner
eBay, right?
and request a trial date.
That's a good one.
Okay? You know where the district courthouse is? This is Wilkins Avenue right here. It's about 1.5 miles that way.
Right.
All right?
I don't. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
Okay, so this is the must appear form. Like I said, within 5 days, it says it right here. You have to go see a district court commissioner and and request a trial date because there are must appear citations in here. Okay. This other half is the notice of advice of rights to counsel for all judicial proceedings. Because you're going to have to go to court for this, for all judicial proceedings, you have the right to an attorney. All right. This explains that right to have a counsel and consult counsel and have a lawyer present for any and all judicial proceedings. You understand that?
I mean, I understand, but
okay,
I don't
Understands. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. He understands.
All right.
I don't
so
agree with signing anything.
Well, I mean, this isn't an admission of guilt. It's just signing saying that I explained it to you. You're going to get a copy of it. I'm going to get a copy of it. I mean, I have it on camera right here that I just explained it to you. So
okay,
really,
then that's enough.
Yeah,
then
exactly.
That's
so
enough.
it doesn't make a difference to me. Right. But you know, when you go to court, I'm going to show up with an unsigned thing. I'm going to write defendant refused to sign. It's going to be on camera that you refuse to sign. It's just not going to look good for you.
No,
okay.
No,
All right. Just as long as you're aware of that. So, like I said, here are a whole bunch of citations. There's also a Maryland Safety Equipment Repair Order.
I mean, you guys say get the 10 off.
Exactly.
I'll get that fixed.
Okay.
I'm not gonna play the whole video.
Like I said, at this point, we allowed you to move your car to a legal parking space, and you are not allowed to travel in this vehicle on Baltimore County roads or any roads in the state of Maryland because you will be in violation of the license restriction.
You heard him explain exactly where he cannot drive this car at. Listen to what he Listen, I want you guys to listen and put this in your memory bank. Okay, he's telling him where he's not allowed to drive this car without a driver's license or without a learner's permit with an adult with a driver's license. Watch this. He's gonna tell him. Okay, this young man should have documented it.
To travel into a legal park. At this point, we allowed you to move your car to a legal parking space, and you are not allowed to travel in this vehicle on Baltimore County roads.
He's not allowed, and you are not allowed to travel on county roads
or any roads in the state of Maryland
or any roads in your state
because you will be in violation of the license restriction.
You will be in violations of the license restriction. Okay, roads, county roads, state roads. You cannot use those roads to travel. Now, maybe through woods and all type of stuff like that. Yeah, you do what you want to do. But on these roads, you cannot travel because of the driver's license restriction. You need a driver's license.
Via the MVA when you got your learner's permit that you acknowledged to follow. So I'm not going to leave here, this car behind you, until I see you out of the vehicle and walking away from the vehicle. If I see you driving away in this vehicle, I'm going to pull you over again and I'm going to issue all the same citations. And at that point, you will be subject to arrest for failing to obey a lawful order and all of the subsequent traffic charges that we...
So they giving the guy a break. They're saying, walk away from the car and we'll leave. If we catch you in that car again, this time you're going to jail and you'll get all the citations all over again. but you'd be facing jail time as well.
Just went over. Do you understand that?
He doesn't understand that. He understands that.
I understand, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go sit. Understand that?
I understand, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go sit in my car until you make a decision. And like I said, if I see this car move, we're gonna go through this all again. My supervisors are gonna be right around the corner. All right? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Thank you for your time.
Hey, guys. Can I speak to the supervisor?
Yo, he loves to ask for a supervisor. I don't know what was obsession with supervisor.
Supervisor. I just wanted to, I want to pull it closer. I want to pop.
Yeah, yo, they get this guy a break. But they kind of encourage him because these breaks he look at as a win.
The tow truck just came. That tow truck ain't for me. Hot.
Yeah, but you see how they always conveniently pause the video before they go ahead and get thrown out the car. They always pause the video. All right, so anyway, let's look at this rights to travel. Let's see, where are we? Oh boy. Where did I put it? Oh my God, I hope I ain't. I hope. Oh, look at the pastor that got robbed. So the pastor who got robbed in New York for over $1 million of jewelry, he's under investigation because his dark past. He has some insurance scams in his past, so he's under investigation. They believe this might be an insurance fraud scheme, something like that. Okay, so he is under investigation. That's what this article is saying. I will post a link inside the chat. You can read for yourself. I was gonna read it, but there you go. Now the question is, what did I do with my reading material? Oh, here's right here. Okay, so let me make it big for you guys to see. Okay, what is the right to travel? The United States Constitution provides the legal basis for many of the rights American citizens enjoy. However, like most culturally important writings, the Constitution is interpreted differently by different people. One of the freedoms based in the Constitution is our freedom of movement. So you have freedom of movement and subsequent right to travel. So you do have a right to travel. Some people interpret this right as meaning that they do not need a driver's license to operate a vehicle on public roadways, but do state and federal laws agree with that interpretation? So, okay, so you have a right to travel. The Constitution is not denying that. But do you have the right to operate that vehicle on public roadways, public roadways? Do you need a valid driver's license to drive if you already have the right to travel? Okay, so we already got the right to travel, but do you have the right to what we call drive afterwards? Let's see. Can we trust Yahoo News? Okay, if you have the right to travel, you should be able to travel freely on public roads, right? Not without a driver license, IME Bay. No matter which state you live in, you are required by law to have a valid driver's license and all endorsements needed for this type of vehicle you are operating, e.g. motorcycle endorsements, commercial vehicles endorsements, etc. Driving without a valid license can result in significant charges. In terms of US law, your right to travel does not mean you have the right to drive or to a particular mode of travel, i.e. a motor vehicle, airplane, etc. Why? Because roads and highways are public infrastructure. Everybody say it with me. Come on. Why you can't drive without a license? Why you can't travel without a license? Because roads and highways are public infrastructure, and operating a vehicle poorly has the potential harm others. Let me read that over. because roads and highways are public infrastructure, and operating a vehicle poorly has the potential to harm others and their property. State governments are within their rights to require citizens to have a driver's license before operating a vehicle on public roads. And states do not require drivers to be properly licensed. Sorry, I'm bugging. And states do require drivers to be properly licensed. Okay? State governments are within their rights to require citizens to have a driver's license before operating a vehicle on public roads. And states do require drivers to be properly licensed, not no Moore's license. What about freedom of movement? Just because you have a right does not mean that right is not subject to limitations. For example, you have a right to free speech, but that does not mean you can yell fire in a crowded theater or you can incite violence, because consequences for operating a vehicle poorly, it just makes sense. Because the consequences for operating a vehicle poorly or without adequate training could harm others. It is in everyone's best interest to make sure the people whom you share the road know what they are doing. Okay, so legal resources. If you believe your rights have been unjustly limited, you may have grounds for legal action. An experienced legal professional can provide advice and assistance when it comes to ensuring you are able to fully exercise. So there you go. There you go. This is why. Because one, because roads and highways are public infrastructure, and two, operating a vehicle poorly, you can potentially harm others and their property. So because of that, states governments are within their rights to require citizens to have a driver's license. Don't forget, there's something called state law. So you have constitutional law and you have state law. State law is not necessarily in the Constitution, but it doesn't mean it's unlawful. As long as it doesn't contradict or violate your constitutional rights, state law can be passed and it could be law in that state and they can always change. It's not forever. State law can be changed depending upon who's in office. But the Constitution is what it is and it's always going to be. All right. So let me put that in the chat. All right. Yeah, well, no, ma'am. If you're in a crowded theater and you yell fire, you'll see what happens to you next. You can tell them that. All right. So I want to go to Exhibit A. All right. So let me go to Exhibit A. So this is an argument that some of you probably didn't see. So let's see. But don't worry, I got more material on the right to travel. Right, I got more. It's just in video form, but I wanted to read something. I got more material on that one. I'm not gonna let you down. I'm not gonna let you down. Oh my God. What the hell is this? Yo, Billy Carson's a hot topic. Science with Sean is dealing with him. Yo, my boy be acting like Billy Carson is so credible. Okay, here we are. All right, here we go. I'm gonna share my screen. Some of you probably didn't see this live right here.
Circles, and that's
I'm telling you.
Being ignorant. So they have, checks and balances for that.
Yeah.
So what form of government do you think that's called?
Okay, so a Moor actually called in. A real Moor actually called in. All right. So one of his peoples was in the chat the day before, and he said that he's gonna get his representative to call in. So I said, yeah, you can do that. So he called in.
So I made you and Stu Pease the co-host. Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, no, I ain't
Right.
showing
Are you
my
going?
face.
Are you going to share?
I'm not going. I can share my screen, but I won't share my face. But I definitely.
So that's the Moor right there. That's the Moor talking.
Definitely share my screen in case I gotta like show y'all whatever y'all need to see.
All right. So let me. So right now I'm in the car, running to the store. So just get. So just, you could talk, and then when I come back, we can I could unshare my screen. You could share yours. So what's going on, brother? So you watched some of the shows. You was referred here by your
man.
boy Cheetah Bay.
I respect.
Listen to the Moor, okay?
What y'all doing, man? Definitely, man. Y'all seen y'all show? What was it, yesterday?
Yeah.
Sent it to me, and I saw y'all going through the videos and stuff, man. That's what's up because I'm glad y'all talking about it. I'm not worried about if y'all talking against it or not, as long as it's being talked about.
Yeah.
I'm saying. I learned from
Can I ask
Easy.
you your age and where you from?
Yeah, I'm 38, and I'm from the District of Columbia. I'm from the belly of the beast, huh?
How long you been with the MSTA, or are you?
No, I'm not a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America. I actually went there in the beginning of, joining the movement in 2011. And before I went there, I heard Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey speak about why he had to disperse the information on the outside of the temple because a lot of the heads of the temples were sold out. They were COINTELPRO. And not all of them, but a lot of them. And if you all don't know what COINTELPRO is, that's counterintelligence program started by J. Edgar Hoover for the FBI.
Yeah, we OGs over here.
Okay, yeah, just all good. So y'all already know. So it was infiltrated.
Yeah.
And when I went there, now see me myself, I don't get involved in things until I study it. I used to work for the United States Department of State. I was a federal employee, not police or military or anything like that. I was a regular federal employee. I went to what was it, the Passport to Work program when I was a teenager. Because my mom was working there for years. So I've met ambassadors, I've met public ministers, I've met consuls, I've seen embassies. I've always saw the flags on their pins when they wear suits, flags in front of the embassies, in front of their houses, flags in front of their cars. I never understood it. They always made sure their flag was shown whenever they came in the room, on the road, whatever, even on their paperwork. So when I got in this movement, it was familiar to me. I just didn't know what I was looking at back then when I was young, working for State Department. And, this was, I worked all the way up to where I got pictures with Colin Powell.
Let me fast forward.
And so in Circle 7, the Moorish literature talks about how this was a civic organization before it was a religious organization. And I looked up what civics is. Civics is the science that teaches citizenship, law, government, and the...
Yeah, but it doesn't teach us sovereign citizenship. That's some white supremacist, racist doctrine that was founded by white racists in the 1960s. The first black Moor in this country to adopt the sovereign citizen talking points was in 1982. White people have been doing this since the 1960s, okay? White supremacist groups been doing this since the 1960s.
Protection of our rights. And, you got a right to do anything just as long as it does not infringe on the rights of someone else. You know what I mean? So then there's a such thing as...
Anything you said?
Say that again?
You said anything?
Yeah, anything that you are able to do. Like you can't just jump up and not come back down. The law of gravity is going to take an effect. but anything that you are able to do, like you're able, if you're competent, if you're able to be an architecture and you can build something and you're able to do that, then you can do it. That's what I mean when I say able, not just anything like ignorantly, because there's a such thing as a law of cause and effect. If you infringe on my rights, I have a right to defend myself. You understand what I'm saying?
I thought you were alluding to like you can break the law.
Hell no, nah.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Now, when it comes to that, because a lot of
So
people
you're saying do anything, like if I want to start a toilet paper company, I can do it if I put my mind to it. Is that what you're trying to say?
right, without having a license, because you don't need permission from anybody to start a toilet paper company.
Okay, so this is the part where he went left. So we just talked about lawfully, and now he's trying to say you can't have a license, but again, lawfully you do, because who makes the laws? In the state, a state does. So if a state passed something and it's a law, it becomes law. Like the state can do abortions where it's law to have it is legal, where it's legal to have an abortion, and they could change their mind and say now it's unlawful, it's illegal to have an abortion. So it's up to the state laws to determine what's lawful and what's unlawful. So if the state determines you need a license to start that toilet paper company, my brother, you're gonna need a license.
Otherwise, that'll make you a subject or somebody's slave. Think about it. You're subject to the will of somebody else or a will of a group of men that you had nothing to do with, but for some reason, you're bound to this legislation or this rule that you had no say-so in. Remember, we're still in the jungle.
But you got. This is what you have to understand, though. You know the reason. Let me just say this a little small example.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they say they have an electoral college really is you have people, some are educated, some people aren't educated.
Right.
You can't allow a bunch of uneducated people to make any
decide the
kind
fate
of
of the
choice.
country.
Right. You can't have uneducated people running anything or deciding anything, being ignorant. So they have, checks and balances for that.
Yeah.
So what form of government do you think that's called? And this is a good conversation. I'm glad you all are making these points. What form
Go ahead. Say it again.
of government do you think that is called? That's called a representative form of government, right? Because
well, obviously, but you have a representative form of government in a republic type of government and also in a democracy type of government. But our government is literally both. We have the tenets to be republic and we have the tenets to be a democracy, but we're not either or, like solely. This country is both republic and democratic. Is both. We're both. We're literally, go and Google it. We're not a democracy by itself, and we're not a republic by itself. We are literally both. Okay? Even, both.
the uneducated people can't be in the front line making decisions. It has to be the educated people. So the uneducated people are represented by the educated people, is what you're saying, right?
So what he's doing is this is like catechisms, like this is their talking points that they use with laymen, because like who the hell really knew that America is a republic and democracy? Because a lot of us be like, shit, what's the difference? When you look up both the differences, they're almost the same. It's just that in a republic, the people have more so, they might slightly outweigh the government. In a democracy, the government outweigh the people. We're both.
Right.
Well, it's sort of like this. Say I have no kind of business savvy. I'm just uneducated. I don't know business. And I'm a part of your company. You wouldn't want me making decisions for your company if you're just being real and honest. You get what I'm saying? So it's the same kind of way in another. It's the same kind of way in another sense, and you have to kind of respect that instead of fight that.
Well, no, it's not a fight.
That's intelligent. That's intelligent to do.
It's a form of government. That's why I asked. Now, when you go
that's a good thing. It's not a negative thing. Are you saying?
No. It's not a good or bad thing. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Article 4, Section 4.
Now here they go cherry picking the Constitution.
Of the Constitution for the United States of North America, it states that the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government. They don't say that on the TV. They say democracy. Here's why. I'm about to do a screen share. Oh, I can't.
Yeah, so just go ahead and Google, is America a republic or democracy? And you're going to read that it says both.
Are you going to allow me to do the screen share?
No, just give me, I'm in the store, I'm in the liquor store. I'm going to get something, you know what I mean? Sunday's my Friday.
That's
Let's discuss this one thing, because I think you came into the chat. What's your name again, brother?
Who enforce the Constitution?
What's your name again?
Yeah.
What's your name again, brother?
So he represents enforce the Constitution.
The name is enforce the Constitution. That's the name.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you first commented in the chat, it was in regards to a statement about driving, the right to travel. Okay, what's your view on that?
Now, this goes back to the form of government. That's what I'm getting to. The point is the form of government. That also ties in with driving versus traveling. So, when the brother get a chance, because all I was going to do, bro, was go to the Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition.
Oh, not the Black
definition of Republican government. And from there, we were going to start our conversation as far as driving versus traveling. And you'll see the point that I'm getting to if I'm able to do the screen share.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, do you think most humans in North America have the right to drive a car? Is that what you're saying? I mean,
they have a right. No.
Without getting a license.
Now here's the deal. What they did to us with education, because the word education means docility training for animals. We want erudition. That means to be learned. Education is how we got in the situation. What they did in those institutions that they called school was they taught us connotative linguistics. Connotation is the suggestive meaning of a word, in addition to the explicit meaning. Denotation is the explicit meaning of a word. So when you say, what is your thoughts on driving? That implies that you are using the word drive to the means to travel. I can't make out somebody.
Somebody.
Nah, good. I'll mute up.
Okay, let me just say this, because I don't like to have a lot of confusion when we just have a simple discussion.
No. I don't want to call. No, all I was doing was I wanted to point out the.
No. I just want to make it. I just want to make it. Let me just say this sentence, before we just get into this conversation. Okay, when you said I said we OGs over here. Okay, so I have extremely great reading comprehension. I'm great with definition and vocabulary, so we don't have to do that. We're just speaking plain to each other as human as we do. Okay, I don't want to get into the semantics things because it'll take a long time. And
no, that's what.
When someone says, "Do you think everyone has a right without to have a license to drive?" Do you feel that everyone should be able to drive without a license?
All right, so before you answer that question, let me back up to get that question again. Let me first share my screen real fast, just so we all can learn something together. Okay, so a democratic republic. A democratic republic is a form of government operating on principles adopted from a republic and a democracy. As a cross between two exceedingly similar systems, democratic republics may function on principles shared by both republics and democracies, right? That's us. While not all democracies are republics, constitutional monarchies, and not all republics are democracies, common definitions of the terms democracy and republic often feature overlapping concerns, suggesting that many democracies function as republics and many republics operate on democratic principles, as shown by these definitions from Oxford English definition. a republic, okay, just for the record, a state in which supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives. Who has the power? The people, okay? So this is the stance that the states had held before the Civil War, right, against the federal government. A democracy is the federal government, and that's their stance. And they are a system of government by the whole population or all the eligible members of a state, typically through elected representatives. So it's a mixture. So let's see if I need to read that. Yeah, skimming through it. Okay, so it says it also employs the concept, for instance, of a constitutional democracy in which a court system is involved in matters of jurisprudence. However, these republics were indeed democratic republics and use blah, 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 blah. Okay, as with other democracies, not all persons in a democratic republic are necessary citizens, blah, 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 blah. But I want to get to this. This is important right here, because you guys heard me say this over and over and over. I researched government way during the pandemic. I know what I'm talking about. Historically, some inconsistency around the term is frequent. United States, prior to the American Revolution, in what is now the United States, and before the coming age of the crown republics of constitutional monarchies in the UK and other European countries, democracy and republic were used more or less interchangeably because they're very similar in definition. And the concepts associated with representative democracy and hence with a democratic republic are suggested by John Adams writing in 1784. Okay, when they was coming up with the Articles of Confederation and the Bill of Rights. Okay, so no determinations are carried, it is true, in a simple or representative democracy, but by consent of the majority of their representatives. All right, so there you go. So we are both. We are democracy and a republic, and they're often used interchangeably. All right, so if anybody was confused on that, there you go. Let me add the link in the chat. Read it for yourself, the whole thing. And let's keep moving. So the question Chief X asked, do you believe that all American citizens has the right to travel without a driver license?
Have the right when someone things because it'll take a long time. And
No, that's what.
When someone says, do you think everyone has the a right without to have a license to drive? Do you feel that everyone should be able to drive without a license? What do you?
All right, drive is a commercial word. That's the point that I was getting to.
We understand that. We know what drive means. That means get inside of a car, push your foot on the pedal.
That's not what drive means, brother.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. I don't want to do the semantic thing. Everybody listening to us.
Wait a minute. The point won't get across if we don't do the semantic thing. That's basically us saying words that.
Now, I never had a discussion with a Moore before, never interviewed one, never had a dialogue with one. So I had no idea where this conversation could go, by the way, when I invited him Moore. I had no idea. But when he went this route, I knew this should be easy for us. At least, you know what I mean? I knew he messed up. I knew he was done.
That don't mean.
But he was talking to us. You see, he tried to explain COINTEL to us. And then Chief X said, no, we're OGs over here, brother. You can stop. So he's usually talking to people that don't know the things he knows. So now when he goes into the articles and the Constitution, he thinks that we don't know because he used to, confusing people and hypnotizing people in this doctrine and these legalese and the Constitution, that can wow certain people. So, but you'll see it got rough for him.
What they really mean, and that's what changes the concept. Because listen,
no, but this is what I'm saying.
Hold on, real quick. Let me give you this example. I heard you. If I was to say elephant, but you saw in your mind a giraffe, because you think the word elephant means giraffe, then that means you're going to be listening to something completely different than what I'm saying. So
no, I'm talking about what 99. No, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. I'm 52 years old. And 99.5% of the people I've ever spoken to in my 52 years know exactly what I mean when I say drive. So
Right.
We don't have to do that, bro.
Nah, no. That's in your world. What I'm telling you from
In
my
my world and in 99.5% other people's world. So let's not focus on the
that's not the truth. I can prove that.
Can I
can prove
rephrase
it.
the question? Hold on. This is stupid. Can I rephrase the question?
Hey,
Does
look, you're saying
everybody-
basically, do you
Hold on,
need
brother.
a driver's
Hold on.
license to get on the road, to get in the car, start it, and go forward? That's the travel. You don't. You
Okay, and we just read you do. On public roads, you do. You need a license because of liability, all right? You can actually injure somebody in that motor vehicle, whether it be a car, plane, motorcycle, whatever it is. You need, if it can cause harm and property damage, major property damage, you need a driver's license. The state made it law. All right, there's no way out of that. So we're not gonna listen to you.
don't need a driver's license. You do not. And I got a bunch of cases on my website to show all of these people in the world that you're talking about.
No more has ever won in court. And I'm gonna show you a case where Moore allegedly won, but he really didn't. The charge was dropped because of a technicality. I'm gonna play it.
You don't need a driver's license. Those are they're certified documents on the website that you can look up on any of the online case search.
Okay, cool.
Their
So why don't you need one? What's the reason why?
Thirsty.
Because you don't have to drive is a commercial activity. You have bus drivers, limousine drivers, taxi cab drivers, truck drivers. Those are all offering a service, either a service that they're offering or the train.
So now I don't know if he just stuck in his talking points, or he really does not know, or he's just trying to fill us out and deceive us. But anything that deals with public, DMV, like you watch the videos, it's public accessible, you can record. Like these are state laws and constitutional laws. Okay, come on. Police stations and library, they got their own laws, and it's based upon either it's government, definitely, whether it's federal or state government. The government controls it. Okay, that's it. The government tells you what's lawful and what's not lawful on an Air Force base, a juvenile detention center, a prison, right? Well, prison, I'm not sure, that's private, but public places, public airport, public. Government reigns supreme publicly. So on the road, those are public highways, public roads. The government is going to reign supreme as far as the laws. You got it? And the government says you need a driver's license, not a traveling certificate. You need a driver's license to travel on those roads. End of the story.
Transporting
this is why they stay getting pulled over. Nobody gets not pulled over.
Goods or products.
Right, and
that is driving. Yes, you
license.
need a permission. You need a permission from the owner of the company, unless you're driving your own vehicle. No, you do not. If you're doing your own private commerce.
So when I find my charger to my other laptop, I'm gonna go in storage and find it, and I'm going to show you how government was built. It's a little lengthy, but it's important. I'm gonna show you how government was built, and you'll understand where these talking points stem from, and you understand that what he's saying is nothing but the Confederates, right? His talking points are all their origins are found with Confederates, who some would call white supremacists and things like that. You dig?
You do not need a driver's license. If you are hiring other people to drive for your company, yes, those other people would need a license from you. They would need a license from you.
But I don't know if he's talking 1780s. I don't think there were roads and highways at that time, my boy.
No, no license needs to come from the state to drive or to travel on this land. No, absolutely.
Said land. What about public roads and highways? This dude is just like misrepresenting the data.
Right, now, okay, so are you saying this is some federal rule or some federal thing? Let me just, because I'm about to correct you real quick.
No, it's a constitution thing. It comes
now, thank you. I know
it's not even constitutional because the states have the right to create their own laws. These laws don't contradict or violate or hinder your constitutional rights.
Now I know where you're coming from. So let me correct
Yeah, I'm
it for
coming
the
from
audience.
the instrument that they all take oaths to
No,
uphold and support.
I get you. I get you.
Okay.
Now let me correct something for the audience sake.
Jim Crow wasn't constitutional, neither was segregation. That was state laws, or even state acceptance, something like that, whatever it was. It wasn't in the Constitution, but it was enforced.
Just let me roll for like 30 seconds. Now, this is what the Moors have always taught. Taj Tariq Bey has taught the same thing, okay? But what they leave out is, and they leave out intentionally, or maybe you guys just don't know, but the Feds gave driving rights and privileges over to the state. So they have no say-so. The state controls it. That's why they developed a Department of Motor Vehicles. It's called the State of the Department of Motor Vehicles. They tell you. The feds don't tell you about the rules of driving. Your state does. Okay? But it's not a federal thing, brother. I don't know if you know or Taj Tariq Bey didn't know, but they've been turning it over to the state. So that federal thing has been kind of like amended.
Wait a minute. So hold up. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm about to quote Article 6, Clause 2, which is called the Supremacy Clause. It says this Constitution. Hold on.
All right. So now let's see if you quoted correctly. If not, I'll pull it up.
Because you just said.
Hold on. You got to quote the clause that was made after that corrected that.
It wasn't nothing corrected. Hold up. What amendment corrected the Sixth Amendment? The Sixth Article 6.
You're about to read a federal article. I'm telling you, after federal article,
this federal article says.
Wait.
So this one I'm going to chime in because the brother is saying what did he say? Because I'll let Chief X catch a fade by himself, and he was tripping. Chief X punched him in the face, dropped him a few times, stumbled him. But I'm about to come in from the blind side and really put him down.
Corrected the Sixth Amendment, the Sixth Article 6.
You're about to read a federal article. I'm telling you, after federal article,
this federal article says.
Wait. So all right. So now they both saying federal article. I don't think that's the right terminology. But
Wait. Hold on. All right, because I know something about this as well. So brother, the article you're reciting from, what date is that?
What date was the article in the Constitution?
Yes.
Drafted? 1789. Yes. That's when.
Okay, so now 1789 will be, that is going into the Bill of Rights. Okay.
And it was
okay.
That's when it was enacted.
Wait. Chief, I got it. Wait, Chief,
tell me the amendment that overturned the Supremacy Clause.
So now he knows that Chief X just used the wrong terminology with amendment, but really Chief X is saying, like, you're not reading the context.
My brother, just hold on one second.
Matter of fact, let's oh shit, come on. I hate these damn Macs, man. These goofy Macs. Damn. All right, Article 6, Supremacy Clause 2. Here we are. Oh boy. Article 6, Paragraph 2 of the U.S. Constitution is commonly referred to as the Supremacy Clause. It establishes that the federal Constitution and federal law generally take precedence over state laws and even state constitutions. All right, so we got Article 6. We got clause or paragraph 2, the Supremacy Clause. It established that the federal Constitution and federal law generally take precedence over state laws and even state constitutions. All right, so that's really clear there. So let's go ahead, and it prohibits states from let me write this bigger so you can see it. because these guys just got talking points. They don't really understand what they're reading. Okay, so it prohibits states from interfering with the federal government's exercise of its constitutional powers and from assuming any functions that are exclusively entrusted to the federal government. It does not, however, allow the federal government to review or veto state laws before they take effect. You see that? Okay, so I wanted something else here. So let me go back. It's not exactly what I wanted. I want, because this goes into federalism. Now look, it says Supremacy Clause, Article 6, Clause 2. And what's the next word you see here? You see federalism in America, all right? So now, if you're quoting Article 6, Clause 2 from the Supremacy Clause, you have to know what federalism is. So I'm gonna ask the brother this.
Hold on.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
I am listening.
Wait, hold on. All right, because this is my lane right here to some degree. That's why I asked what date. Now, my brother, that date, who was in control of my brother? Who was in control? Because I went to your website. I watched. I see you got the Articles of Confederation there. So if you got the Article of Confederation on your website, that means you know something. If you know your own, what's on your website.
Damn right, and the Articles of Association of 1774.
Got it. So who had more control of America at that point? Was it the states or the federal government?
It was the Continental Congress. If
Okay,
you
no,
know
wait.
about the Articles of Confederation, you
now this nigga knows what question I'm asking him. And this is what they do, man. Congress. He said Congress.
You're supposed to know that.
Oh, wait, hold on. But what we have here, well, are you aware of federalism? You aware of that?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with who was in control.
Okay, wait. He just said federalism has nothing to do with the article. It does. Supremacy Clause, Article 6, Clause 2, federalism in America. I asked the brother, what is federalism? See, you just got talking points. You don't understand what you're actually reading.
No. Hey, brother,
who was in control? Tell me who you think was in control.
No, it's not who I think. I know who's in control.
Okay, I will, but I'm asking you the questions now. So you say you're aware of federalism. Explain that to us.
No.
Absolutely not. No, that's off the point. We talking about the Supremacy Clause being overturned.
Now, he said that's from the point we're reading right here. It says Supremacy Clause, Article 6, Clause 2, federalism in America. I knew he knew nothing about federalism. I sensed it and I called his bluff.
I want to know what overturned this 1789 Supremacy Clause.
I thought so.
Everybody hold on.
Brother, hey, stupid. Hold on.
Okay, so I knew. Listen, I don't know how I knew, but when you read something entirely, right? I read this stuff. I watched videos on this stuff. Like I really do this stuff with the Constitution. Now I don't know it all. Somebody got me beat, but this more he ain't gonna have me beat, because no way that he's sticking with this. You can drive without license, and then he's correct with the Constitution. It's no way he's right. So I'm like, yo, he can't know what federalism is, because that's going to defeat his federal claims. Like he's acting like the federal government reigned supreme in 1789. They had little to no authority. The federal government didn't get its authority until the Civil War, after the Civil War, and then it reached like it's really reigned in after the Great Depression. So I'm trying to find out, when was this article written? That's what I'm really trying to find out right now. All right. So if I can get that, let me see. Oh my God. Yeah, this weather is crazy. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like out of the last 4 years, I maybe enjoyed the summertime one time, and that was probably last year. Like I've really been annoyed with the summertime. And I'm somebody who usually loves the summer, can't wait for it. And I really been like just not impressed with these summers. All right, so this is some good information here. I'll read this later. This is some good information here. This is good to know. Okay. One of the, you can't see this tiny. The courts and the supremacy clause. One of the most important judicial interpretations of the supremacy clause in Martin versus Hunter's Plessy in 1816. That's in this case, the U.S. Supreme Court addressed constitutional issues that were of great importance to the fledgling nation. All right. It's not really saying much. Okay. So the states have not always adhered to the procedure. Now watch this right here. Let me make sure this is what I want. All right, maybe. Let's see where this is going. Okay, so follow me on C. I'm the G, I'm in effect. All right. So we're here. The course, and let me put this in the link. It's not just for you, it's for me too. So when I watch this video over, I can go into the chat section and click these links. So it's for you and me. Savage Peace. Yeah, that more shit. APAC, what's up, my bro? So here we are, here. So I'm gonna scroll down, because we're talking, yeah, this is great history. I'm telling you, y'all really should want to know this. You really want to know this. It's just something in your back pocket, not to debate a Moor, screw the Moors. It's just a historical reference of how the American government was put together. Like, it's really a great piece of knowledge, believe me. Okay, and especially when you start hearing this legal jargon, Plessy versus this, it make a little sense to you, because everybody's gonna go back to the Constitution and the amendments and articles. Okay, so it says the states have not always adhered to the procedures set in Martin with respect to the supremacy of treaties and of federal judicial authority. So the states have not always adhered to what? Federal judicial authority. Why? Because that's because I asked the brother about federalism. See, I know what federalism is. That's a two-state government. He didn't know that. So the states have not always adhered to federal judicial authority. I know the government had little power and when America was first began, when the Constitution was written and when the Articles of Confederation was written. So it says in Missouri versus Holland, look at the dates. We're getting later and later and later. And I told you that the federal government really ain't get sole control until 1930 after the Great Depression. So in Missouri versus Holland, 1920, for instance, Missouri challenged the validity of a migratory bird treaty that the United States had reached with Canada. The treaty limited the hunting of Canadian birds on migration to the United States. Missouri, which had pre-existing laws that conflicted with the new treaty, sought an injunction against the treaty. The Missouri versus Holland did not challenge the authority of the United States to negotiate foreign treaties or their supremacy to state law per se. Rather, Missouri argued that the 10th Amendment reserved the power to regulate the hunting of migratory bird to the state. This guy want to hunt birds. All right, so I'm looking for something that I probably gotta read this over. I'm freestyling on. Okay, so I'll check that out later. It's not really what I wanted. What's this? Center for the Study of Federalism. Look, yeah, it says the Center for the Study of Federalism. It says, look, we got here. Supremacy Clause, Article 6, Clause 2. He mentioned this, and it says the Center for the Study of Federalism. I knew he didn't know. Let's go back.
No. Have here. What we have here, well, are you aware of federalism? You aware of that?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with who was in control.
No.
Okay.
So who was in control? Tell me who you think was in control.
Okay. So we have here, federalism have everything to do with it. Let me put this in the chat too. Right. This might be the same thing we just read, by the way. I think it's the same link. Yeah, I think the same link we just read. Yeah, the same thing. So I'm gonna read all this probably tomorrow. Okay. All right. Anyway, so let's go back. Let's go back.
Control.
Hey,
No.
I got you. Question. So I want him to say yes or no. Can you explain federalism to us? Yes or no, and then Supias can go. Just a simple yes or no question.
I'm not answering that question, bro.
So he said, "I'm not answering that question, bro."
Okay. So now hold on. Wait. So it's my turn. It's my turn.
You can't control me like that, bro. I'm not.
Okay.
Nah.
Now I can't control him, but he's trying to control Chief X and everybody else, though.
I'm not trying to get him the same thing he doesn't say. Wait, bro, wait, you gotta relax.
Hey, look, if y'all about to do that, I will leave. If y'all
This is what they normally do afterwards. Once they realize that the boiling water is too hot, they want to get up and go. All right, because he didn't expect this channel. He never heard this channel before. He was referred to from a Moor, Keith L. Bay, who seen one of my titles, which was Traveling Not Driving, Moors in Court. Right, so he came. No, I'm sorry. It wasn't this. It was another title, something to do with the Moors. And he said that he gonna have his representative to holler at us. I think it's just bullshit, but his representative was in the chat and he actually hopped on. Right, so I want to stop right there anyway. I want to do a video. I'll come back to that discussion. I want to do. Watch my basketball clips. I want to do a video. Okay, so this is Taj Tariq Bey. What is adverse claim? So he's promoting adverse claim. What is an adverse claim? All right. How do you make an adverse claim? Adverse claim means a claim that a claimant has a property interest in a security and that it is a violation of the rights of the claimant for another person to hold, transfer, or deal with security. Cool. What is claim of adverse possession? Because once they do, how do you make an adverse claim or what is adverse claim? They're going to go here next, the Moors. Some of them, not all Moors, but Taj Tariq Bey, that guy, his Moors, will go here next. What is a claim of adverse possession? Adverse possession is the legal process whereby a non-owner, that means you don't own a damn house, a non-owner occupant of a piece of land gains title and ownership of that land after a certain period of time. The claimant or decisior must demonstrate that several criteria has been met before the court will allow their claim. So some people call this squatting, right? So let me throw this in chat. So this is something that the Taj Tariq Bey's Moors promote heavy. Indigenous, welcome back. The Watcher, peace. All right, yeah, so let's go, right? So now we know what is a claim of adverse possession. Adverse possession is the legal process where a non-owner occupant of a piece of land gains title and ownership of that land after a certain period of time. Got it. So now the Moors, they, again, misrepresent this, and then they go with this with it. Look. So now he has a whole lecture. I'm telling you, yo, I watched this guy. This is damn near this was 4 hours, man. I watched damn near all of it. And this guy will not be, if y'all think Polite is slippery, if y'all think Inky is slippery and Pharaoh, no. Taj Tariq Bey, he is an ill, right, of the waters. This guy is, he will not say anything direct. Whatever his title is, if he says reclaim your sovereignty, he ain't gonna say that in the video. He is talking about everything. I was so frustrated and mad watching all this video. And I watched 2 of his shits today, and he just won't say it. Like, he won't even read the definition correctly. I was so pissed off, but I want you to see that he has the title. What is adverse claim? It's broken English. What is adverse claim and adverse possession? Okay, so let's get out of that. Let's go here. So now we know what it is now. So you see, adverse possession claims is really just legal squatting. So adverse possession claims is legal squatting, and this is what they push. And now it makes sense, guys, how that guy was able to break into that $6 million home and claim it for himself. That's called adverse possession, legal squatting. Check it out.
Outcry from an upscale neighborhood tonight after a 23-year-old man is discovered squatting inside a bank-owned multi-million-dollar mansion. And it's legal. He has the law on his side, and he's not alone in what he's doing. News Channel 5's Jeff Skripek has the latest now from the home on Golden Harbor Drive in Boca Raton. Jeff?
Well, Kelly, officers' hands are tied in this situation because the man who moved into this multi-million-dollar home here in Boca Raton filed one of these. It's an adverse possession claim form. And according to the county, their numbers this year were just 24 days into 2013, and yet 6 people have already done the same. It cost a person millions if they wanted to buy this home on Golden Harbor Drive in Boca Raton. But why fork out the cash or finance when a person could just squat for free?
Well, the rules are the rules. The rules to foreclose on a $2 million house are exactly the same as the rules to foreclose on a $20,000 condo.
Real estate lawyer Sherry Olofsson says adverse possession was created to help farmers use abandoned land. This latest use on a $2.5 million mansion is a use she expects to grow. The county says 13 claims were filed in 2011, 19 just last year, and just days into 2013, 6 adverse possession.
Look at this. Look what's going on here.
Claims have already come through.
One of the patterns that we've seen is that the people who do it tend to do it on multiple properties and over and over and over again.
From the stacks of old wood piled up here on the side of the house to this pool and spa that's full of green, mucky water that looks more like a lagoon than something someone would dive into. Even looking inside through the patio doors, there's hardly anything inside this home to show anyone actually lives here. But as long as Andre de Paula Barbosa pays all the bills and the taxes, this home could be his in 7 years if the bank doesn't step forward.
This is not the proper use. This is a mockery, and we need to clean it up until I ask.
State Senator Maria Sachs voted on a 2011 bill that attempted to tighten adverse possession. Where it fell short, Sachs says, is holding banks responsible.
They need to be motivated to move this vacant and abandoned property so that families can move into them and fuel our real estate market.
Now, when we've been out here today, we have yet to see any person actually go in or out of this home behind us here in Boca Raton. But to the delight of neighbors who have constantly been driving by telling us how angry they are, we did get a statement from Bank of America who says they are aware of the situation and they are going through the proper legal channels in order to get some sort of solution out here tonight in this neighborhood. Reporting live in Boca Raton, Jeff.
So now you see Todd Street Bay teaching adverse claims and adverse possession. That's, they're wild. This is why I call the Moors under Todd Street Bay leadership are some of the dangerous black groups around in this country.
Right now at 11, the Oakland mothers who illegally took over a home in November are now evicted.
Why they gotta be black, man? Oh my God.
While their occupation is over, they say their fight for housing is not. We're there as the Alameda County Sheriff's Department rolled up to force those mothers out. Good morning and thanks so much for joining us.
I wonder if they filled out their adverse possession application. They might have been able to stay there.
I'm Laura Garcia.
And I'm Marcus Washington. Now we brought you live breaking coverage of the eviction as it was happening.
You said the must have clicked it.
Apple turnover is delicious. Employee turnover, yucky. Improve your retention through better training. Keep and scale your team with Trainual.
Happening this morning on Today in the Bay, and we're still out there with team coverage for you this morning. NBC Bay Area Pizzeratos has response from the developer that owns that property, but we begin with Chris Sanchez and more on the eviction from the mothers and the sheriff's perspective. Chris?
Well, good morning to you, Marcus and Laura. 2 of those moms are at the Santa Rita jail. The house is now boarded up with plywood. The eviction notice is pasted to the front door. But the moms say that they are now lawyered up and they're ready to continue their fight for housing. Alameda County Sheriff's deputies used a battering ram to get into 2928 Magnolia Street at 5:30 this morning. 2 of the moms who illegally occupied the home in November were taken out in cuffs along with 1 other person. Supporters mobilized, and within 30 minutes, there were hundreds of people on the street.
I'm confused. If it's legal, then why are they leaving in handcuffs?
At one point, a community activist was shouting down deputies who were dressed in fatigues, armed with AR-15s, and stationed with armored vehicles. The one mom who was not arrested, Dominique Walker, told us they anticipated the eviction and sent the children somewhere safe. She says people should be appalled at the Alameda Sheriff's Department's tactics.
Our tax dollars went to this extreme force to evict mothers and children at 5 o'clock in the morning. We are saying no.
Alameda County Sheriff spokesman Ray Kelly says this was not the typical eviction.
They had come up with a system and a way to secure those doors to make them difficult for us to enter the home. So we could not enter the home traditionally with a key or using a locksmith. They were fortified in such a way that we had to use a ram and a tremendous amount of force to get through and defeat the mechanisms that they had put in place.
I should mention that though the moms had so much support out here in person, numbering in the hundreds, there are quite a few people who are sounding off on social media saying that the moms were squatters and that it was time for them to go from a home they took over illegally and that never belonged to them.
But how's that illegal if it's called adverse possession?
In Oakland, Chris Sanchez, NBC.
Homes that's like vacant, they actually can squat for a certain time period as long as they pay all the bills and the taxes. After 7 years, is theirs. Like that's what I just heard, and all of a sudden, see, it's funny. So the $6 million home mansion, I'm believing that somebody non-black squatted there, because that was, what the way they told that story, it was like, yo, this is the thing to do, man. This is a beautiful thing our country lets you do. Now they show black people, it's like they're just the burglars of the year.
A lot of people saying a lot on social media about this, Chris. Thank you.
And this morning we're also getting reaction from the developers, the actual homeowners behind this Oakland property. NBC Bay Area's Pete Serratos joins us live from Oakland with detail on their side of this.
Now I want to hear that, because this is one side of it. When they're black, they got demonized. They're squatters, they're bums. But a $6 million mansion, a $6 million home, and that was like a cute cuddly story. All right. Here we are.
A couple weeks ago, we told you some folks in Fort Wayne are trying to get out of their U.S. nationality in exchange for one called More. But some wonder if they're also trying to get out of U.S. obligations like paying taxes. Today, some local Moors sat down with us to answer those concerns.
Now, I understand, like, it's a tough position, but the law is a law. Like, you can't get mad at people from abiding by the law. You got to challenge the law officials and the law itself.
News Channel 15's Aisha Husney joins us in Studio 15 with that story. And Aisha, they think you're Moorish too.
Yeah, you just never know, Mark, do you? That was definitely an interesting thought thrown out there today. Even more interesting, though, the separatism in their beliefs. Take a look.
Moors is a group of people. It's not a club. It's not a religious cult. It's actually a race of people that has been here for since the ancient times, actually from the ancient Moabites.
What we call black or African American, Ta El Ali calls Moor.
Moors is a race of people, the original people of the earth, the woolly hair, the thick lips, big nose, copper tone skin.
El Ali says he's Moorish, so does Jabbar Gaines El. For them, it's more than just an ethnicity, it's a nationality that trumps any other.
We never was a U.S. citizen to begin with.
And with that, they say they don't have to obey U.S. laws or fulfill any U.S. obligations, like paying taxes. Do you pay your taxes?
I'd rather not.
Well, the Constitution, I pay taxes, but I do so under threat and duress and coercion.
So if they don't believe in U.S. laws, then why record documents at a U.S. office, like the Allen County Recorder's Office?
It's just giving proper notice, so then if we ever do get involved with some type of trouble, they would know our status, and we are not a subject of their city.
I also asked them how realistic is it to live in this country and not follow its laws. They say that they follow the U.S. Constitution, and they're confident that any judge would side with their argument, and that
which is absolutely incorrect. They do not follow the Constitution. Okay, they cherry pick things. The dude read Article 6, Supremacy Clause, Section 2, but didn't even know about federalism. Didn't know that was attached to it, or it had something to do with it.
That's something I'll definitely look into next. Reporting from Studio 15 tonight, I'm Aisha Hasni, News Channel 15.
All right, so get out of there, and I'm going to go back to the video.
Don't leave. Try to set up some questions and then say, you don't want to right there. Nah, I'm not with that, bro. I don't even have a social.
The only way is, and I got videos that's just stay here for a couple more minutes. I got videos that's gonna nuke the Moors Doctrine. You remember, they always talk about their peace treaty, right? They got a peace treaty with the American government. Okay, we'll see. Which affords them diplomatic immunity and all this stuff. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if this stuff makes sense. We'll see if it's legal.
Media account because of shit like that. I just post facts. I don't do that.
Unbiased. He realizes now that he's not talking to no stupid people. Okay.
Right. No, y'all, what y'all doing? What I think y'all doing?
Hold on, brother. So you're getting a little bothered and scared, and you're beginning to hold on.
All right, now I gave you the floor. Hold on, no. I gave you the floor. You said that everything was transferred to the state. You said everything was transferred to the state, and states got control of it. No, because we're going back to the original.
No.
They normally make it sloppy.
And
I got it.
All treaties made, or which shall be made under the authority of the United States.
Brother, you got to share the microphone.
In every state constitution or laws of any state.
They always do this. They always do this.
I got to go meet the guy.
When I'm trying to make a point.
Every time you're not going to make the point that you were the point. Driver's license.
See, I was trying my best not to mute the guy, but he was overpowering. They normally, most people do that when they're wrong. My boy Indigenous Black Man loves to do that. Once he gets debunked or he gets corrected, he goes to his little tirade, his little rant.
You have to be for me. Be quiet for a minute. He make my point. Don't make my point for me.
No. Your point not gonna be. See, he's trying to dance around. I'm not gonna let you make that point. Y'all had to kick me off.
You don't know what I'm saying because you keep talking.
Look, I'm not gonna let you make that point. Y'all gotta kick me off. He kept saying, kick me off for the start of the conversation. Nobody's talking about kicking off, nobody talking about muting, but he kept saying, I'll drop off, I'll go. Y'all gonna kick me off. That's all he kept just saying. Like, dude, why you keep talking about going and get kicked off? Like, you know what I mean? Why?
Hey, no, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna let you make the point that you saying that I'm trying to avoid some shit. I am disciplined, bro.
I say go, then you talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, go. That's what I'm saying. When I finish, I'm gonna say go, then respond. That's what I'm saying, one at a time. Listen, you're talking about an article. Before I told you what you're doing. You quoted a federal argument. Plus, you quoted a federal argument from the year 1700, before there were cars. Now, if people start traveling in planes and had little vehicles that fly, they would have to develop new rules and new licenses because people are flying now. They're not just driving. So in the 1700s, they were only horse and carriage. That's what they meant. Anybody can travel in a horse and carriage. But now that we have vehicles, motor vehicles, danger, death, these motor vehicles, they are big and powerful, way more powerful than a horse. So they develop laws and rules now and develop the state Department of Motor Vehicles. Motor vehicles. Yes, but not no fool who is cockeyed and cannot see straight get behind the wheel of a car unless he's licensed, pass the eye test before he kills everybody. It's about safety for humanity. Are you kidding me? This is why the State Department has taken over and they run the rules on driving. All that federal shit you niggas is talking about in 1700 is some bullshit, and you cannot deceive people like that. You have to be more responsible, brother, in your education to people. Go. Is anybody there?
Oh shit! I pressed mute. Hello, am I on?
Nah, I muted you. You didn't press mute.
Yeah,
Hello?
Stu Peas and Unbiased. Are you guys there?
Can you all hear me?
I can hear you. Maybe they stepped away, but go ahead. I can hear you.
I hit mute on accident. Now I was asking,
Okay,
can I
now,
go?
but you have to address my point. Don't go all around my point.
Oh no. I'm gonna stay right on your point. I'm gonna stay right on your point.
We have motor vehicles now. They didn't have motors then. You can't go by the same laws as a horse.
Look. It sounds like all of what you said sounds like you need to keep your driver's license. And anybody that learns your principles, they need to get a driver's license, because that's for people that cannot govern themselves. And those people are classified, no disrespect, those people are classified as stateless under the Black Code. If you look in the law dictionary up the term Black Code, that's why they call the race, which is human, Black. There is no race called Black. The race is human, but if you go to the Black Codes, those people need to be governed. Those people need to be governed. Huh?
Yeah, there's crazy people in the world. Everyone is not intelligent.
Hold on. Oh, your tail light's not on. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. My bad. We traveling without our driver's license.
There's one rule and there's one law that people follow. You can't have 1,000 laws for 1,000 different people. I'm not here to. Nobody's micromanaging if someone has mental health issues or not, or should they be behind the driveway. People need to take an eye test. If they can't see good, they shouldn't be behind a vehicle. It has nothing to do with being.
Isn't that common sense?
It's a law to protect people.
Wait a minute.
For not crashing cars and killing people. And you cannot get behind the wheel of a car. If you are not intelligent enough, if you're not intelligent enough to.
Now the brother said that's common sense. Now I stepped in again. I'm like, dude, are you serious? Like, how many people be drinking at a bar at the house, and common sense to them is that they're not drunk, that they can make it home, and they probably can, but because they probably done it before many times, and they probably could do it tonight also. But you just your reaction time is delayed, right? Your vision is blurred, it's not as clear. Your brain isn't as witty as it normally would be to like avoid certain things. And your speeding might be faster, or you're driving slower, or you're sleepy behind the wheel. Those things happen to people who drink and become intoxicated and then hop behind the wheel of a car. All right. So, but to them, like, we can't use common sense, because according to the Moor, like, we're all sovereign citizens, and sovereign citizens mean that you are your own king. Like, you're your own boss. Nobody rules apply to you. Only your rules that matter. So if that person drinking that liquor, that sovereign Moor drinking that liquor, if his rules believe he can drink and drive and he's able to do it, then that's it. Like, there's nobody rules that can tell him he can't drink and drive. So like, that's the problem with the Moorish doctrine. Like, they're all sovereign, meaning that they're all kings within their own mind, and nobody kingship can enforce rules in another Moor. That's why he bounced temple to temple to temple.
Understand that, then you shouldn't even be talking about this subject.
Okay,
you know,
but look, I have a question.
A 15-year-old kid who drinks every day and
Wait a minute, man. I have a question.
Before he gets behind the wheel of a car. I'm giving you some fucking common sense logic. You're not listening or understanding any of it. I'm making plain sense.
Okay, but look, I have a question. So that's not common sense. Why do you need a small card in your pocket to tell you that you need to go get an eye exam before you get in the car and go forward? Like, why isn't that common sense?
So they got laws. Nope. People are
what's going to stop? Hold up. What's going to stop?
Rules and laws to protect me from ignorant people like y'all who want to get behind the wheel of a car and kill me and my fucking family.
Why? Wait a minute. People like, how many cases have you heard of Moorish Americans driving and killing people like you without a driver's license?
Moorish Americans are not the founders of the sovereign citizen movement. white supremacists are, and they found these talking points in 1960s. The Moors didn't adopt these talking points, this sovereign bullshit, until 1982. 20-some years later, before black folks adopted some weird, radical conspiracy theories talking points.
Like you and your family, how many cases with us? How many cases?
The DMV makes you take an eye test. Whoa,
sir, I just asked you. I asked you because you made a claim. I asked you how many cases.
You know what? I'm giving you a reason why you can say, you know what? Yeah.
You just blame everybody that gets killed in car accidents.
I blame shit. DMV requires people to take an eye test before they get a license so they can know if they can see or not.
We know that already.
This is why people drive a motor vehicle is to protect the public. Safety.
Okay, so if the public, because there's a lot of people out here traveling without a driver's license, whether they Moors or American. So how is that? So how has that helped the people so far?
Having a license?
Because the last time I checked, everybody that got a driver's license, they either getting shot in the back of the head by the police or they going to jail for absolutely no reason because they ran a stoplight.
You're talking different stuff now. You're talking like a child. I'm not gonna have no stupid conversation. I gave you a common sense thing. Do you think people need to take an eye test before they get behind a motor vehicle or a semi-truck? That's a common sense question that any sane human would say.
Yeah, man. No. I didn't speak against that. Yes, I think absolutely. Hey, look. To answer your question.
Stop. This settles it right here.
Yes, but
over now. You didn't think it through.
He's breaking up. Oh.
Man, we can't. My reception bad. Damn. Hold on. All right. What about now?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm breaking up again? I don't even know.
Now.
All right. What I was saying is, why do you need somebody that works for the DMV to tell you to go get an eye exam before you get behind the wheel? You don't need that. That's common sense. Common sense.
Go get an eye exam. How do you know your eye vision is bad? How do you? Is your eye vision all you ever known? So to you, that's normal. That's 2020. It's all human beings see reality. It's not common sense.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You misunderstood. I said the DMV. You have to take an eye exam at the DMV. You don't go to no personal doctor. You take an eye exam at the DMV before you get a license.
I know that, but
okay, so the reason to have a license.
What if you don't do that? Are you wrong for not?
No, listen. The reason you need every individual 100% is supposed to have a driver's license because we want 100% of these people, if they get behind the wheel of a car, they need to be able to see for safety reasons. This is why there's required licenses.
We know that, but we don't need to do that at the DMV. We ain't got to do that. And it's not just here. That video where the sister got.
I know what's going on.
You talking about your experience? That ain't my experience.
Police pulled me over. Nothing. Yeah.
You don't. Yes.
So what is?
But he's not the one. No, wait.
Hold on. I'm not thinking that. Let me just finish my point. I'm not thinking that. I'm not even going yet. Right. I'm saying what is
on public road or state road. And distinguish between are you allowed to drive on public road or state road?
Yeah. So the distinction, to answer your question, according to Article 4, we are known in the vessels by the signal or the pass. The pass is a license. You would have a license plate. You would have a license to operate the motor vehicle.
Not in 1700s, there was no motor vehicle.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Who is that? There
was no motor vehicles in the 1700s. Stop this bullshit.
What are you talking about? I'm answering this.
You're talking about plate.
What are you talking about? Hey, look, just be quiet for a minute. Hey, whoever you are, just be quiet for a minute.
In the article, you mentioned plates.
There are no plates in 1700s when that article was written.
Said pass. You know what a pass is? I said
He's bringing up again.
pass. Pass means license. It means permission. Then I said you have license plates speaking about the modern.
I know,
And then
that's
the
my
other
point.
thing, the or is the signal.
You cannot
The signal.
put that
Yo,
article in the
please
same
be quiet. Be
sentence as
quiet.
driver's license plate.
If you interrupt me again, I'm not gonna be able to answer this dude's questions. I'm actually talking to him. You can sit back and learn something or not learn nothing.
No, I'm
But
trying to
let
let
me
you know.
finish
I'm
with
trying to
him.
help you see you said something
You don't
wrong.
need to help me see
yourself.
nothing. I don't need a permission from nobody. You do.
Okay.
I don't need a license or permission as you. I'm answering his question. If you want to go with your thoughts, keep that. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him. Now,
Okay,
brother,
I'm done
according
with the
to Article 4 of our treaty with the United States of North America, Morocco, the Moroccan Empire, and the United States of North America, it says
Okay,
a
whose treaty?
signal
We need
or
clarity.
a
Whose treaty?
pass shall be given to the vessels belonging to both parties by which they are to be known when they meet at sea. Sea includes highways. That's the air highway, the land highway, and the water highway. That's
What treaty?
ancient. That is
Whose treaty?
ancient. That's not modern. That's ancient. So
Whose
the
treaty you
signal
said?
would be, yo, who is that the same person?
No, you said treaty. We just want to know whose treaty. Just go. You continue.
I said what the treaty was. The
is
Treaty of 1836, not 1787. 1836, between the United States of North America and the Moroccan Empire.
That's not our
That
treaty.
certified treaty is certified from the Library of Congress, and we got it posted on the website under study materials for Moors. Certified from the Library of Congress with the signature and the seal.
Okay, brother. All right.
Now hold on. To answer your question, brother, look, blame whoever that is that's keep cutting us off. A signal is how we're known. The signal is the flag. Signals are flags or display of lights, just like how any other foreign national or ambassador or public minister or consul, they would show the signal, which is the flag of their nation on the front of their.
All right, so I'm gonna stop right there, and I'm gonna go here now. So I heard enough of that. So let me go here first. Let's go here first. What's this? So let me just play this real fast while I get something to drink. I'm gonna go into something else they had.
That Mr. Keesler will remain as counsel.
Objection. For the record.
It's overruled.
Objection. For the record, I have not authorized the Office of Public Defense or John J. Keesler to take this matter.
Okay.
Or represent this
Very
matter.
well.
The office, for the record.
I got it. Until there is a licensed practitioner in the state of New Jersey.
Objection. The practice of law cannot be licensed by any state, and that's according to Schwar versus Board of the Examiners 353 U.S. 238-239.
Objections overruled. Until there is an attorney, a licensed practitioner here to represent Mr. L., court is recognizing Mr. Keesler as the attorney of record.
Objection. For the record, on the record, and let the record show, the rule of professional conduct states, RPC 1.0, a law firm denotes a lawyer or lawyers in a law partnership, professional corporation, sole proprietorship, or other association authorized to practice law, or lawyers employed in a legal services organization or the legal department of a corporation or other organization. http://www.judiciarystate.nj.us/rules.
Until an attorney authorized to practice law is representing you, Mr. L., the Public Defender's Office, Mr. Keesler, will represent you.
Objection. For the record, the corporate body politic that has authorized the Aboriginal law firm's Secretary of State authorization number is 003.
The fact that you listen to me, Mr. That's it.
Here we go.
I'm tired of this now. If you come in here again with this mess, and I'm going to call it mess on the record. You're going to be arrested. We're done. This matter will be continued till November 10th. If there's a substitution of attorney from somebody licensed, the fact that the Aboriginal law firm may have some standing with the Secretary of State is not the issue in this case. It's a question of whether, in fact, the law firm has an attorney licensed to practice in the state of New Jersey. The matter is continued to November 10th, 2008 at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Objection.
I'm done. I'm done.
Objection.
You can put whatever you want on the record. I'm done.
For the record, on the record, and let the record show, I have filed a writ of coronam juris, a demand for termination or state the proper jurisdiction to all matters concerning the items of subject.
I know. I got it. I already placed that on the record. Place that on the record. November 10th, 9 o'clock. That's it.
For the record, I give honors to Judge Smith.
You can do the record all you want. That judge ain't there to hear you. All right. So anyway, let me go. So that commercial break is over. Let me go here. Not there. Not there. All right. Give me a second to get my playlist. Eye test certification. All right, hold on. Let me go ahead and just do this for you. Damn, it's hot outside. Crazy weather. Whoa, I'm gonna press the wrong thing. What am I doing? Move out the way. God dang. All right. So let me get my, I don't know what I did the last playlist, but let me go ahead and get there. What am I doing? Playlist. All right, so here's going to be the boomerang dagger for these guys. When it's finally over.
And Kate.
This is when it's finally over for these guys.
Justify the right to travel. All of it is nonsense. Expired registration. So he has an encounter with a California police officer who is really just on the spot and kind of funny himself when he refers to the sovereign citizen's shenanigans. This sovereign citizen cites the right to travel and says that he can drive without a registration because he is not in commerce. Okay, let's watch this video.
Check it out.
What's that? We're good. Yeah, are you okay? What's that? We're good. Yeah, are you okay?
Okay, sir, I see you have a body cam. I have the right to record you also.
Of course you do, yes. My name is Officer Reed from the Monterey Police Department.
Bet.
301. Sergeant Rubosh is on his way to talk to you.
Thank you, sir. I just,
For your recording, I'll make sure to repeat this. The registration on this vehicle expired in February of 2019.
Okay.
That was a year and 2 months ago. I asked you how much it was to renew it. You said you didn't know, that the last time you paid for it was about $175. And the impression I'm getting is that it's not a priority to you.
Correct.
You also told me that you feel you do not need registration or a driver's license because you're not driving the vehicle.
I'm not.
Since this vehicle is parked on a public roadway and the registration has expired more than 6 months, under the California Vehicle Code, it should be towed.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work something out with you.
Yes, I understand.
I asked you to produce your identification and you refused.
Because, well,
Supervisor, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's all correct, Officer Reed. And for the record, why I say that I don't need to show ID is because I haven't done any crime. I'm not suspected of doing any crime.
All right, so we heard all this before.
Understand?
Confirm that you for me to do that. So we can just wait for the sergeant to get here, and he's going to tell you the same thing. But that's okay.
I'm just, but what I'm doing, sir, is I am practicing a right. There's a right that I can travel and not drive.
Really?
I'm not making any money behind this wheel. I have my family in here. This is our home. We live in and out of this. We do rent motel rooms.
Travel in a vehicle that's registered in the state of California with expired registration. It does not work like that.
As a constitutional right, it does work that way. As long as I'm not commerce, I'm not getting paid to move this automobile. I don't need to have a registration.
Unfortunately, you do, but that's okay. The sergeant can tell you the same thing, sir. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, so let's get to it.
Your name and badge number?
Officer Press, 114.
Let's get to it.
To travel, and then we're going to take a look at the actual law that the officer cites in this situation. So what we are looking at.
All right, so here we go.
Here is a section of my new book on sovereign citizens where I discuss driving versus traveling versus conveying. Before I get into the text itself, it's important to know that sovereign citizens pull this fake right to travel from all sorts of different sources. So you could go on the internet and probably find 100 different ways in which they justify the right to travel. All of it is nonsense. All of it is fake. All of it is incorrect legal interpretation. What I have here is just one argument that the sovereigns use to justify the right to travel. So the first sentence here, this goes hand in hand with the sovereign citizen interpretation of 18 U.S.C. 31. Again, they interpret 18 U.S.C. 31 as defining an automobile as a commercial vehicle. Therefore, the sovereign concludes that they are only driving if they are in an automobile for commerce.
Okay, you see the catch here? Automobile is a commercial vehicle to them.
Before I read the rest, it's important to know 18 U.S.C. 31 is a section of the Federal Criminal Code which just defines certain words for uses in the law. In that very narrow section, which has procedural purposes only, they do talk about automobiles being commercial vehicles. All that is a jurisdictional hook so that the law complies with the requirements of the Commerce Clause in the United States Constitution. It is strictly procedural and again, it's a jurisdictional hook. It does nothing to impact a person's right to drive. Nothing. In actuality, a person's right to drive is decided almost entirely by the states. It is state law which governs a person's driving rights. So let's get into this. It says, this is bolstered, this use of 18 U.S.C. 31, is bolstered by the sovereign's use of definitions from a law dictionary published in 1914, Bouvier's Law Dictionary. In this arcane old and no longer used law book, to travel is defined as a fundamental right that cannot be stripped of someone. Further, this same law book states that a traveler is one who uses a conveyance to go from one place to another and includes all those who use the highways as a matter of right. So traveling and conveying are one and the same. That's why you will hear the sovereigns cite that, okay? Whereas Bouvier's Law Dictionary then defines the term driver as one employed in conducting a coach, carriage, wagon, or other vehicle. Thus, the sovereign concludes that driving, at least in the context of this law dictionary, is different from traveling because it requires one be employed, and employed implies a commercial adventure. This commercial aspect is then reinforced by their incorrect reading of 18 U.S.C. 31. Thus, the final conclusions are that traveling and conveying, even in an automobile, are fundamental rights guaranteed under the law, and that driving is only driving when done for commerce. As I explained previously in the book, let's look at the last paragraph here. The interpretation of 18 U.S.C. 31 is wrong. All that is a jurisdictional hook. But the reliance on an obscure law dictionary published over 100 years ago is nuts. First, law dictionaries do not, under any circumstances, now or ever, carry the force of law. I repeat, they are not law. Law is found in statutes passed by legislatures and in well-established common law rulings from legitimate courts. A law dictionary, even Black's Law Dictionary, which is still used, never provides binding law. And one published over 100 years ago is only useful as a historical artifact for the history of law, as almost all phrases and terms in something that old are likely dated, irrelevant, and meaningless.
Right.
The last edition of Bouvier's Law Dictionary was published, it appears to me, in 1914.
1914.
Thus, you can see from the sovereign's incorrect reading of the federal code coupled with this 100-year-old law dictionary, they come up with this right to
the 100-year-old law dictionary. Black's Law, so-and-so edition. Should be outdated like a mug.
travel, and the understanding that the right that a vehicle is only under the jurisdiction of the police if it is used in commerce. It has to do with the sovereign saying that they are traveling, not driving, and that driving is only a commercial activity. However, remember the sources of this law. Number one, it is completely cherry-picked, so it's not read in conjunction with all the other laws that exist. The sovereign citizens are basically just ignoring state laws or state jurisdiction, which is allowed under the United States and all state constitutions. Instead, they're relying on a law dictionary from 1914 and an obscure part of the federal criminal code to say that driving is only driving and only can be regulated by the state or the government when it's done for commercial purposes. This is blatantly incorrect. Whether you're driving for commercial purposes, for personal purposes, in an emergency, you are under the jurisdiction of the state and federal law. Now let's take a look at that law that this officer was citing in the video. The police officer in the video cited 22-651 of the California Traffic Code, subsection 0, subsection 1, subsection A. You can see it is Article 1 up at the top here, authority to remove vehicles. 22-651, a peace officer as defined in Chapter 4.5 of Title 3 of Part 2 of the Penal Code, or a regularly employed and salaried employee who is engaged in directing traffic or enforcing parking laws and regulations of a city, county, or jurisdiction of a state agency in which a vehicle is located, may remove a vehicle located within the territorial limits in which the officer or employee may act under the following circumstances. Before we jump to the bottom section, a lot of that earlier language just allows for individuals who are not necessarily police officers, such as security officers, traffic enforcement employees. They can also sometimes enforce the law if granted that power under their jurisdiction, and the language of this law allows that those individuals can also issue tickets and citations. So let's look down at the bottom here. 01. If a vehicle is found or operated upon a highway, public land, or an off-street parking facility under any of the following circumstances, subsection A, with a registration expiration date in...
Bear witness, it's a lot of law stuff here. It's not that entertaining, but it's necessary.
In excess of 6 months before the date it is found or operated on the highway, public lands, or the off-street parking facility. This is the section of the code that the officer was citing, and it looks like he was totally correct. That section of the code allows the officer to tow or remove a vehicle if the registration has been expired for more than 6 months, and that's exactly what he was talking about with the sovereign citizen in this video. one interesting point is that it has to be on public lands, okay? And that's laid out in the statute. And the officer said that in the video as well. If you have a car with an expired registration on your own property in a place that it's allowed to be,
Right, like your
they
garage.
can't come and remove it. So
Like your
you can
garage.
keep a vehicle that you own on your property with those registration violations.
Right.
Now, there actually are some jurisdictions that don't allow you to have those vehicles in plain view or in your parking spot in front of your house, or even right on your parking pad. So you may have to put it in a garage or out of view, just an FYI. One other thing that the officer cited here was, that this individual, I believe he stated that he refused to sign the citation. He refused to identify himself. As I've covered in past videos, if people will not sign a citation, some states have laws where it is an additional crime if you refuse to sign, and it is an arrestable offense. I'm not exactly sure if that was going on here, but he would not even identify himself. I believe there's a good chance that this guy got hauled away in handcuffs, even though we didn't see the rest of the video. I hope you guys enjoyed everything that we covered today. This was an amusing video with an officer who really knew the law, was very professional, and was kind of funny when he said the sovereign citizen was up to shenanigans. I showed you an example of how sovereign citizens cherry pick the law to mean what they want it to mean. They cite a federal code that only has definitions, okay, and is basically just used to give the court jurisdiction, okay? And it does so within the limits of the Constitution itself. They also then cite a law dictionary from 1914, which is no longer in effect, but which does not carry the power of law anyway. On top of that, their interpretation of the language in there to say that you're only driving if you're traveling for commerce is just incorrect and cherry-picked. We took a look at the California Penal Code, which allows law enforcement to tow someone, okay, if they have a registration that has been expired for 6 months. That's what this officer was acting on. I hope you enjoyed the Common Sense Academy, got some laughs out of this, also learned something at the same time. If you like my content on sovereign citizens and the law, please like, subscribe, comment, and share. Also sign up for my email list. You'll get a free PDF on history and exam of the sovereign citizen movement done by yours truly. Thank you. Common Sense Academy out.
Stream 85+ live channels with no hidden fees. YouTube TV. Try it free.
No commercials. Straight.
One mistake can get your resume trashed. Get a mistake-free resume for your job search. Get instant.
All right, so now here's the second video. So that one was just challenging the right to travel on public roads and highways. Okay, so here we go. Second one.
And thanks for joining Facts or Frauds.
Mike Burns, city police officer.
Both of those is no. Tag on your car. Officer, call Mike Burns.
Can you call Mike Burns?
Stopping in.
Something extra.
You'd rather. Most Queen Anderson City Police Department. The reason I'm stopping in is you're tired.
You have no. Can you call Mike Burns?
Why would the officer call Mike Burns? You don't have a legal tag on your car. Do you have insurance? Do you have a driver's license? I'm guessing the answer to both of those is no.
Call Mike Burns.
Mike Burns, city police officer?
Yes, sir.
He will explain to you everything.
He'll explain everything?
I'm exercising my right to travel without a driver's license, constitutional right that you swore to protect.
I understand that completely, sir. Do you have your license with you?
I guess you didn't hear what I just said.
Yes, sir.
Exercising my right to travel without a driver's license.
There is no right to travel without a driver's license unless you're a passenger on a horse, buggy,
Horse, right.
your bicycle.
Legally, sir.
No, legally, sir.
Let me explain.
No state law can supersede federal law, sir. You swore an oath to uphold federal law. You're a law enforcement officer. You're not supposed to violate my rights. I'm exercising my right. Supreme Court said that I cannot be penalized, sanctioned, or arrested for exercising my constitutional right. You swore an oath.
Yes, he swore an oath. And you're not abiding by the laws. So he's upholding the oath by holding you accountable. See, that's how these things work.
Call Mike Burns, call a supervisor. I need a supervisor here now because obviously you don't know what I'm talking about. Call Mike.
Explain for just a moment.
Call Mike Burns and ask him to come here, and he'll explain everything. I'm not here. I have no ill will, no ill intent. I'm just exercising my rights. I'm a private citizen who knows my rights, and I don't want to have to take you and your department to federal court and sue you for everything you own because you choose to violate my rights.
Oh, here we go, the big tough guy. I'm gonna sue you for everything because you violated my rights, which it didn't happen. And you know the court's gonna throw out the case because, well, reasons.
The Supreme Court already ruled on this. You cannot violate my right. I'm exercising it, especially since I'm exercising it.
And I absolutely support your right to...
Then why are you stopping me? Because of the tag? The tag means this is a private automobile, not a motor vehicle, and it means that I'm exercising my right to travel without a driver's license, mandatory insurance, and vehicle registration, which is Supreme Court decision.
May I speak?
What's your name and badge number?
My name is Officer Queen.
You know you don't have to shine that light here, because if you shine my light at the camera, that's against against the Bain law.
It is not.
It's my First Amendment right to video record you during your course of your duties.
You're absolutely willing to record. That is your right to record.
Then why are we here?
But let me explain. Okay, on a Sacramento roadway, you're operating a motor vehicle on a state.
I'm not operating a motor vehicle, sir. A motor vehicle is used for commercial purposes, and I am operating under commercial capacity.
Yes, sir.
I am traveling in my personal automobile.
May I finish? You're going to continue to interrupt.
You're telling me something that's not lawful. I'm telling you federal law, and you're violating it. Your state law
with your ID due to a traffic violation. Okay.
What traffic violation is that?
You have no correct tag.
There's no crime there, sir. There's no crime.
So legally
I am legal. Legally, I'm exercising my right to travel without a driver's license. I don't have to ID myself because I have not committed a crime, sir. I have not committed a crime, sir.
Negative.
United States Penal Code 148.G says that the only time I'm supposed to ID myself is if I've been lawfully arrested for a crime, and a traffic infraction is not a crime, sir. I'm sorry to tell you, you're making a big mistake right now. I don't know how long you've been on the force and how much law do you know.
Sergeant Jones with the City Police Department. What's your name, sweetie?
I don't have to give that either.
Okay, so in our state, when you're operating...
In your state?
Yeah.
So you're telling me that your state is exempt to the Constitution?
So in our state...
Did you swear an oath?
And we're operating...
No, ma'am.
A motor vehicle.
Do you want me to pull it up for you? The special police officer bulletin that I sent to Chief Stewart?
So listen to me.
Do you want me to send it to you?
Listen to me. You have to have a driver's license in our state, okay?
I'm not operating under commercial capacity, ma'am. I'm sorry to tell you. A driver, by definition, is someone who is getting paid to operate them. This is not a motor vehicle, ma'am.
Sir, I'm just calmly
I don't use...
Sir, I'm just calmly talking to you. Okay?
And I'm fine.
I know, but you keep interrupting me, and that's not...
But I'm trying to tell you, I don't want you to dig yourself in a hole.
That's not how conversations go. Conversations go when we respect each other. I talk and then you talk.
Have I been disrespectful to you, sir?
I mean, I'm just trying to have a conversation with you, okay?
Okay, then I need somebody here who knows the law. Can you please? No, ma'am, you don't know the law because you're asking me for something that I'm not required to provide for you.
Do you want me to show you the law for the state of South Carolina, sir?
Okay, state law does not supersede federal law.
Okay. All right. State law does not supersede federal law. Okay.
Okay, sir, you're driving in our state.
I'm not driving, ma'am. I'm traveling.
Ma'am, don't say the word driving to a Moor or a sovereign citizen.
Don't blame this on us teachers. You opened the school and gave us barely enough resources to do our jobs.
Do
you want me to show you the bulletin?
No.
Do you want me to show you the law, the bulletin, case law that went to the Supreme Court that says I have the right to travel without a driver's license, mandatory insurance, and vehicle registration?
Yeah, I'd love to see the Supreme Court case of that.
Yeah.
Never happened.
Do you want to see the case law? No, ma'am, I don't.
A registration.
No, I don't.
And insurance.
Is Mike Burns working tonight?
No, sir.
Well, can you get a hold of him?
No, sir.
Because he will explain everything to you. He already spoke to the other officers and told them to leave me alone unless I'm committing a crime or endangering somebody on the road. That is the only time you guys are required to pull me over.
Listen, in the state of South Carolina, okay, if you are committing a traffic offense, that is an arrestable offense.
No, it's not, ma'am.
It is.
It's not a crime, ma'am. In July 2000, I mean in 2015, they already passed the law. Do you remember Justin Henderson? He was a traffic cop here in the city. Do you know that he quit his job because I threatened to take him to federal court and sue him for his job, and he quit his job and went to work for the Highway Patrol because he knew I was coming for his job and I was going to sue him?
Still sue him at the Highway Patrol if that's actually what you want to do. He doesn't have to work here for you to sue him.
Okay.
So that doesn't make any sense.
You need to get, honestly, you need to get somebody here who knows the law.
I'll call the lieutenant if that's what you want me to do. But
Lieutenant who?
Lieutenant Kelly.
As long as he knows what federal law is all about, believe me,
I understand.
I'm fine with it.
But can you let me complete?
Can I educate you guys?
A little less questions, a little more shut the hell up. As long as you'll let me educate
I want you to educate you. I already know your laws. Your laws don't apply to me. Your laws apply, your state law applies to commercial operators.
You're not allowed to leave, okay?
All right, so keep in mind, this is a white guy saying the same thing that the Moor was just saying, a couple Moors. So who is stealing from who? Like that has to raise an eyebrow. How are they saying the same exact thing? Somebody is borrowing from somebody.
You have to stay right here.
So I'm being detained.
Yes.
For what crime?
For
It's not a crime. No, don't say it.
It's a traffic
infraction. It's not a crime.
Okay, but it's still a detention. It's still.
So you're going to violate U.S. Penal Code 148.G? 148.G. You're going to violate it. I mean, you guys are seriously going to be in big trouble. I'm telling you. You guys must not be on the force that long. You guys are pretty new, I could tell. I've been living in Anderson since 1998, and I've never been bothered by police officers since I've been exercising my rights.
Sure.
I went to court for this and everything, and I won my case, and they dropped all my fines, and they told me that I was free to travel.
Yeah, I'll take things that never happened for 1,000, Alex.
Traveling doesn't mean to be in a car with someone who has a driver's license. No, sir. That's not what traveling means. The United States Constitution clearly states the right of a citizen to travel upon the public roads and highways is a citizen's right and not a government-granted privilege, which means it does not require permission, i.e. licensing, mandatory insurance, and
that's like that in Jersey, Thursday. I'm not completely sure. I'm not completely sure. No, it's not. No, it's not like that out here. You can't have it on the road uninsured. I believe it can be in your yard uninsured.
Vehicle registration.
All right, enough. Putting it on the screen right now. No matter which state you live in, you're required by law to have a valid driver's license and all endorsements needed for the type of vehicle you are operating. Got it? All endorsements required by law. Got it?
You guys are in some serious trouble if you guys don't let me go and let me go about my way and exercise my rights.
Well,
you guys swore an oath to protect my rights.
Absolutely, and I do every day.
The military soldiers, they go out and fight for our rights, and you guys are here violating our rights. It's not good. It's not good at all. I have to go pick up my wife. She has no right to get picked up from work.
Well, at this time, like I said, you're not free to go. Okay?
I need a supervisor here who knows his laws. I need a supervisor here because you guys are going to be in serious, serious trouble. We're talking about you know what the Supreme Court said? The Supreme Court said that any police officer or judge that violates our constitutional rights are committing a felony and a federal crime. Okay, you guys.
What right have I violated on you, sir?
My right to travel. You're impeding my travel. My freedom of movement, which is in the Constitution.
Which amendment?
For no crime. This is not a crime, dude.
Which amendment?
What do you mean, which amendment? My right to travel.
Which one is that one?
The freedom of movement.
Which one? Which number is it?
It's under freedom of movement.
The Fourth Amendment is what it is.
No, that's to be safe.
Seizure of a
that's illegal.
Let me finish, okay?
I don't consent to any illegal search and seizures of my personal property.
May I finish? We're trying to have a conversation, right?
I'm trying to educate you.
I understand that.
Is that you, Lieutenant?
Yes, that is.
Is that Lieutenant? Do you mind if I step out and we can speak? I'm gonna turn this off. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I had my gun here on the middle console, and I threw it on the floor, so that way you guys don't get scared. And I'm just letting you know it's on the floor under my feet.
Okay. Do you have your concealed weapons permit?
No, ma'am. I'm exercising my Second Amendment right.
You don't exercise anything at any time, but dude, you don't have a driver's license, license plate, registration, insurance, or a CCW.
Oh, hold on. I'll get out.
Hop out.
Why are you guys?
You're good, man.
Okay. Can I? You gonna grab it?
No, I'm gonna have you move back here.
Well, I don't consent to it.
No, I'm gonna have
You mind if I record?
Yeah, I'm recording too, man.
All right. Here, let me show you. For non-commercial use only. This is what I got pulled over for. Non-commercial use only. This is my constitutional right to travel without a driver's license, mandatory insurance, and vehicle registration. Okay, this is federal law. The Constitution, freedom of movement, says and also states that any officer or judge that violates my rights is committing a felony and a federal crime. I don't want to have to take anybody to federal court and sue them. Every case that went to federal court for this has won their case, and the Supreme Court has ruled in favor of it. Okay, I have no doubt. This is why I'm trying to educate you guys. I don't know if you know this, but we as private citizens have a right to travel without a driver's license. I've had a driver's license in the past. And guess what happened? The state decided they wanted to take it away from me because I didn't pay a ticket on time. A seatbelt ticket.
What's your name?
If I have not committed a crime, sir, I'm not required to provide that.
Okay. All right. Listen, I'm not going to argue with you, okay? Here's the deal. In the state of South Carolina, you have to have a license to operate on the roadway. You have to have insurance, and your vehicle has to be registered.
I asked you to get me somebody who knew the law.
Listen to him.
I'm explaining.
I've already heard this before, sir.
Well, listen.
Do you know Mike Burns?
I listen to you.
Do you know Officer Mike Burns?
I listen to you. Can you listen to me?
Do you know Officer Mike Burns?
I do know Officer Mike Burns.
Well, maybe you want to get him here because guess what? He already knows about this, and he informed his officers already. I don't know why you guys haven't heard, unless you work night shift.
Okay.
So
listen. Here's the thing. License, registration, and insurance. He had a lawful reason to stop you. You're operating a vehicle on the roadway. All right. Now, here's the thing. This can go one or two different ways.
I can't go anyway, sir. You have to let me go. This is my constitutional right that you swore an oath to protect. What part of that don't you understand, sir?
Listen.
You swore an oath. Why would you go against your oath?
I did swear an oath. You're absolutely right.
Then why are you violating it right now?
I know what my law is. Okay?
What is your law? Okay, explain to me. Be specific. What's your law?
In the state of South Carolina, you have to have a license, registered vehicle, and insurance.
Now, do you want me to show you where it says only if you're operating commercially? Driver's license. This is not a motor vehicle, sir. By definition, a motor vehicle is any car or truck that is used only for commercial purposes.
A motor vehicle, the definition of motor vehicle in the state of South Carolina is anything that is self-propelled that is not operated on trolley wires.
Okay, do you want me to, can I look it up for you and show you real quick?
If I can look it up and
Motor vehicle. I looked
in our state, though.
No, in
state law.
the book at the Department of Motor Vehicles, that's what it states.
For our state of South Carolina.
Right. The Motor Vehicle Department says it in their books.
All right. So here, I'm going to ask this one more time. Okay. Either A, you give me the information, or you're going to go to jail. That is
for no crime? You're going to arrest me for no crime?
I asked once.
July in 2015. Hold on.
Go ahead, turn around. We're not playing this game.
Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Cool. And thanks for joining Facts or Frauds. Make sure you hit that thumb.
Now, let's look into this Morris Treaty, right, that they talk about. Okay, let's look into the Morris Treaty. Now, here's the nuclear bomb. Here we go.
With one-day installation, we fit your schedule and your life.
That's
Bath
the
Fitter.
whole
It just
argument,
fits.
The whole heart of their argument.
Is everyone all right in there? I have a bomb, and I'm gonna kill myself and everybody in here. My demands, and I'm met. I'm sorry. The VA stole my decision.
Okay, so again, this their sole argument is that they are part of the Moorish nation with some apparent tie to Morocco, and they have a peace treaty with the American government and that peace treaty provides them with immunity from criminal offenses. All right, so let's go.
So take that fez off, I swing the scimitar, and I take heads off. Leave that.
Okay, we're back to debunking Todd Street Bay. Now, tonight we're going to talk about Bay v. Stumpf. This is a 2011 New Jersey case, and it's a very important case. And it's a case that Todd Street Bay does not want you to know about. And I'm going to tell you why he doesn't want you to know about it. Todd does not want you to know about this case because this is a case in which these guys were using documents and templates from Todd's website, lost, and the court got into discussion of why the documents were bullshit. In the section titled Plaintiffs Utilize the Hoax Moorish Marrakesh Online Form, it identifies the source of the template forms that these guys used in the court as rvbaypublications.com. For those who do not know, RV Bay Publications is Todd's website where he sells some stuff and some stuff he gives away for free. Now then, if we go to the link that is cited in this 2011 rvbaypublications.com/id92.html, we see that the writs of freedom which these guys used are still available on Todd's website, even though these writs do not have any legal effect. Quote, the seemingly hoax boilerplate is also among many boilerplate forms offered by the website rvbaypublication.com. All these boilerplate forms are ready to fill in the sense that the reader needs to type in only a few words of personal information into pages and pages of text, and B, appear to be nothing but hoaxes, since the contents of these forms lack any legal rationale, as well as products having titles that somewhat resemble actual legal documents but having the content that makes no sense legally. Now then, let's go back to Todd's website. Yesterday I got a comment from the bemused one asking, do these folks make money touting this bullshit? The answer is, you bet they do. Over on the store section of Todd's website, we can see that they sell nationality identification cards, right to travel cards, and student ID cards. Each of these cards costs $50 each, or you can buy all three for only $130. In addition to that, they also sell books teaching you how to dodge taxes and how to drive without a license. Now, let me just explain why this is so important. At the end of the day, the judge is basically a referee. Yep. They decide what's allowed and what's not allowed on the court. Simple. Now, let's pretend you're LeBron James and you decide, you know what, I don't want to dribble the ball anymore when I run around. I'm just going to run around without dribbling the ball. That is never going to work because the referees are never going to allow that. The same principle applies to these Moorish arguments and Todd Sharik's paperwork. The judges have already ruled that none of that is going to be allowed in court. None of that is going to be successful in court. So it doesn't matter what you think about the specific paperwork. Maybe you agree with what Todd says. Maybe you agree with what the paperwork says. But it's never going to work. Now then, one of the comments that I got on the first video argued, and I'm paraphrasing here, that because the Moorish movement started in 1914 and sovereign citizen movement started in the 60s and 70s, logically the sovereign citizen must have been copying from the Moorish movement and not the Moorish movement from the sovereign citizen movement. Now, while it is true that the Moorish Science Temple was established in 1914, Moors did not begin using sovereign citizen arguments in court until 1982 in the case of Habersham Bey v. Commissioner of Internal Revenue. In this case, this guy argued that because he was a Moor, he did not have to pay income taxes. Now, the problem is that the white sovereign citizens have been trying this at least 10 or 20 years before then. If we go to United States v. Scott, 1975, we can see an example of a guy that was trying the whole, I don't have to pay taxes, I'm a sovereign citizen in 1969. And if you want more examples of this, just look up Gordon Call, who was one of the guys that started this stuff in the late 1960s. Now, this is important for two reasons. Number one, it shows where Taj comes from. Taj is either one of these guys who was involved in the 1980s in copying sovereign citizen tactics and...
All right, so look, in the 1980s, okay, that's when the Moors looked into the sovereign citizen talking points in their arguments, and they copied it like verbatim and added to their little anti-government, anti-authority, right to travel type bullshit.
Mixing them up with Moorish beliefs. Or Taj learned from somebody who was doing that in the 80s. More importantly, and for the purposes of this video, the fact that between 1982 and 2016, where we are right now, these arguments have never once worked in court. They have failed every single time. Yet Taj is out there on the internet, in lectures, on his website, selling products, selling documents, and giving them away for free in some exact cases, knowing that these arguments have never worked in court.
Never worked that. Look, he didn't misspeak there. They never work in court, and he's selling these documents. As you can see, IME Bay, probably under 25 years old, and he's buying these packages, and guys like him, and they sell them to a guy that's selling this stuff. They're sending their payments to a guy who's selling this information that does not work. They have no wins in court. Matter of fact, let me pause this real fast. So I gotta show you something. All right, you're gonna bug out right here. Watch this, because the title is very misleading. And believe me, so many Moors I had watched the title, and I'm pretty sure anybody who was looking to become a Moor, they was shown this video as a win, and the person could not have watched all the video. All right, so let me see. All right, let me see. Let me just share this video with you. Coming to it. It might, oh, wait. Okay, I think I know where it's at. It's in my playlist. It's in my playlist. Okay. All right, let me just go to my playlist. It's gonna take too long searching for my
Into the Woods on Broadway is a giant.
All right, so here we are. Here we are. Damn it. Okay, I got it. All right, so check it out. So now, this is for those who didn't see this already. You see the video? Right to travel in court, all charges dismissed. Study more. So in other words, all charges dismissed. Study the Moors Nation. You see how we do? We beat these charges. Our stuff works in court.
You're going to operate a motor vehicle under the vehicle and traffic law. You have to comply with vehicle.
43 Bridgewater, New York.
I got to deal with you, but he had 30 files waiting.
You want me to sit back down?
Yeah.
You see the title, right?
Told you, man.
Opportunity to meet with the officer that wrote the tickets.
All right, here we go.
Mr. Collins. This is Mr. Nolan, the AD. Go ahead, Mike.
Judge, in regards to the traffic tickets that are on for today for
All right, so in regards to the case,
trial, I had the opportunity to meet with the officer that wrote the tickets.
he had the opportunity to review the officer who wrote the tickets. Watch this.
We spoke at length.
They spoke at length and due
to the, I guess, time period that has lapsed since the
due to the time period that elapsed
issuing of the tickets.
At the time of the issuing of the tickets,
The officer has reviewed his notes, reviewed what
the officer had reviewed his notes and reviewed what happened.
remembers writing the ticket,
He remembers writing the tickets.
remembers the incident very well.
He remembers the incident with the Moor very well. How would you ever forget that incident with a Moor or a sovereign citizen?
But had informed me that, in fact,
But he had informed him, in fact, that the prosecutor,
he could not identify whether Mr. Collins is the same Mr. Collins that he wrote the
he could not identify the fact that Mr. Collins is the same Mr. Collins he wrote the tickets to
ticket to on that day. He just doesn't remember.
on that day. So he cannot verify that the Mr. Collins in court is the same Mr. Collins he wrote the tickets to. He cannot verify it.
Remember, it was for all intents and purposes, a minor traffic infraction at the time.
For all that purpose, it is minor infractions, right? It is minor traffic infractions. It's not like they killed somebody, vehicle homicide. It's not like they did a drive-by, something violent or malicious that cost somebody some money.
So at this time, based on that, I don't think the people would be able to prove that Mr.
So based on that, they don't think the people will be able to prove that
Collins was the actual operator.
Mr. Collins in court was the actual operator. So based on the police officer's lack of memory of which Mr. Collins he wrote the ticket to or operating vehicle, they don't want to waste people's time on this case.
Although we do believe that the officer could not get on the stand.
Although he believes Mr. Collins is the guy, he cannot prove that if he was to be cross-examined.
Say that definitively. So without being able to identify him as the operator or driver of vehicle, I don't think we would prevail at trial. So instead of wasting everybody's time, at least on those traffic tickets, the people would move to dismiss those traffic tickets at that time.
So they're going to dismiss the traffic tickets at that time for that reason. Why? Is it because the Moore's bullshit worked in court? No, it's because the officer said he could not verify that the Collins in the court is the same Collins he wrote the tickets to. Apparently, Collins got a brother, cousin, uncle, father, somebody else that looks like him, sort of, and same name. So it has nothing to do with study the Moors. See how the title is misleading? Right to travel in court. All charges dismissed. Study the Moors. Right to travel. That's, Nick, you lost. The police officer was being honest. He felt like, I don't remember who I wrote it to. All right, so let's go back. Yeah, that's coming next. Here we go. Let's go back.
Will never work in court. And yet arguments have never worked in some exact cases, knowing that these arguments have never worked in court and will never work in court.
These arguments have never worked in court and will never work in court. Why?
And yet there are people on YouTube promoting these arguments.
Tariq Bey, and there's young people like Iami Bey buying these things up.
Trying these arguments out in the real world. There are people and women like Corey Gaines trying this stuff in the real world, ending up losing their cars, losing court, ending up in jail, and getting shot, as happened to Corey Gaines. Anyways, back to the Bey v. Stumpf case.
You see, Tariq Bey, he knows this stuff does not work, but because he got an audience and it's the clown show, he's going to entertain.
Really good thing about the baby Stumpf case.
Yeah, think about how the sovereign citizens, like the real movement, looks at Taj Tariq Bey like, yo, look at this clown. Taking out for information, studying it, and spitting it back out like he came up with it.
Is that it debunks the Treaty of Morocco argument that Taj and the Moors constantly
So here we go. We're talking about the Moorish Treaty of Morocco.
bring up. Quote, this unique issue spurs from a single feature present virtually in every submission made in this type of case. The feature is that these litigants nearly invariably always invoke the Barbary treaties, and specifically the Treaty of Morocco, in the context of challenging their searches, arrests, confinements, criminal proceedings, bail fees, etc. that took place entirely within the United States territory and were effectuated by law enforcement and judicial officers of the state of New Jersey, Delaware, Virginia, Florida, etc. Quote, all provisions of the Treaty of Morocco are, however, wholly inapposite to these type of challenges. It's noted the Treaty of Morocco was executed, as with all Barbary treaties, with an aim to eliminate or at least curtail the ill of piracy plaguing the coastal waters and ports of
So the treaty has something to do with pirates, right?
the post-medieval North African geopolitical bodies, and B, eliminate at least halt the rise of the fees charged by the rulers of these geopolitical bodies to the then developing American merchantry for keeping the peace in the ports and coastal waters subject to their dominion. See Frank Lambert, The Barbary Wars, American Independence in the Atlantic World. It is therefore hardly surprising that the bulk of these provisions of these Barbary treaties are focused on issues of maritime
law, admiralty law, the stuff that polite be spitting out.
war, merchant purchases, sales, and akin matters, and B, were set forth in terms of protections of vessels. Quote, this is particularly obvious when in the Treaty of Morocco, which was a short accord consisting of 25 articles, with only 3 articles focusing on acts of war, vessels, merchant activities, etc., but on the acts against generic civilian human beings. None of these 3 articles could be read as applying to habeas or civil rights claims raised by the litigants against against state police or prosecutorial officers or judges as to claims based on the events of their arrest, incarceration, bailing, prosecutions, convictions. Indeed, Article 6 of the treaty was fashioned to prevent undue enslaving of American citizens and also to prevent theft of American citizens' goods in the Mediterranean by pirating Moors who were either of Moroccan or non-Moroccan domicile and who were taking undue advantage of the passageways, trade, accommodations, etc. in Moroccan coastal waters and ports. This article is factually inapplicable to the events which did not occur anywhere near the coastal waters and ports of the Kingdom of Morocco, and to top it all off, were not conducted by Moors. See the list of book. Under the treaty with Morocco, the locus of the treaty partners' interaction was confined to the Mediterranean, and therefore not within the geographical jurisdiction of the United States. And it cites its case, in which a self-proclaimed Moorish minister was found to not have diplomatic immunity.
What happened? It was found that they do not have diplomatic immunity.
Moorish minister cites its case, the geographical jurisdiction of the United States. And it cites its case, in which a self-proclaimed Moorish minister was found to not have diplomatic immunity from criminal proceedings conducted in the United States territory. And now we
they were not immune to criminal procedures in the United States territory.
Get to the good part. Quote, it is well recognized that such organizations such as the Moorish American Nation and similarly imaginary creations like the Nation of Washita are notorious organizations of scofflaws and ne'er-do-wells who attempt to benefit from the protections of federal and state laws while simultaneously proclaiming their independence from and total lack of responsibility under those same laws. See Sanders v. Bay. Finding that the Washita Nation is not recognized by the United States government.
Boom.
Bybee v. City of Paducah, finding that the Nation of Washita is fictional. United States v. Gunwall, rejecting claims that the court had no jurisdiction over a member of the Washita as frivolous. Bay v. Louisiana, finding that the plaintiff's claim to land as a member of the Washita was patently frivolous and rested of documents rested on documents of dubious legal significance. Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs, 2007, dismissing claim that plaintiffs owns several parcels of property by virtue of their Moorish ancestry as baseless, fantastic, and delusional, and finding the complaint to be indecipherable. Finally, Kitab LV Justice Department holding that the United States has not recognized the sovereignty of the Moorish nation.
The United States do not recognize the sovereignty of the Moorish nation,
thus precluding sovereign immunity claims. And finally,
sovereign immunity claims are bullshit.
Bay v. United States 2009, holding any claims or arguments raised by plaintiff which are based on his membership in the Moorish American nation are by definition frivolous.
Frivolous. All that bullshit they talking frivolous about the Moorish Treaty.
So in summary, trying any of these arguments, going into court and claiming that you're Moor is a complete waste of time. If you're paying Taj any money for this paperwork or anything, you are wasting your money. It is not going to work. You're going to laughed at in court, and you're going to lose and probably end up in jail.
There you go. Moorish Treaty is bullshit. All right. Let's go here next. Okay, this is pretty funny. Okay, here we go. This judge got a sense of humor right here. This judge got a sense of humor. He has sovereign citizen Moors in his courtroom.
Leaving the scene of property damage, accident. Moved from the lane unsafely, Grange Hill Road. Unlicensed operator. Failure to reduce speed on a special hazard, which is a curve on Grange Hill Road. Well, those are pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
They come in with all 4 tickets are suspended, owes 35 times 4, 140, plus 140, 280.
Okay, I already did this one. Yeah, that really ain't the one. That's when they lied about the all charges dismissed. Like the Moors had something to do with that. Nah, that was a technicality. The officer couldn't read.
Come back and watch football all season long, live and cable-free with YouTube TV.
Thousands of lawyers rely on Law Clerk to get more work done faster and more profitably. Hire a free...
Hi, my name is Natalie, and this is Natalie Lawyer Chick. I'll be discussing popular topics through a legal lens. Make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe.
Hey YouTube, my name is Natalie. I'm a criminal defense attorney, and today we're going to be reacting to Judge Tell's Moorish softsit. He's from an alternate universe in Zoom court. This is my first time seeing this video, and I do think I have seen some other attorneys react to it. And also, I heard my husband watching it downstairs the other day, and he was cracking up. So I'm excited to look at this and see what they have to say. Let's get right into it.
Mr. Marl Bay, are you there?
This is the sense of humor.
All right, this is file 21213ST. It's entitled People versus Samuel R. Purdue,
they're being slave.
who refers to himself as Samir Siraj Marl Bay. His mother named him Samuel
This
R.
judge got a funny
Purdue.
sense of humor.
His mama named him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay. Mm-hmm. That's right. I say Clay.
Yeah, I'm
gonna call him.
Oh, that was funny.
Who refers to himself, People versus Samuel R. Purdue, who refers to himself as Samir Siraj Marl Bay. His mother named him Samuel R. Purdue.
His mama,
His mama named him Sammy. He had to say that.
Samuel R. Purdue. Yes, I am. All right, this is file 21213ST. It's entitled People versus Samuel R. Purdue, who refers to himself as Samir Siraj Marl Bay. His mother named him Samuel R. Perdue.
No.
His mama named him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay. Mm-hmm. That's right. I say Clay.
Get out of here.
Mr. Perdue, you got another ticket for driving with a suspended license. Second offense. It's a misdemeanor punishable by up to a year in jail and a fine of up to $1,000. You're also charged with speeding. I'm assuming you're going to plead not guilty to both of those.
Okay, so before we get into Samir Siraj Mauro Bey's response, it appears, just to orient you, that we're at a initial appearance or an arraignment where the court is informing the defendant of what their charges are, telling them the maximum possible penalty for the charges, and now he's going to seek to find out what his plea is, guilty or not guilty.
No, of course not. I'm innocent, and my name is not Mr. Perdue, so I would appreciate if you didn't call me Mr. Perdue.
Piss off the judge. All right.
I just want to say that I think Mr. Kaufman, who appears to be either an observer or another defendant waiting for his case to be called, this is pretty standard with the Zoom court, just said, oh, so you really want to piss off the judge? So yeah, we're already off to a great start. He will not enter a plea. He says that he's innocent. So that would technically be a plea of not guilty, to be fair. But he says he does not want to enter a plea while simultaneously saying that he's innocent. So he has just entered a plea of not guilty. And then he has requested that the judge not refer to him by his birth name, but instead by the name that he prefers to go by. I will point out that the court is not obligated to call you by a name that you have assumed, unless you have legally changed your name to a new name. They don't have to do that. They most times even won't. You have to legally change your name a lot of the times in order to get the court to recognize it. But sometimes the judge might just be nice, and to keep the flow of the courtroom going, they'll refer to you as what you choose to be referred to. I'm just saying that the judge is not obligated to do that. So now he's got, I guess, his nationality card, which has no force of law in a traffic or criminal court. And so let's see what he says.
Okay, let me tell you this. Stop. Yeah, you're from some alternate universe where you don't have to obey the laws.
No, you don't respect the law, sir.
Stop. If you drive again here in St. Joe County, I'm going to set your butt at $10,000.
And also,
I'm going to slide this.
Yo, he got he's showing his Morris card.
Are you looking? I was forced to get this license. I don't want it. But as you can see,
he got a license. All right, Moore got a license.
Your officer is a liar.
Well, what's the name on it? Is that Samuel Perdue or Mr. Morrow Bay?
Well, I'm forced to do this. Anything I do with y'all is under threat, duress, and coercion.
So it looks like he does have a driver's license. Very interesting. So he does have a driver's license.
That's the first Moore I seen with an actual. Get this guy a round of applause, man. Standing ovation. This guy got a license through stress, arrest, and coercion. He got a driver's license. About time you get, these Moors are starting to get smart.
And the judge is asking him, what name is on this driver's license that you have? So it'll be very interesting to see that. He says he doesn't want to have one, but he has one. And I assumed he had one because the license was suspended. It wasn't driving without a license. It was driving on a suspended license. So let's see what's said here.
Every time I travel,
all right, you have
your commercial mercenaries people.
You have a driver's license?
Because your commercial mercenaries continue to pull me over, and they won't leave me alone.
Well, stop driving. You stay out of
I travel.
All right, travel.
Oh, yeah. Well, stop driving. I don't drive. I travel. I Eurostep. Hold on.
Your commercial mercenaries.
I hop stepped in the Eurostep.
And it wasn't driving without a license. It was driving on a suspended license.
I don't drive. I travel.
So let's see what's said here.
Every time I travel,
all right, you have
your commercial mercenaries people.
You have a driver's license?
Because your commercial mercenaries continue to pull me over, and they won't leave me alone.
Well, stop driving. You stay out of
I travel.
All right, traveling is one thing, driving is another. You can travel all you want. All right, but let me make this
That's
clear.
what I'm doing, and they won't let me travel. They won't let me travel on my own land.
Stop cutting the judge off. Even if you want to make these nonsensical arguments, if you were on the side of the right, you wouldn't need to cut someone off in order to make them. Stop cutting the judge off. It's really that simple. Let's just go real quickly into the legal implications of what he just said. The judge is correct. You can travel all you want, but if you want to drive, meaning operate a motor vehicle, you need to have a driver's license. As he knows, because he has a driver's license, he probably had one before he adopted this mindset, but he has failed to keep up with it, and now it is suspended. He does not get to then drive around with a suspended license, and he knows this. And the judge is basically telling him, you're okay, you're from some magical alternate universe, but if you want to be in this jurisdiction and you want to operate a motor vehicle, you need to have a license. And the judge is completely correct.
And you're violating the law. You know it.
Violating the law. Well, one of this is.
He's definitely violating the law. And anybody who needs to know anything about the law, talk about it.
See, now he's just trying to take over all of the hearing and talking over everyone. And again, none of this is necessary, right? It's not a trial. It's not even a motions hearing to suppress anything. It's just an initial appearance to tell you about what your charges are and about your right to counsel and to figure out what your plea is. If you want to make these arguments, the appropriate time would be for trial. This is not even the appropriate time to make these particular arguments.
Hold on for a minute. That license you held up, is it a valid Michigan driver's license?
Bet you it's not.
Is it a valid Michigan driver's license? Well, I was forced to go to your Secretary of State because you guys won't let me travel on my own land.
Hell no.
That's as valid as it is. What's written?
In on his land.
My nationality that you keep denying.
In on his land.
Your nationality card is not valid. It was not issued to you by an actual government, and it has no bearing. And just like how even if you had a state ID, that's not valid for driving. It does not authorize you to drive. Your passport does not authorize you to drive, right? Doesn't authorize you to fly a plane either. In order to operate these different types of vehicles, plane, trains, automobiles, boats, you need to have the requisite license.
So you're denying me due process and you know it.
Well, you haven't been convicted of anything yet. I'm just telling you, if you continue to keep driving on some cockamamie thing, you're behind the wheel of a car, giving this BS about traveling versus driving. I'm just telling you right now, you heard it here. If you drive again in St. Joseph County and you get another ticket, I'm going to set a very high bond.
That's right.
You can sit in jail for 28 days until we sort this out. You're presumed to be innocent of the charges that you're charged with.
And let me just say these things. Not only is it ill-advisable to attempt to make these type of arguments at the initial appearance because it's not the appropriate time, not only is it ill-advisable because he is incorrect about the law, it is also ill-advisable because what he has just done is preclude himself from several defenses which would have been available to him. One of the most important defenses that you get in a criminal case or a traffic case is identity and presence. They have to prove your presence in the jurisdiction, that you were the person that was operating the motor vehicle. He's basically given that all away. It was definitely him that was operating the motor vehicle. He just doesn't agree that that's driving. He thinks that's traveling, right? So that defense is completely gone. Whether or not it occurred, like in the jurisdiction, basically pretty gone. Whether or not he was actually operating the motor vehicle, right? Like moving it on the roads versus maybe it was parked, that's pretty much gone because you think that you have the right to do that. And whether or not you were knowingly driving while suspended, because that is an element of the offense of driving while suspended. He could have potentially had a defense that he didn't know that his license to drive was suspended, but he has now given away the ball game. He definitely knew that his license was suspended and thought that he had the right to drive even with a suspended license because of his Moorish American belief system. So once again, this diatribe was not only not helpful, it was harmful to his case. And he has waived certain defenses by making unsolicited statements to the court, not understanding the different legal defenses that were available to him.
And you've exercised your constitutional right to plead not guilty.
No, I didn't plead not guilty.
You said you're innocent. That's not guilty. It's not guilty. That's what you said.
I said I'm innocent.
All right, fair enough. We'll set this for a last pre-trial. Are you still at 312 North Sage Street, apartment 302?
North America is my domicile. You can send whatever information you want to that address. That's fine.
All right.
Very smart. So any judge who does not comply with this oath of office to the Constitution of the United States wars against the Constitution and engages in acts.
All right, I'm going to mute your microphone. I don't want to hear this crazy, nonsensical thing. I'm setting you for a last pretrial. We'll pick a date and I'll send it to you in the mail. I don't expect it'll settle the case. We already have one case set for a jury trial. We'll probably set both of these for a jury trial.
Judge Middleton has had it. He is so through, and I do wish more of these judges, especially now that we have Zoom court, would just do things like that. Cut it off. Don't let them derail. Ask them to leave. Finish the case. Do not allow these people to derail the court case so that other people that are waiting, like Mr. Kaufman and probably Ms. Bowker, can have their cases actually called and have it resolved, quickly, so they're not there all day. It's not fair to everyone else to allow them to derail the entire, court proceedings. And aside from that, it was just so funny how the judge was just like, this is nonsense and I'm not going to accept this, right? Because it is nonsense. It has no basis in law. It has no basis in history. It has no basis in fact. It is ahistorical, afactual, and it's just a waste of time to listen to it. So now, once again, another Moorish American is unsuccessful in their arguments, and the case is going to be set in for another status conference, and it looks like he already has a driving while suspended charge that is set in for trial. Once again, it's going to be really, really hard for anyone to make the argument that he didn't know that his license was suspended when he's made these statements, and he also had another pending driving while suspended.
I will give you credit. You always log in at a timely manner, which I appreciate. I'll give you a new notice. It'll be on a Thursday afternoon. We're going to skip the regular pretrial and just go right to the last pretrial. I expect it to be set for a jury trial. All I'm telling you is stop driving and stop St. County. All right, sir, you're good to go.
And that's that on that. That judge was not playing with him. I love it. I love Judge Middleton. Thank you very much for getting right to the heart of the matter. Clearly, he was familiar with the issue of Moorish nationals and sovereign citizens in court, and how they attempt to derail the process by spouting nonsense at the court. Instead of responding to the merits of what they're saying, it's better to just dismiss it out of hand and move on with the procedure. I think that that's the best possible way to deal with it. And yeah, very, very crazy, very entertaining. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section down below, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Mr. Morrow Bay, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Okay, so anyway, this judge is funny. But again, it does not work in court. Okay, it does not work unless there's a bullshit technicality, as I displayed and demonstrated earlier. This stuff does not work in court.
Hi, my name is Natalie, and
you will get that like the judge talking about $10,000 fine. Like, that's not worth it.
Mr. Morrow Bay, are
okay, so this was the actual. I'm gonna skip that. Already did that. That crazy guy. There we are.
Hey guys, welcome to Forward. We're a new type of doctor's office that's providing preventative primary care. We've got world-class doctors supported by
So for the record, sir, could you repeat your name and your badge number, please?
Newman with the National Park Service, badge number 2313. The reason I'm stopping you today, I didn't see a license plate on your vehicle. Can I see your license, registration, and proof?
It's not required, sir.
Okay.
I have the free right. I'm a man, and I'm going from point A to point B with my private property.
Okay. Okay. Well, then I'm going to need you to just step out of the car for a minute.
I'm not going to abandon my vehicle.
Okay. You don't have to abandon it. You just
I'm
have
not
to step out
going
of the car.
to. I'm not going to abandon my vehicle.
Okay. Do you have any weapons in the vehicle I need to know about or be concerned about?
Yeah, I do, because we did plan on going shooting down below, and she wanted to come up and see the state park, so we just decided to check it out real quick.
Okay, very good. All right, so do either of you had any kind of identification on you?
I've got a concealed weapons permit.
Okay.
And Costco card with my picture.
Okay.
So actually, here's more. I'd like to more paperwork. I'd like you to look at.
Here's more paperwork. No pun.
Can you hold that for me, please? Just like that, and don't cover up the lens. There you go. That'll have my picture on it.
Okay. Okay, very good. All right, if you can just hang on here for a minute, I'll be right back with you.
Yes, sir.
Where they at? Alaska? No laws in Alaska. All the Moors moved to Alaska, man. Ain't worried about no more police stops. Not that song in the background. Not that song.
This coat's warm.
All right, let's fast forward then.
Lock and everything.
Now,
so by you having your lights on, you're declaring an emergency. So how can I assist you with your emergency?
Well, you've already provided me with identification, which is what I requested.
Okay, because actually for turning your lights on without an emergency is actually fraud.
Okay. Well, here's your identification back.
Okay.
Okay, right now I'm just going to give you a warning for not having a license plate.
Okay.
All right, so state law does require that you have a license plate on your vehicle, so I would strongly suggest that you do get that.
Well,
I see you do have a valid Washington DL, so you're not driving without a license, so I have no issue with that, okay?
Right, but I'm not driving under the capacity of a driver.
Okay, all right. I don't need your shenanigan talk, all right? So,
I don't need your shenanigans. He let the guy go, but the guy would prove a point. Yo, these sovereign citizen Moors, man, the egos and stupidity that they have is ridiculous. And I'm talking about Moors who buy into the sovereign citizen talking points. Not all Moors.
I'm not driving under the capacity of a driver.
okay, all right. I don't need your shenanigan talk, all right?
There's no shenanigans. I know my rights,
okay,
sir.
Yeah, you know what you think are your rights. So you are free to leave, okay?
Okay, thank you,
All
sir.
right, drive safe.
You too.
Shenanigans.
Is it still going?
Yeah. All right, now look, we already seen this, but this is funny. I love this one. Oh my God, this Moore is so happy.
Hey man, we ain't getting paid, cuz. You see them government plates, man? Hey man, I'm the governor for the province.
Yeah, look, they love the republic. They'll never put democratic or democracy. They always put republic. Articles of Confederation, republic. Like look, these are, again, the reason why they do republic and Articles of Confederation, because these are all the talking points of the alt-right. Okay, those white Confederate extremists. These are their talking points. Republic, Articles of Confederation. The Moors, they take their talking points. They don't even know the history of these talking points. So he just said he's the governor of the province of Indiana. Listen.
Okay. You see them government plates, man? Hey Hey, man. I'm the governor for the province of Indiana. Okay. Somebody made
He's the governor. He's the governor of the province of Indiana.
that in the back room somewhere. Hey, man, we ain't getting paid, cuz. This is not a business. You see them government plates, man? Hey, man. I'm the governor for the province of Indiana. Okay. Somebody made that in the back room somewhere. No, that doesn't mean that it don't make a difference. If that's all we got as a nation of people, and that's what we making them, man. Okay, well, it's still law. No problem to you. I hope you guys get somewhere with it, man. But as of right now, this ain't the way it works.
The way it works. So as you can see, you know, they say sometimes let them go. All right, what's this right here?
Hi, my name is Natalie, and this is...
I already looked at this. No, this one we didn't see.
This is Natalie Lawyer Chick. I'll be discussing popular topics through a legal lens. Make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe.
Hey YouTube, happy spring. It's the first day of spring. Hope you're doing well. I hope you guys are taking care of yourself. So we've been doing some heavy things on this channel recently. Let's bring it back to something fun and do a sovereign citizen reaction. It's been a while. Judge tells SovCit to learn the law real quick or get represented.
Okay, state your name, please.
Richard Charles Smith, Jr.
Okay, Mr. Smith, you're here because you're in charge of the crime of license.
Well, at least he gave his name. You know, a lot of them don't like to do that in court, so that's off to a
Moors
good
don't
start.
stop
In the third degree, alleged to have occurred on or about the 17th of August, 2019 in Mason County, Washington. This charge is a misdemeanor, punished by 90 days in jail and a $1,000 fine. I'm going to go through the rights. I want everybody to pay attention because these same rights will apply to everybody. If you're charged with a criminal...
A lot of judges do that when you're like the first person up in criminal court, or sometimes like minor criminal court or traffic court, like in district court, they'll just like do the advice of rights in front of everybody and just be like, pay attention, because I don't want to say this all day, and the same rights apply to everybody. I always think that's kind of funny when judges do that.
Criminal offense, you do have the following rights. You were charged with the offense of driving a license suspended in the third degree.
The license suspended with a third degree. He was caught.
Alleged occurred in Mason County, Washington on or about the 17th of August, 2019. This charge is a misdemeanor and is punishable by 90 days in jail and a $1,000 fine. Were you present when I went through the rights?
Yes, I was, sir.
Did you have any question about those rights?
Kind of, yes. Corpus delicti in this case is kind of funky, being the state of Washington, as seems to be a fictitious plaintiff.
First of all, the state of Washington is not the plaintiff. It is not a civil matter. They have filed the charges against you. They are the prosecuting authority and they represent the state. So the state of Washington is just the party of the state of Washington. They're not the plaintiff. In addition, corpus delicti is corroborating evidence of the crime itself. The understanding that they have of corpus delicti does not apply to traffic matters. So he just, you know, I was rooting for him there when he gave them his name, but here he goes with the corpus delicti. It's a very common sovereign citizen term, as in used out of context as a sovereign citizen term and used to object to a case in a way that does not apply.
In a sense, I can't subpoena a plaintiff that doesn't exist as a person.
Okay, we're going to talk about a couple things first because
I know the judge is about to set him straight, but I just want to like point this out. If you just exist in reality, okay? Exist in reality with the rest of us. If you just do that, if you wanted to subpoena the state of Washington for records, if you wanted to send them a discovery request, it is very easy to do that. You just need to serve it on them. They are not a fictitious entity. It is a governmental entity. They are present in court represented by their attorney. And if you actually wanted to subpoena anything, which why you'd want to subpoena them for anything when you could just make a discovery request is beyond me. You probably might want to subpoena a witness. You might want to subpoena the police officer, you know, something like that. But if you want to compel the state to turn something over, there are procedures by which you can do that, and they're not the plaintiff in the case.
You're saying is gibberish. It's gibberish.
Yeah.
You don't even know what
What you're saying is gibberish. Exactly. Because the corpus delicti doesn't apply to this circumstance whatsoever. Secondly, the state, not a plaintiff, just the state, and sending a subpoena to the state and then saying that you can't send a subpoena, that concept doesn't make any sense for what you're there for, which is a traffic citation. What do you need to subpoena the state for? Nothing. And if you wanted to subpoena the state, you absolutely could if you wanted to. So he just said a bunch of just nonsensical, you know, terms.
Corpus delicti produce the victim.
No, it's not.
No, that's not what that means.
Definitions here.
We're not here to argue with you, Mr. Smith.
Go, Judge. Go, Judge. We're not here to argue with you, Mr. Smith. He's not going to derail these proceedings with his foolishness. And no, it is not the body of the victim. It is not corpus as in a corpse. It is not the body of the victim. It is the evidence of the crime, right? And that doesn't apply to this particular circumstance because you're dealing with a traffic citation. All they need is the citation itself. And when it's time for trial, they need the officer to testify in your presence that is compelled by the court's jurisdiction. That's it. That's all they need. Gibberish.
Before I get to the next part of this arraignment, we're not going to complete the arraignment today for a reason I'm going to get to in a minute. But is there anything else you wanted to bring up? Because I
just want to be able to have the victim present since it's a criminal matter, correct?
Here's the situation.
For anyone interested, there is no legal support for the argument that every single crime needs to have a victim. There are society crimes, which are basically what traffic laws are, right? The victim is the society. We have all agreed as members of this society that we're going to have a driver's license. We're going to keep it from being suspended. We're going to insure our vehicles. We're going to have a vehicle registration, right? We're going to register our cars. And so the failure to keep that agreement in order to operate a motor vehicle on or about the roads of your respective states can result in traffic citations, can result in fines, and can result in jail time, and can result in points on your license, depending on the particular situation. So this, although they would like it to be that there has to be a victim, like a victim of a theft, a victim of an assault, a victim of a murder, they would like it to be that no crimes in this country will be enforced unless they are serious crimes. That's just not how it goes, okay? Drug possession is a victimless crime, yet many drugs are illegal in this country. You know, it is a victimless crime to actually commit a DUI unless you hit somebody while you're drunk, right? I'm completely against DUI, you know, I hate it, you know, but I'm just saying, technically the only person that you're hurting is yourself unless you hurt someone. But we have agreed that it's dangerous to operate a motor vehicle while you know, consuming alcohol. And so even though this particular DUI might not have resulted in anybody being harmed, the court is going to enforce the traffic laws against you, the DUI traffic laws, to ensure the safety of the community. The community has a vested interest in people knowing how to operate a motor vehicle, a person's vehicle being registered, for the car to have insurance, because then if it doesn't have insurance and you get into an accident and you hurt somebody else and then you can't pay for it, society doesn't like that. There are things that are preventative measures, preemptive measures that are put in place by way of laws that do not require for there to be a physical victim present. And he will not have a single case that's going to say that traffic laws are not real just because there's no victim, okay?
I'm gathering that sounds to me like you might be kind of dabbling in the sovereign citizen stuff.
No.
Yes. They never want to admit it. They never want to admit it.
Here's how it works. Pay close attention. Simply because the fact there's no, quote, identifiable victim doesn't mean that the behavior is not a crime. The state the state legislature has chosen to, which it has authority to do under the Washington State Constitution, to make driving offenses, including licensing offenses. There is no victim that need to be present. The only person that ever need to be present in court is any witnesses who claim they have evidence towards whether or not you committed the crime or not. The presumption is you did not commit this crime. Right. And we're not going to have an argument about it. No. That's just the way it is. So at this point, my question to you was, sir, do you have any questions about the rights that I just went through? That should be either yes or no. Do you have any questions about the rights I just put on the record?
Just the corpus electi.
That's not one of the rights I put on the record. We're going to try it again.
That is embarrassing. That is absolutely foolish and embarrassing. The court has been very, very clear that corpus delicti as a concept does not apply to this particular situation, but it also does not mean what he thinks it means. It does not mean the body of a victim, right? Because if every single case, it doesn't mean that, it's the evidence, the corroborating evidence of the actual offense itself. But if every single case required the body of a victim, then theft crimes would never be a crime. Embezzlement, larceny, burglary, any like property crimes, unless there's a physical body present that's a victim, those would not be crimes either. Are we going to allow those just because there's no physical body present? Absolutely not. So you just take the reasoning of the things that they say and extend it, and you just see that to its logical conclusion, it makes no sense, right? You take it to the furthest extent and it makes absolutely no sense. This judge is not having it. I love it.
Do you have any question about any rights that I went through today? Sir, you should ask.
Is it constitutional? That's a question that you should ask an attorney. You don't ask the judge for legal advice. I've said that in multiple videos. A lot of what these sovereign citizens do amounts to asking the court for legal advice, and that's not the role of the judge. He can make an argument at the appropriate time that this is unconstitutional, but the judge does not have to advise him. He could just make a decision of whether or not it is constitutional or not. And by constitutional, what do you mean? Of which amendment is being violated here? Is it the Fourth Amendment? Was there a search and seizure? Likely not. But were you stopped for an illegal reason? Is it the Fifth Amendment? Did you make a statement that was taken illegally? Was there an illegal identification? What type of constitutional issue is there that you're bringing up? Because corpus delicti, ain't it, boo-boo?
The question. If you fail to answer the question, you may be sanctioned. You'll be held in contempt if you don't answer my question.
No, I don't have any question or any questions.
Okay.
Ooh.
Did you understand?
He's so not playing with you. You'll be held in contempt if you don't answer my question. And then he answered the question. So he has some sense.
And your rights.
Yeah, I do understand.
Don't address courts as yes. Yes, no, yes, Your Honor, no, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand my rights.
Okay. And you can turn the phone off.
Ooh.
Because you're not a lawyer.
Ooh.
I requested permission.
I know that. What else do you need to address today that you need research for?
I don't need research for
Then turn the phone off.
Ooh.
Now.
Ooh.
Turn the phone off now, or you're going to go into jail for contempt of court.
Ooh, turn it off.
Bring it up and show the clerk.
So looks like they have a very formal process here. We as attorneys, we're not really allowed to have our phones on in court. Certainly not when we're where I practice. Certainly not when we're sitting at counsel table. We are allowed to like have our laptops and things like that. And then sometimes if we need to look at our phone to pull up our calendar, we'll say, Your Honor, can I please pull up my phone so I can look at my calendar? But like they certainly do not allow non-attorney parties to use their phones openly in court. That's why a lot of times when you see the people are like filming undercover, You know, they're risking getting their phones taken away, getting fines, getting held in contempt. They're risking a lot in order to do that. So you're seeing that in action right now. You know, they try to pull that foolishness where like, I have the right to film, but some courts are not going to sit there and play around with you. And I'm very, very happy that this judge is not. He's not having it today. He's had it with them.
This is what we are going to do today. The court is going to reset this arraignment for 1 week from today at 1:30. You will need to be here. The reason for that is because the trooper, in his infinite wisdom, only wrote in his probable cause affidavit, stop for no license plate, no trip permit. That doesn't tell me anything, and I can't make a finding. That there's probable cause for this charge to go forward.
Ooh. And if he had had a lawyer right then and there, the defense attorney would have objected to the case being continued and made a motion to dismiss based on the lack of probable cause at the arraignment. But because he's representing himself and he wants to argue about corpus delicti, he's likely going to waive that argument. You see, that's the problem with these sovereign citizens, is that their cases could potentially have really, really good legal issues, but they don't know that because they want to argue fantasy and fairy tales instead of arguing what's actually in the law. You know, the defense could make a very good faith argument right then and there. I think it's against his speedy trial rights. I think it's against his due process rights to continue this case where there is no charge on the charging document. So there's no probable cause to arraign this person and the case should be dismissed. Will that happen? Maybe not. Maybe he will continue the case even with the argument, but without the argument, you'll never know. You'll never know if you had the chance to get that thrown out at the arraignment. So really, really good example of why this sovereign citizen nonsense doesn't work.
So the only authority I have in this case at this time is to require that you come back to court on a later date. Okay. Do you have anything else you need to address today?
I have nothing else I need to address today. I'm sorry for asking the question, that question. I didn't mean to offend you.
You're not offending me, but I'd suggest either you learn a lot of law real quick or you perhaps see about being represented.
Yep.
Just had an issue in Thurston.
You just have an issue in Thurston?
I had an issue in Thurston too that had to do with the same issue.
Don't tell the judge that. Don't tell the judge that could potentially be sentencing you that you are habitually driving around without a license. You're just volunteering bad information about yourself. What's wrong with you?
Well, one thing I don't do here is I'm going to listen to any legal argument that's a valid legal argument. That doesn't mean whether I agree with it or not, but whether it's well-founded. Corpus electi, for your information, involves a requirement that before a defendant's confession, you can shut your book. I'm telling you what it is, and I've been practicing law for 37 years.
I know that's right.
And corpus delicti is a requirement that before, in the state of Washington, a person's confession to a crime can be admitted. There has to be some independent evidence that the crime charge actually occurred. So
Independent evidence.
Confession alone. That's what it means in the state of Washington. It's a minority rule, quite frankly. States don't have that kind of a rule.
That's right. In some states, the confession alone is enough, and they don't need corroborating evidence of the crime. But because of the risk of false confessions, more progressive states like Washington is considered a more legal, this is not a political thing, it's a legal definition. A more legally progressive state like Washington requires corpus delicti. But that has nothing to do with traffic citations, nothing. And also corpus delicti, outside of the context of how it's applied in Washington, is at its base, corroborating evidence of the crime, which in certain requirements or paradigms, corroborating evidence of the crime is required, corpus delicti, or it's not. For them, it works in their confession law. In Maryland, there's really no application for that in our criminal statute.
So I'm not going to hear argument from you about corpus delicti or produce a victim on a driving license, spend a third.
Mm-hmm.
And you're on notice. I'm already ruling we don't need to have a quote victim.
That's right.
Come forward.
He ain't playing with you.
I might be penalized if I don't sign it.
I'll have you thrown in jail if you don't.
Boy,
Sound like a penalty?
this just is it like an inability to read the room or refusal to read the room? Because this judge is not playing with him. He is not playing with him. Take it seriously, sir. Go ahead and just sign the paper, okay? You're in the Rubicon now. Just proceed. Go through what you need to go through to get to the end of this. And you need to sign that paper.
Don't challenge the authority of the court.
Tell him. Don't do it. He's not playing with you.
Let me see it.
Don't do it.
He said, I'm signing it under duress.
Coercion and threat of arrest. What's the other one you say?
Sir? This is not contract law.
Arrest,
okay?
coercion, and
it's just your notice for you to appear in court, and your confirmation of receipt of the fact that they told you when your next court date is. Not only is failing to sign it not going to keep you from having to go to court, it also exposes you to the judge holding you in contempt for disrupting his court proceeding. Go ahead and sign the paper and stop acting dumb.
Reprint the order.
Ooh. Oh. He's not playing. He's not playing.
If you sign the order, you'll put nothing else on it. The record itself will reflect that you feel like you're under duress. Sign the order. Just your name, nothing else.
I can't. That's
Just sign the order. You're ordered to do so. If you don't, it's contempt of court. The record already reflects you feel like you're under duress. You're not under duress, but you are under court order to sign the order.
That's right. When the prosecutor doesn't have to say anything and can just sit there and relax, you know you're doing a bad job. You're doing a bad job, man.
very bad.
See. You're in contempt of court.
He did it again. He did it again. He put the under duress thing again.
Oh my God.
Oh no. Sir, for a driving while suspended, there are people right now sitting in jail facing serious time, and this man is wasting everyone's time over a driving while suspended. Look at all those people behind him. He's the first one up. You can tell because the judge went through the full advisement, and he's wasting everyone's time. This is so stupid. I'm glad we came back to these sovereign citizens. It's been a while. My goodness. I forgot why I stopped kind of doing them for a little bit because they were getting on my nerves. This is so dumb.
Maximum penalty for contempt of court is 30 days in jail and a $500 fine.
Ooh, you're in contempt.
I'll give you an opportunity to purge yourself of that contempt. I told you, purge means to make the contempt go away. I told you simply to sign your name. All you're doing by signing this is acknowledging you know when your next court date is.
That was direct criminal contempt instead of constructive contempt because it was in front of the court. The court told him to do something or told him not to do something, was like, don't put this on. He told him to do something and told him not to do something. He disregarded the court's order because at first he wouldn't sign. And then when he signed, he said under duress. The judge struck that out, said print another one, sign this one Under duress again, you're in contempt of court. And he told him, the judge has to warn you before putting you in contempt, that if you don't do something, I'm going to lock you up, I'm going to hold you in contempt, I'm going to put you in the back, whatever the case may be. They have to warn you of the potential consequences of not following their order and give you an opportunity to follow the order. And then once you don't do that, they announce that you're in contempt of court. Now this judge is nice enough because it's direct criminal contempt. It's not constructive contempt. So under constructive contempt, the judge has to give a purge provision, something that you can do to put yourself right with the court so that you don't go to jail. Whereas with criminal contempt, direct contempt in front of the face of the court, the judge can just impose a sentence. The judge is being nice by saying, I will give you an opportunity to purge the contempt so that you don't go to jail by just signing the order. Because the judge is just trying to drive home that you're not going to play games with me. He is also just trying to move along, you know, the court proceedings, and he doesn't want to lock this person up just because of a stupid driving while suspended case. This guy is pushing it because he wants to make himself into a martyr, and the judge is aware of that and is just basically like, all right, I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine, give you what you want. Are you sure this is what you want? Go ahead and sign the order. Let's see if he does.
Now, your choice is you can either sign this, as I told you, in just your name, or you can be taken into custody. Which do you prefer? Get an officer. Signing this doesn't take away, or signing this does not take anything away from you, sir, as far as your rights.
Why do I have to sign it then?
Because I just told you to, because it gives you notice when your next court date is.
Why does he think, the judge has already told you, the record reflects you don't want to sign this. Right. I'm still telling you to sign it anyway. Do not put anything on this other than your name, right? All it is a notice of his next court date. It's not waiving anything. And once again, his better argument would have been, Your Honor, there's no probable cause for this charge. I'm moving to dismiss the charge for lack of probable cause because the officer doesn't have correct or complete charges on the charging document, which is the citation. That's what he could have done. But instead, he's wasting his time like, oh, you know, this is just, I don't want to sign this. I'm signing it under duress, even though the judge is telling him to just go ahead and sign it. He's not only wasting his time and potentially putting himself in jail, he is waiving an actual valid argument because he doesn't know that it's available to him.
It only acknowledges that you received a copy of that order telling you.
And you know you're doing really, really bad when the prosecution is trying to keep you from going to jail. They're like, man, you don't even need to go to jail over this. Would you stop it? You know, that he's asking for the officers to come and take this man to jail. And even the state is like, sir, just sign the paper. What are you doing? You're not waiving anything. It's just receipt of notice that you have to come to the next court date. So you can't say that you didn't know that you had to come to court. That's all it is.
When your next court date in open court, that's all it does.
So I'm not going to play games in this regard, which don't interrupt me. You're going to either sign that order without saying under duress, or you're going to simply show it's been served and you're going to be held in contempt for 30 days and maybe a $500 fine. I would prefer you just sign the order.
Sign the order.
It doesn't take away any of your rights. It doesn't take away any option you have to make any legal arguments that you have. And if they're valid arguments, and again, I want to be clear what I mean by valid argument. Doesn't mean an argument where I agree with you, but means an argument that has some basis in law and fact. You're going to be allowed to put those arguments forth. However, at the same time, you're not going to disrespect this court, and you've been told specifically to sign the order.
I'm not trying to disrespect the court.
Yes, you are, and don't argue.
Oh, you're definitely trying to disrespect the court because you don't believe that the court has actual authority over you, and you are mistaken by that. They do have authority. They have authority to throw you in jail, and you're being very, very foolish in this moment. This could have been over with 13 minutes ago.
You can either sign the order, or you can be taken into contempt.
Yep.
Sir,
I'm not arguing with you. You either sign the order.
How so? How so? He's so disrespectful. Like, the judge has already made clear that his decision is final. You have two options. You go to jail or you sign the order. That's it. And instead, he's trying to drag the judge into a discussion about his sovereign citizen nonsense. You know, it's just such nonsense that they don't even want